Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
He immediately sent a message back to Ji Chaoyang. I just claimed the reward, random enhancement, did you get it too? In the entire jungle area 188, only he and Ji Chaoyang had this reward. Ji Chaoyang quickly replied, that's right, and it reminded me that because the decoration level exceeded 100, I got a random ability that lasts for a day. What ability did you get? Enhanced hearing, now I can hear every little movement clearly. I just avoided the vine attack by listening to the underground activity. Over here, it's enhanced vision. It seems this random enhancement strengthens a certain ability of the body, Xu Xin deduced. For now, it seems so, Ji Chaoyang replied, maybe when the decoration level increases further, we could gain even stronger abilities. Like X-ray vision or teleportation. Who knows? Gaining such an ability made Xu Xin a bit excited. Imagine waking up every morning to a new unknown ability, it's as thrilling as opening a blind box. As for today's ability, he could even see the tiny flying insects spinning among the leaves clearly, everything within his vision became vividly clear. He didn't waste any more time, suited up in armor, equipped the crossbow, and took both the regular arrows and the newly made explosive arrows, stepping out from the treehouse. Xu Xin controlled the treehouse roots to wrap around his waist, slowly lowering himself down. Xu was hanging below the treehouse and flapped its wings twice as if to greet him when Xu Xin came down. It preferred hanging under the treehouse over staying inside. Go up, the window is open. It'll be dangerous here soon, don't hang around. The bottom of the treehouse canopy was 10 meters high, if it was as Ji Chaoyang said, with vines below the treehouse having only a 5-meter attack range, there should be no problem, but he feared special circumstances on his side. Xu flew into the 3rd floor of the treehouse with fluttering wings after hearing that. Xu Xin took a deep breath, controlling the treehouse roots to slowly lower him. He noticed that the treehouse, currently upgrading, had weaker overall functions compared to before, even the roots weren't as flexible as they used to be. The roots, which used to be as easy to control as limbs, now took almost half a second to respond and take action when he tried to control them. Simply put, there was a slight delay in control. He felt this delay since returning last night but hadn't paid much attention, now it was bothersome. He just had to be extra careful. Slowly descending, Xu Xin estimated that he was now only 6 or 7 meters above the ground. The vines in the ground hadn't emerged yet, but directly below him, the slight ground vibration had become more pronounced, as if something was eager to break through the soil. With his extraordinary vision, Xu Xin could perceive that the ground vibration beneath him was slightly more intense than elsewhere, and the source of the vibration wasn't the entire land, but densely distributed points, causing the ground below to vibrate. This should be caused by the vines about to emerge from underground. Glancing at the map, he noticed no red dots, which puzzled him. If the vines were close to the ground, the map should show it, right? The ability to cause such localized ground vibrations indicated their proximity to the surface. But if that's the case, why wasn't the map displaying anything? With doubts in mind, Xu Xin continued to descend slowly, and finally, his feet were about 5 meters above the ground. The moment he continued downward, the slight tremor suddenly turned into a violent shake. Next, the ground cracked open, and several blood-red patterned vines suddenly burst out, launching an attack on Xu Xin's feet, now within their range. Xu Xin immediately lifted his leg and drew back his foot, and by then, the vines had already struck near his feet and then abruptly stopped. Their behavior was consistent with vines outside the protection zone when attacking targets within it. At this point, the roots wrapped around Xu Xin stopped descending and pulled him up a bit. This delayed reaction is really annoying. However, these vines... Xu Xin's expression was a bit odd. His exceptionally strong vision had captured the entire process of the vines breaking out of the ground, and the sight surprised him. The moment the ground cracked, the vines bursting out were completely like seedlings. Although only maintaining their seedling form for an instant, those thin, fragile shoots with fine red stripes. Xu Xin was sure he hadn't seen wrong. These seedlings completed their growth in a very brief moment after emerging and launched an attack at him, finally transforming into the now swaying blood-patterned vines in the air. These vines didn't dig out from underground but grew directly from the soil. Circling under Xu Xin's feet, the vines, finding themselves unable to attack him, turned to start attacking the tree trunk. Xu Xin had chosen a descent spot 5 meters away from the trunk, intending to see if the vines were only 5 meters long or simply couldn't attack beyond that distance. Under Xu Xin's gaze, the vines suddenly extended from about 5 meters to over 10 meters, launching a stabbing attack towards the trunk. The sharp vines struck the armor of the treehouse but had no effect, causing him to raise an eyebrow and chuckle involuntarily. The treehouse armor looked no different from ordinary bark, yet it was surprisingly smooth. The sharp vine tips slid off the armor due to the curvature of the armor and bark, with several blood-patterned vines directly skidding out to the sides, one vine overexerting itself, shooting far, pulling the soil at its base outwards. Their attack only left shallow white scratches on the armor, and under Xu Xin's extraordinary vision, he noticed those scratches were slowly self-repairing. This armor has self-repairing abilities? No, the description didn't mention the armor could self-repair. It should be the treehouse's ability that allows the armor to repair itself when covered. Nevertheless, this greatly increases the armor's endurance capacity. Unyielding after a fruitless attack, several vines employed the blood-patterned vine's traditional attack method, entwining to form a gigantic drill, launching another attack towards the trunk. Xu Xin held back from attacking, continuing to hang in mid-air and observe their actions. Even the drill couldn't conquer the smooth armor, sliding to one side the moment it struck the trunk, leaving shallow marks on the armor. The vines seemed to realize that such attacks were futile, so they separated, and began whipping against the trunk. Whipping was indeed more effective than stabbing, but these surface-exposed vines were blood-patterned vines without blood thorns, so their whipping power wasn't strong, leaving only shallow marks on the armor and shaving off some wood chips each time. Xu Xin aimed his crossbow at the root of a blood-patterned vine and pulled the trigger. Whoosh crack. The vine was very easily killed by Xu Xin, and the vine originally constantly whipping the bark launched one final attack towards the treehouse out of inertia before collapsing beneath it. Killed blood-patterned vine, points earned, 10 points. This blood-patterned vine awarded only 10 points, while those previously in the red mist each gave 20 points. Could it be that these vines are underdeveloped and weaker? Or perhaps the ones in the red mist are enhanced by the mist, thus offering more points. Perhaps it's both. Xu Xin swiftly reloaded the crossbow arrow and continued to kill the remaining vines. Soon, all 5 vines were dealt with, lying beneath the treehouse. He didn't use explosive arrows because they might ignite the vines. Although powerful enough to kill the vines in one hit, avoiding causing a raging fire, the mutant vine sap inside might burn completely and become unobtainable. These were merely blood-patterned vines, not sturdy blood-thorn vines. Ordinary crossbow arrows are sufficient to deal with them. Suspended in mid-air, Xu Xin frowned as he scrutinized these vine corpses. These vines grew directly out, meaning many vine seeds are buried in the soil around the treehouse. These seeds may have existed or perhaps were brought by the rainy season. Regardless of the possibility, both pointed towards a hypothesis he had with Ji Chaoyang. These mutants emerging from the soil, similar to underground massive monsters, could possibly be artificially planted for this selection process. In just an instant, a powerful blood-patterned vine grew from a single seed, making Xu Xin feel a profound sense of crisis. Doesn't this mean they could be endless in the future? Never mind, worrying about this now is futile, better to start collecting the vines on the ground. These 5 vines all grew from the ground beneath him, all fallen towards the treehouse trunk, making retrieval quite easy. Xu Xin maneuvered using root tendrils to descend quickly, gathering up the vines and placing them in his backpack. In his vision, the ground started vibrating violently, with red dots rapidly lighting up on the map around him. He immediately manipulated the vines to pull upwards swiftly, positioning himself over 5 meters up as they broke through the soil. These vines are again blood-patterned vines, allowing Xu Xin a slight respite. Were they blood-thorn vines, their whipping force would be far greater, likely stressing the treehouse armor considerably, as whipping is their primary attack method. Xu Xin allowed the few blood-patterned vines below to attack the treehouse trunk freely, retreating to the treehouse first, intending to store these vines inside. Though these vines didn't appear thick, they were incredibly heavy, unimaginable that they sprouted from a single seed so instantaneously. Inside the treehouse, Coco's Silver King Mimi had been awakened long ago by the sound of vines whipping the treehouse, causing it to shake continually accompanied by loud bangs. On the windowsill, Afu rhythmically trembled in sync with the whipping sounds. What a guy, it's truly a DJ-blooded bat. Whimper. Upon seeing Xu Xin come up and lay a few dead vines on the floor, Kiki immediately ran over, clawing at the vines to express its dissatisfaction. Xu Xin suddenly had a whimsical thought, you guys capable of extracting vine sap. Xu Xin made a wooden barrel and taught them hand in hand how to collect the sap. The Silver King picked up the vine, and Mimi used her claws to slash a slit on the vine, letting the vine sap flow into the barrel. The Silver King obediently picked up the vine, aiming it at the wooden barrel. Mimi, though reluctant, did not say anything, simply slashed vertically on the vine with her claw. But the look she gave Xu Xin felt slightly disdainful, as if saying, how could the elegant leopard be made to do such rough work? Seeing the two beasts at work, Xu Xin nodded with satisfaction. Whimper. Kiki pointed at herself with her little paw, indicating what she should do. You, and Afu cheer them on from the side. Xu Xin vigorously patted Keek's head and then turned to leave the treehouse. Suspended in midair by the roots, he watched as the vines constantly attacked the trunk, as if seeing stems of points and bomb raw materials. Using the same old tricks, Xu Xin continued to aim the crossbow at the base of the vines and shoot. These blood-patterned vines can't attack Xu Xin from over 5 meters away. The roots can't move, so they obediently stick their necks out for slaughter. The vines fell one by one under Xu Xin's crossbow, crashing to the ground with a loud noise. He used the same method to bring the dead vines up, while also attracting more vines to grow out of the ground. The ground, filled with cracks and riddled with holes as the vines burst forth, didn't mind since it was soil. It was as if these vines loosened the soil beneath Xu Xin's treehouse. He found that where vines had previously grown, there would no longer be further vine growth, likely because there were only a few vine seeds in this piece of soil, which had all sprouted and been cleared away by him. That is to say, at least for now, these cleared positions are safe. Xu Xin continued to lure out and kill batches of blood-patterned vines, and then sent them back to the treehouse for Silver King and Mimi to collect the mutated vine sap. Quickly, he cleared an area of about 100 square meters below the treehouse, gaining over 1,000 points. Meanwhile, Silver King and Mimi's efficiency was even higher than his. Each time he brought up the vines, the two beasts were already lying by the barrel, waiting for him after processing the previous batch. In the end, he once again obtained a barrel weighing 100 kilograms full of mutated vine sap. By now the space under his treehouse was completely clear for a person to stand because he had removed all the vines from beneath the treehouse. But care must still be taken. Xu Xin inspected the soil, confirming that these vines were not drilling up from underground but were growing from seeds about 30 centimeters deep because the soil below 30 centimeters was intact, without any signs of penetration. And previously outside the protection zone, the vines and the blood-patterned blood-thorn vines in the red mist, they were definitely drilling up from deep underground. Those vines would gradually retract underground when they lost their target. The blood-patterned vines under this treehouse might just be an appetizer in this treehouse defense battle. He surrounded the treehouse with hundreds of shriveled vines extracted of sap, encircling the protection zone he cleared. Though these vines had been hollowed out, some flammable sap still lingered. If mutant beasts attacked, he could ignite these vines to form a ring of fire around, preventing them from entering easily. Certainly, there was still a distance from the outer forest, and coupled with the ground being soil and devoid of vegetation, even if ignited, it wouldn't affect the forest. Otherwise causing a forest fire would be bad. With everything ready, Xu Xin exhaled a long breath and returned to the third floor of the treehouse, curling directly into the sofa, pulling Kiki nestled in the sofa into his arms for a hug. Whimper. Kiki whimpered once, shifting into a comfortable position in his arms to continue resting. In the regional channel, everyone, unable to go out, was chatting idly. Are those vines still attacking? Don't they get tired? Although they haven't damaged the armor all this time, it's really noisy hearing that sound over and over. Plus the treehouse keeps vibrating, like a thunderstorm before the rainy season. It's simply torture. Really miserable. Luckily, I didn't go out. By the way, aren't you trying to attack them, like with bows and arrows? Attack? As soon as I poke my head out a little, those vines keep drilling out. Who dares go out to attack? The more you attack, the more they come. Most of them had low treehouses, too low, especially those survivors with only one-story treehouses, who didn't even dare poke their heads out the window. The vines attacking the treehouse trunk beneath couldn't be reached through the window. To attack them you'd have to be suspended below the treehouse crown like Xu Xin or go directly outside, which would only lead to more vines. They can't do it like Xu Xin, slaughtering the vines using the disadvantage of being above 5 meters. Only survivors with at least 2-story initial treehouses could use his method. Because the base of the crown of the initial 2-story treehouse was 7 meters high from the ground, and Xu Xin's initial 3-story treehouse was 10 meters. The 9 people in the Explorers all had a minimum of initial 2-story treehouses, so they should all be able to clean up beneath their treehouses like Xu Xin. Have you all gone out? Xu Xin asked in the group. Zhao Xiaochuan, no, neither of the 2 bosses let us go out, so I obediently stayed in the treehouse. Li Wenxi, this treehouse defense battle, should it really be this simple? Just staying indoors. Wan Lei, I went out once. Boss Ji said 5 meters above wouldn't trigger them. I went down to have a look but accidentally went too low, drawing out the vines. Wen Guixin, you're too dumb. If they're drawn out, just kill them. I've already cleared below. Wen Guixin's words once again caught Xu Xin's attention. This Wen Guixin, during the hunting activities, nearly caught up in points with him and Ji Chaoyang, who could kill intermediate mutant beasts. It's unexpected that this time too she quickly cleared the vines. She's really strong when it comes to slaying beastly monsters. Zhao Xiaochuan, what? Cleaned up. You killed all the vines down there. Wen Guixin, yeah, although there were many, each one was really weak. Killing them was easy. Qin Yunlong, I tried, but even breaking them doesn't kill them. How did you do it? Wen Guixin, I just jumped down directly. If you use my method, you'd either be dead or severely injured. You should ask Xu Xin and Ji Chaoyang for a better way. Qi Xuefei, no need to worry about injuries. I've cultivated a lot of blue-grade hemostatic herbs. As long as you don't break a leg or arm, you'll be fine. These days, Qi Xuefei has been selling hemostatic herbs and pills under the name Explorer. According to her, the second batch of the new blue-grade pills will soon be available, allowing everyone to stay mostly free from illness and injury. Li Wenxi, but it's really painful. I think I'll pass on jumping. Ji Chaoyang hasn't spoken, he should be out there trying like Xu Xin. But Wen Guixin's level of toughness is a bit insane, jumping down directly. Xu Xin simulated the process and outcomes of jumping in his mind, and shivered at the thought. No way, he can't do it. These people really are skilled experts. Xu Xin wasn't stingy, he directly shared his method for killing the vines with them. Qin Yunlong, so the vine's weakness is at the roots, I should have thought of that. Shoot the roots with a crossbow. Wan Lei, an underhanded tactic to play with the vines. Trick the vines. Xu Xin, the vine's sap is flammable, which can be used to make incendiary arrows or explosives, remember to collect some. Wen Guixin. That sticky sap is actually a resource. I already chopped them into pieces, I'm going down to gather some resources, see what's left. Currently, there won't be any more vines growing around Xu Xin's treehouse, but he doesn't plan to expand further. He hasn't even had breakfast yet. After all this activity, he's hungry, and Mimi and Silver King can't work without eating either. Even though others had no food, he did. He had a whole ice cellar full of mutant beast meat, 7 to 8,000 kilograms, enough for those two food lovers to indulge in for a while. Xu Xin took out the meat, thawed it in the kitchen, and divided it between Silver King Mimi and Afu. The three mutant beasts seemed to be more interested in mutant beast meat than ordinary beast meat. Kiki continued to follow Xu Xin, munching on stir-fried dishes and grilled meat. After taking the last bite of meat, even though the taste was incredibly delicious and warmth coursed through his body, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Wonder when we'll have staple foods like rice or wheat. Although Xu Xin loves meat, eating it every meal as a staple is a bit overwhelming. Humans are omnivores, not carnivores. A woo dash. Yip. Silver King suddenly let out a long howl, startling Xu Xin, who was about to clear the dishes, and Kiki, who was lying on the table clutching her belly. Looking at Silver King, Xu Xin was delighted to find that Silver King and Mimi's blood patterns were glowing with a faint red light, just like when they were in the red mist, with an eerily beautiful appearance. They're evolving. Finally becoming mid-level mutant creatures. Xu Xin stared intently at the two beasts. Afu, who was eating with them, didn't show any changes and flapped its wings back to the window. Kiki walked over to Silver King and Mimi, nudging them curiously, but Xu Xin grabbed her back, "Don't disturb them." Yip. The red glow on the two beasts became more and more visible. Silver King couldn't help but howl again, and even Mimi, usually not vocal, let out a roar. Then, both beasts lay by the long cabinet with radiating stones and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping again. Although they fell asleep, the blood patterns on their bodies didn't dim, they remained bright and occasionally flickered. On the map, among the three green dots representing companions, Silver King and Mimi's dots were flickering and getting brighter. It seems that when they wake up, they will be two mid-level mutant beasts. But didn't expect them to level up with the treehouse. Now, with the treehouse's protective ability reduced, he might face a massive invasion, and both of his main forces fell asleep. It's quite awkward. Xu Xin rubbed Kiki's fluffy big tail. "Kiki, now we can only rely on you to fend off the invasion, do your best." Kiki tilted her little head. Yip. Xu Xin cleared a relatively safe area under the treehouse, intending for Silver King and Mimi to participate in the defense below. However, now, these two have fallen asleep. It's uncertain when they'll wake up, so until they do, I can only rely on myself. There's a reply in the Explorer chat. Zhao Xiaochuan, "It's not working, the crossbow bolts can't kill the vine roots." Qin Yunlong, "I had to shoot 5 arrows at a root before finally killing one vine." Wang Lei, "The heavy crossbow can only reach outside the treehouse, these vines are too close in." Boss Su, "Can you sell me some incendiary arrows?" Qi Xuefei, "You can't use incendiary arrows, otherwise not only can't you get the materials, but you might also cause a fire. You don't want another fire, do you?" Wang Lei, "Okay, alright." Xu Xin was startled, suddenly realizing that while he was using regular bolts, his crossbows were made with special blue-level materials, just slightly inferior to purple level. They currently have green-level crossbows, which are indeed much weaker. At this moment, Li Wenxi sent him a video. Xu Xin roughly guessed what Li Wenxi wanted to say. She likely saw that the organization members' equipment was too poor and wanted to upgrade it. Sure enough, Li Wenxi's first words were about this. "Xu Xin, why don't I give you blue-level iron blocks, and you can make some blue-level crossbows for them? We're all part of the same organization, we can help each other." Li Wenxi was still wearing her washed-out novice outfit and was nestled on the sofa, showing no intention of going out. Qi Xuefei's official joining seemed to ease the previously cautious and probing relationships inside the Explorer, not just Li Wenxi, even Xu Xin recently began considering these people he'd never met as partners. Providing equipment for partners seems reasonable. Though he was still a bit surprised. "Do you have enough blue-level iron blocks?" "If you do, I have no objections." Previously, he had used up 12 blue-level iron blocks of hers to make the purple-level scale armor set. I gathered quite a bit. Supply outside the organization is definitely not enough, but internally it's fine." Seeing Xu Xin didn't object, Li Wenxi initiated the transaction, giving Xu Xin 6 blue blocks and a pile of green level iron blocks. You and I don't need it, Ji Chaoyang definitely doesn't need it either. The remaining 6 people, 6 blocks should be enough. When Xu Xin might not need it, she had killed mid-level mutant creatures and most likely had Ji Chaoyang make advanced weapons for her, which might be why she could leap from the treehouse to fight directly. Are you leaving the whole thing to me? Xu Xin clicked agree on the transaction. Yep, you're in charge as the boss, and I'll handle logistics and supplies. Isn't that great? When trading, don't say the iron blocks are from me. I just want to stay invisible. Otherwise, I'd be swarmed with people asking me for ores, which would be too troublesome. I sell anonymously on the trade platform. Saying this, Li Wenxi lay back on the sofa, looking up at her watch to show Xu Xin she really didn't want to move. Alright, leave it to me. I'll give you a share of the resources traded. Okay, sure. Xu Xin directly sent a message in the Explorer group, do you need blue-level crossbows? I have just enough blue-level iron blocks here, but you'll have to provide the blue-level beast tendons and wood yourselves. Zhao Xiaochuan, long live boss. I want it. I want it. I'll trade right now. Wang Lei, wow, finally, I don't have to use the green-level crossbow to shoot those crazy vines below. Qin Yunlong sent Xu Xin a message directly, I want 2 crossbows. Besides the blue-level iron blocks, I'll supply the other materials. Also, check out this resource, where I am, it only adds decoration value. I'm not sure what the decoration value is for, but it's a blue-level resource. I feel you might know its real use. Qin Yunlong sent him a resource description. Deepwater pearl, blue. A pearl produced by clams growing 100 meters deep, can increase decoration value when placed in a treehouse. 100 meters deep? Xu Xin was astonished. This Qin Yunlong has already started collecting resources from 100 meters underwater. Even in scale armor, which enhances resistance to water pressure, he could only dive around 25 meters deep. This guy went 100 meters deep and even further. He remembered he had a blue-level fish bladder that could increase resistance to water pressure but doubted it would help much even if he consumed it. Resources at 100 meters deep, you can dive that deep? Xu Xin couldn't help asking. Yes, I'm a professional diving instructor. 100 meters isn't much, my brother and I can both do it, replied Qin Yunlong. Xu Xion's lip twitched. I don't believe you. He's treating him like a diving novice. Even with a full set of professional diving equipment, 100 meters is a very deep dive. This ragtag team sure is talented. He's talented himself, not to mention Ji Chaoyang. Li Wenxi likely has abilities related to mining, Qi Shufa has pharmaceutical and herbal cultivation skills, when Xu Xin is mysteriously overpowered in combat, and Qin Yunlong and Qin Yunhu brothers can explore in such deep waters. The only missing ones are Zhao Xiaochuan and Wang Lei, the 2 chatty brothers. Can you send it over for me to have a look? Of course. Qin Yunlong wasn't worried Xu Xin would keep it for himself, readily agreed, and initiated the trade. When the trade completed, a notification sound rang out. Detected deepwater pearl, blue, placed in the treehouse, decoration score plus 20, current treehouse decoration score, 136.4. Wow, it actually added so much decoration score right away, while an unprocessed blue-grade crystal only added 3 points. Could this thing be a high-grade decoration item? Holding the gleaming white pearl in his hand, Xu Xion's identification ability was triggered, providing a more detailed description. Deepwater pearl, blue. A pearl produced by a shellfish that grows at a depth of 100 meters, and can be placed in a treehouse to increase the decoration score. It affects the survivors in the treehouse, temporarily enhancing the level of skills related to decoration score, but becomes ineffective after leaving the treehouse. Improve the level of skills related to the decoration score. Isn't this referring to his artist? Last time when he was carving the blue-grade statue, he couldn't proceed no matter what. At that time, he thought it must be his artist level or proficiency that was insufficient. Unexpectedly, today he obtained a blue-grade resource that can enhance the level. Xu Xin instantly felt like he hit the jackpot. For others, this might just be a 20-point decoration score, but for him, it is absolutely a treasure among treasures. Wait, could it also enhance his random amplification level? Xu Xin immediately checked the two sub-options in his decoration score interface, artist, and random amplification. Opening the artist option, a line of text appeared above the production list in the interface. Artist level, beginner artist. When Xu Xin put the deep-water pearl back into his backpack, the line disappeared, and when he took it out again, it reappeared. So his current skills aren't even at a beginner level. No wonder his carving and painting speed is so slow, and it consumes so much spiritual power. Then he opened the random amplification option, but there was no change. Xu Xin was slightly disappointed, but it didn't matter. This was probably because the random amplification ability didn't have a level hierarchy, and its effect was only related to the decoration score value. He immediately messaged Qin Yunlong, "Do you have any more of these pearls?" "I have 2 more, but taking more doesn't help, only 1 can increase the decoration score." It seems that these pearls, like crystals, can't increase the decoration score with duplicates. But Xu Xin wasn't thinking about that, he was thinking about skill levels. If they could repeatedly boost skills, then that would be fantastic. "Hey, could you send me another one? I want to test something," Xu Xin asked a bit sheepishly. "Why don't you believe me, huh?" "Alright, I'll send you another one," Qin Yunlong replied confidently, sending him another pearl. Xu Xin's top rank gave him the impression that Xu Xin wouldn't deceive him. Unfortunately, the second deep-water pearl didn't provide any decoration score boost or enhance his skills. It seems trying to quickly boost his artist level with just this item was a bit fanciful. He still has to rely on slowly honing his skills by himself. Xu Xin directly crafted 2 blue-grade crossbows and traded them back along with the second deep-water pearl. "What is this dash? No need to give me raw materials, 2 blue-grade crossbows for 1 pearl. This pearl is very useful to me. As I said before, if you find resources in the deep-water area in the future, consider offering them to me first. I will give you a satisfactory price." This kind of talent must be on good terms with, no need to haggle over these materials. He had plenty of blue-grade wood and blue-grade beast tendons. "Ha, thanks a lot. By the way, I want to buy some of your incendiary arrows, if possible. I can exchange them with resources." Xu Xin didn't make him trade any resources since he wasn't short on low-level resources himself, so he simply gifted him 40 incendiary arrows and advised him not to use them in the jungle. "Understood, thank you so much. Oh, by the way, you could also sell these deep-water pearls to Ji Chaoyang. He'll surely offer a good price," Xu Xin suggested on Ji Chaoyang's behalf. "Of course, you must know something else about this crystal, right? Whatever, since you're not saying, it must be useless to me. I'll get in touch with Ji Chaoyang. It's nothing secretive, it's related to the new abilities we acquired in the tornado. By the way, did you also go into the tornado?" "I went in after dark, but it didn't have the small wooden box you mentioned, just some resources. I must have entered too late and didn't acquire any new abilities. Ji Chaoyang and I are also researching this new ability. Once we've figured it out, we'll share it with you all." After ending the call, Xu Xin placed the deep-water pearl on the bookshelf in the study, nodding with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the explorers group was abuzz due to Xu Xin's sudden disappearance. Qi Xuefei, where did he go? Wang Lei, Boss Xu. Boss Xu. Calling Boss Xu. Zhao Xiaochuan, Boss Xu, I beg for a blue-grade crossbow, I've had enough of the vines. Wen Guixin, blue-grade crossbow. I also want one, all my high-end weapons are for close combat. Despite the noise in the group, Ji Chaoyang still hadn't appeared. However, Xu Xin wasn't worried about him encountering any trouble, he was probably busy outside and hadn't noticed the group messages. Xu Xin quickly made his presence known in the group, "I'm here, let's trade directly. If you've got special resources, we can discuss trading them." They didn't have any special resources, so Xu Xin took some symbolic blue-level fruit wood, and these straightaway went to Li Wenxi, no problem for him. Zhao Xiaochuan, thanks Boss Su. I'm off to gallop beneath the tree. Wang Lei, Boss Su basically just gave it for free, love you. Can you stop calling me Boss Su, it sounds awkward. Xu Xin wanted to draw closer to them, starting with the form of address was one of the best approaches. Zhao Xiaochuan, Brother Xin. Wang Lei, yes, just call him Brother Xin. Xu Xin, speechless, I'm not necessarily older than you guys. Wang Lei, brother doesn't mean age, it means status. The blunt patterned vine caused no damage to the treehouse for now, so instead of clearing the vines, the group started chatting. Qi Xuefa, Xu Xin, how old are you? You're definitely not older than me. Qi Xuefa had previously told them that she's about to graduate with a PhD, having spent 8 years in medicine for her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies, so she's roughly 26 years old. Well, I graduated with a bachelor's degree last year, studied at home for a year, just passed the entrance for my master's, and waiting to start, then I ended up here. Wen Guixin, what? You're actually younger than me, I'm a second-year graduate student. Wang Lei, they're all highly educated big shots, I'm quitting the group, a work for 3 years vocational degree wage slave has no human rights in this group. Qin Yunlong, do we really need to talk about education, then I'll quit the group too. Qin Yinhu, I'm not quitting, I have a bachelor's degree, and I think it's okay. Zhao Xiaochuan, I'm also an undergraduate. I'm currently in my 3rd year, are we the same age, brother? Qin Yinhu, oh, I've been working for nearly 8 years, turning 30 this year. Zhao Xiaochuan, brother who? Li Wenxi, you're all older than me, I'm only in my 2nd year, I'm actually the youngest. This was the first time in Explorers that they talked about age, bringing them a bit closer. Currently, it seems Li Wenxi is the youngest, around 18 or 19, not yet 20. Qin Yunlong and Qin Yinhu are the oldest brothers, already 30. Their team really occupies the full 18 to 30 age range. However, Ji Chaoyang was silent the whole time, which made Xu Xin curious. What was this guy doing now? Zhao Xiaochuan, hey, let's not talk about this. In any case, Brother Xin is awesome, I'm off to shoot vines. Wang Lei, I've been out for a while, I'm hanging under the treehouse chatting with you. The group returned to silence, and Xu Xin handed over all the other resources gathered from trading to Li Wenxi. Looking outside the window and confirming nothing unusual, he said to the uncomfortable bat lying on the windowsill, moving occasionally, if you want to go down, just go down, it's safe now, call me if you need anything. The bat let out a sharp sound and flapped its wings, flying under the tree crown to hang upside down. Compared to lying inside the treehouse, it really preferred hanging beneath it. Silver King and Mimi were sound asleep, while Kiki followed Xu Xin to the study. Why are you following me? Xu Xin sat down at the carving and painting workbench, looking at Kiki who curled into a ball on his leg, you can stay here, but I'm going to carve, you better not move. Meep. Kiki raised its head and responded, lying still on his leg. This little guy, why suddenly so clingy? Nonetheless, Xu Xin didn't overthink, he petted Kiki's little head and was eager to try carving. With the enhancement of the deep sea pearl, he was already an entry-level artist. Since he was already entry-level, could he process blue-level crystal and create blue-level sculptures? As it turns out, he was overthinking it. Holding the carving knife, Xu Xin stared at the crystal, etched with a few scratches, in front of him for a long time. Still didn't have that feeling of getting into state the moment the carving knife was raised, still that feeling of having no clue how to start. Sighing, Xu Xin put away the crystal. It seemed that blue-level carving required a higher level of artistic skill. He then took out a piece of green-level crystal and picked up the carving knife again. This time, the familiar feeling came, countless inspirations bubbled up in his mind, and the carving knife in his hand began to carve rapidly. He could clearly feel that his speed and precision were faster and more accurate than before, his movements were more fluid. This was the entry-level feeling. Phew. Not knowing how long had passed, Xu Xin let out a breath, ceased his actions, and placed the carving knife and the freshly made sculpture on the desk. This time it was Afu's small sculpture, depicting Afu with its wings spread, flying. The tiny sculpture was vivid, as if it might soar up directly the next moment. Detected bat blue crystal sculpture, green, placed in treehouse, treehouse decoration +10, current treehouse decoration, 146.4. Xu Xin reached out and took down the first small Kiki sculpture from the redwood cabinet, comparing it with this time small Afu sculpture. Some details on the Afu sculpture were more detailed than on the Kiki sculpture. Detail for sure, aside from improved technique, his random ability today, enhanced vision, also provided significant help during the carving. The crystal was small, but under his microscope-like eyes, it was completely exposed. However, this more detailed Afu sculpture still only added 10 points to the decoration. Perhaps 10 points was the maximum decoration a green-level sculpture could add. However, the advantage of improved technique is quite significant. This time, the consumption of spiritual power for carving was much less than before. Xu Xin used his index finger to rub his temples and squinted his somewhat dry eyes. Although he felt slightly fatigued, it was far more manageable than the previous sensation of wanting to fall asleep immediately. Looking at the time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that only half an hour had passed since he started carving. Previously, a carving would take 2 hours. Efficiency has directly increased fourfold. Is this what a beginner-level artist is like? The treehouse has yet to complete its upgrade, and the role of decorative achievements is unknown, but judging from his rewards, the functions provided by the decorative achievements will definitely not be too poor. If the artist's level continues to rise, the time required for him to make carvings will become shorter and shorter. When it shrinks to just a dozen minutes or a few minutes per carving, he will be able to sell sculptures, provide carvings for others, and increase decorative achievements. With satisfaction, Xu Xin nodded his head and placed the small statues of Kiki and Afu on the bookshelf. His bookshelf was not filled with books, instead, it resembled a display cabinet, displaying his sculptures of Kiki, Mimi, Afu, and a shimmering white deep-water pearl. It was still missing a small sculpture of the Silver King. Although he had already drawn a portrait of the Silver King, the portrait was a traditional ink painting, depicting only the shape of a wolf, which was a bit of a stretch to call it the Silver King. He then took out a piece of crystal, picked up the carving knife, and once again immersed himself in the carving state. Soon, the carving of the Silver King was completed. Detected that the Wolf King white crystal statue, green, is placed in the treehouse, treehouse decorative achievements +10, current treehouse decorative achievements, 156.4. He placed the small sculpture of the Silver King on the same level as the previous 3 sculptures on the mahogany bookshelf, with the 4 different colored small sculptures lined up, creating a visual delight. Kiki, who was originally lying on Xu Xin's lap, noticed that he was no longer carving, got up, spotted the 4 small sculptures lined up on the mahogany bookshelf, and widened its eyes, letting out a "veem" sound. How about it, isn't it lifelike? Xu Xin was somewhat proud. A few days ago, he was still an outsider to carving, and now he could easily carve such vivid small sculptures. Veem. Kiki nodded vigorously, even mimicking the pose of the Kiki small sculpture. Haha. Xu Xin petted Kiki's furry tail, just about to say something, when suddenly Kiki turned its head to look out the window. Veem. It freed itself from Xu Xin's hand, jumped to the window, and looked outside. At the same moment, outside the treehouse came the high-pitched screech of bats, and the sound of something breaking through the ground. Even the floor of the treehouse was vibrating continuously. Xu Xin's expression changed. Something is wrong. He stood up from his seat, feeling a weight on his head. Carving 2 green-level sculptures consecutively had not been a small burden on his spirit. He immediately ate an orange, restoring his spiritual power to its peak, and quickly walked to the window to look outside. Xu Xin gasped. He saw that underneath his treehouse and all around it, which he had previously cleared, had grown dense blood-patterned vine far thicker than before. Why are there so many blood-patterned vine emerging for no reason? But what allowed him to temporarily breathe a sigh of relief were those blood-patterned vines not attacking the treehouse, rather gently swaying their branches in the breeze beneath the treehouse. Xu Xin narrowed his eyes. This sensation is very strong, almost like the swinging vines in the red mist last night. Those vines seem to be restricted by some rules or watched by something powerful, not daring to attack easily, only swaying to ease the urge to attack. But once they make a move, it would be a catastrophic blow filled with immense power. The local conflicts between the blood-pattern vine and the blood-thorn vine that erupted from time to time last night astonished him, as they refrained from taking action until they did so with piercing force or sweeping destruction. Are these blood-thorn vines the same as last night? And how did they appear? Did they grow from seeds or emerge from the underground? Looking at the map, he unexpectedly found that there were red dots only beneath and around his treehouse, completely surrounding it, while no other places had any red dots. These blood-thorn vines are entirely aimed at his treehouse. Afyu, come up, don't stay below. Xu Xin called out. Just because the blood-pattern vines wouldn't attack above 5 meters doesn't mean these blood-thorn vines would behave similarly. Afyu heard the call and flew from the study's window into the room. Seeing the vines weren't attacking, Kiki wasn't tense anymore, pulling Afyu to look at Xu Xin's sculptures with him. Xu Xin eyed the blood-thorn vine below, his hands itching. Since you're not attacking, let me give it a try. Ordinary crossbow bolts might not be effective against these blood-thorn vines, but he has explosive crossbow bolts. If it weren't for the fear of causing a jungle fire, Xu Xin would have fired several burning arrows downward to ignite these dense blood-pattern vines now. He wasn't the only one experiencing this situation on the region channel. So many vines have emerged outside. Are these thorn vines? They're all spiky. Oh my, a blessing for those with trypophobia. These thorny vines are actually attacking the previously emerged vines. It's the same here, those red patterned vines have all been hacked to pieces. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. These patterned vines kept relentlessly whipping the treehouse's trunk. It was driving me crazy. Why aren't these thorny vines attacking the treehouse, though? Oh. Xu Xin's eyes widened. The first thing the blood-thorn vines do when they emerge is kill the remaining blood-pattern vines. The blood-pattern vines on his side had long been cleared by him, so the blood-thorn vines here just swayed gently in the wind, showing no inclination or intent to attack. Just as he speculated, although blood-pattern vines and blood-thorn vines are underground monsters, they actually belong to different factions and will kill each other when given a chance. It seems that the relationships between underground monsters are unusually complex too. Like the lake giant python and the streambed giant crocodile, although both are giant beasts, one appears as a bright red dot on the map, a solid enemy, while the other harbors considerable goodwill, helping him and even leaving him some purple-grade resources. Perhaps not all those underground monsters are enemies. Of course, the spread of blood-thorn vines under the treehouse is certainly an enemy. Seeing the cluster of red dots on the map triggered Xu Xin's trypophobia. Explorers, group. Wan Lei, oh my god, I just cleaned up down there, and now a bunch more popped out. These vines even help clean up the previous batch automatically. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered. Qin Yunlong, at least you gained materials, didn't you? Those are the raw materials for burning arrows and explosives. Wan Lei, I haven't had time to clean up the vines on the ground. I was too focused on killing them, thinking I'd clear them all up together after killing them. But just when I cleared a few, these vines appeared. I had no choice but to retreat. I really lost big. Qi Shuefe, hey, did you keep the vines you've dealt with? I just discovered that the remaining parts of these vines can be used as one of the ingredients for low-level healing medicine. Wen Guixin, oh, you're saying that too late. I left them down there, didn't bring them up. Li Wenxi, I have some, I'll give them to you. Xu Xin didn't expect these vines to be used for low-level healing medicine. He looked out the window towards the treehouse, those dead vines were still piled up below. Xu Xin decided to strike first. He could make explosive arrows and should be able to handle these blood-thorn vines outside. Xu Xin sent a message to Li Wenxi, how much saltpeter do you have left? Is it a lot? Li Wenxi replied instantly, I have plenty of green-grade saltpeter. I went twice yesterday, and Aniu carried back a lot. Do you need it? I'll give you some. Li Wenxi sent a trade request immediately, giving him 50 kilograms of green-grade saltpeter. 2 kilograms of green-grade saltpeter can produce 20 explosive arrows, 50 kilograms can make 500, quite enough. Thanks for giving me so much, are you sure you have enough for yourself? 50 kilograms is quite a lot. Li Wenxi indicated nonchalantly in her message. Alright, having a wealthy partner with a mind sure is nice. He currently had 20 explosive arrows ready, let's test the effect first. Just as he prepared everything and was about to head out, Kiki ran over. Eep. Kiki did not climb onto his shoulder but nudged Xu Xin inward, not wanting him to go out. What's the matter, Kiki? Xu Xin felt something was off. He noticed that Kiki was exceptionally clingy while he was carving. Normally, when everything's fine, it comfortably lounges on the sofa and never deliberately snuggles into his embrace. Its behavior seemed like it instinctively sensed danger, sticking close to Xu Xin, needing to nestle in his arms while he carved just to find some security. Eep eep. Kiki pointed outside and called out, then stood up, raising both paws and making a clawing gesture. It was using its way to inform Xu Xin that there's a monster outside, cautioning not to go out, it's extremely dangerous. However, its actions lacked deterrence, making it seem more adorable instead. Despite the cuteness, Xu Xin wouldn't pet Kiki at this moment. He furrowed his brows. Are you saying there's another monster outside besides those vines, and it's a big one? Eep. Kiki nodded intensely, continuing to push at Xu Xin's foot, not wanting him to exit. Given that, let's observe the situation first. Kiki's intuition about danger has never been wrong. Picking up Kiki, who continued pushing his calf, Xu Xin settled back on the sofa. On the region channel, everyone was talking about the blood thorn vines outside, yet no one dared to go out, and Xu Xin noticed something abnormal. The number of people on the region channel was slowly decreasing one by one. How did these people die? Xu Xin could only remind them again in the region channel not to reveal themselves, not to go out, more terrifying entities might exist outside. Simultaneously, he also messaged within the explorers, did someone already go out? Li Wenxi, Sister Gui Xin should have already gone out, said she wanted to go take a look, scout the way for us. Xu Xin glanced at the records. Sure enough, 3 minutes ago, when Gui Xin had already mentioned she was going out to hunt down the blood pattern vine. Then let's wait for her to return before discussing further. I understand. You'd better not go out again. There might be more terrifying things out there. Without her strong combat skills, it's dangerous for you to venture outside. Xu Xin reminded them. Wang Lei, got it, Brother Xin. Zhao Xiaochuan, we're also waiting for Beauty One to return, let's observe the situation first. Qi Xuefei, I also feel that there might be other dangers outside. A wise choice. In terms of combat power, when Gui Xin is certainly stronger than him. At least, he wouldn't dare to charge into a group of blood pattern vines slaughtering left and right. Even though he has the scale armor, his face is still exposed. If the vines immobilize him and attack his face, he couldn't resist at all. Let's wait for her to return and assess the situation. If she doesn't make it back, Xu Xin going out might end up in disaster too. He looked at the time, it was already noon. Time for lunch. This time, let's eat the blue-level fish bladder that he obtained earlier. Arriving at the 4th floor plantation, the green-level vegetables he planted had all matured, and the blue-level fruit tree in the center had nearly fully grown, and would bear fruit in a few days. Looking at the 100 square meter, lush little plantation, Xu Xin felt a bit accomplished and nodded with satisfaction. This looks really nice. While others were entirely dependent on the jungle for food, he foresaw the importance of setting up plantations and ice cellars. Recently, relying on the jungle was no longer possible, most people were going hungry, but he could still enjoy fresh vegetables. Although the meat was frozen, mutant beast meat was incredibly delicious, and even frozen it was good. Fresh meat is still better. After this crisis passes and the treehouse upgrades, perhaps some internal space will increase, and then he can use the extra space as a farm. That would be perfect. He casually picked a few vegetables, planning to make a hearty lunch, but turning around he saw Kiki standing behind him behaving oddly. It was near noon, the sun shining brightly, its rays streaming through the glass ceiling into the fourth-floor plantation. Even without looking directly up, Xu Xin felt the glare and squinted his eyes. But after Kiki followed him up, she stared blankly at the sky, completely oblivious to the dazzling sunlight. It wasn't the first time Xu Xin witnessed Kiki like this, the previous time was the night before the rainy season arrived. Kiki stared at the dazzling starry sky for a long time, feeling as though there was something up there. At that time, he asked Kiki what it was, but Kiki couldn't answer, not even knowing if there was danger. Xu Xin shielded his eyes from the sun and looked up. Not a cloud in sight, only the azure sky, nothing else, not even a single bird. What's wrong, Kiki? What are you looking at? Xu Xin lifted Kiki from the ground. Eep. Kiki tilted her head as before, unable to explain, finally burying her head in Xu Xin's arms. After a last glance at the glaring sky, Xu Xin no longer dwelled on it and turned to walk down. Even if there was something up there, it's beyond his reach now, better to fill his stomach first. He roasted a piece of meat for Kiki and Afu while he stir-fried a dish with the broken fish bladder, eating while watching the movements outside, in the regional channel, and among the explorers. The regional channel still showed the total number occasionally dropping, uncertain why. So far, no one shared their experiences of going outside. Perhaps the reason is none of those who went out made it back alive, resulting in such a situation. After finishing the dish completely, Xu Xin felt a change in his body, probably his breathing felt smoother, and his lung capacity increased. Not bad, now he can dive deeper underwater. After tidying up the dishes, just as he sat on the sofa, when Xu Xin spoke in the group. I'm back, these vines are interesting, very aggressive, and different from before. They split and multiply the more you kill them. Multiply the more you kill. However, she hadn't encountered any large monsters, easing Xu Xin's worry. When Xu Xin began to recount her detailed experience over the past few minutes. Wearing iron armor and wielding her strongest weapon, she just stepped outside, still suspended in mid-air without descending yet, she was fiercely attacked by the blood-patterned vines. Countless vines below violently swung towards her. Seeing these vines could reach her, she directly hung beneath the treehouse, engaging the vines in combat with melee weapons. Xu Xin twitched his mouth. Fighting vines with melee weapons while hanging mid-air against a swarm of blood-patterned vines, that combat power is rather ridiculous. While fighting the vines, she sustained considerable injuries but also killed quite a few vines. However, during the battle, to her horror, she discovered that the vines she cut into segments, shockingly, were still active like worms. Each segment wriggled into the ground crevices, and within seconds grew into a thick blood-patterned vine. Every cut segment retained its own life, able to regrow into a complete vine. Destroying the root doesn't work either. Did you try explosive arrows? Xu Xin asked. Tried, but it doesn't work. The remaining segment above still reinserts into the soil, revitalized as if the land provides infinite energy to them. When Xu Xin replied. Xu Xin fell into contemplation. How to solve this? Just then, his watch vibrated. Glancing at it, his gaze froze. It was a private message from Ji Chaoyang. Xu Xin, near the treehouse, there's a major threat. Xu Xin immediately replied, what did you find? Have you been outside all this time? Ji Chaoyang directly initiated a video call, and he immediately answered. Speak softly, are you in the treehouse? The voice on the other end was very low, as if someone didn't want to be overheard. The video was very dark, and he could hardly see anything, but he could hear Ji Chaoyang's heartbeat, thumping loudly. I am. Where are you? Is there danger around? Xu Xin also lowered his voice. What's happening? The heartbeat sound is so loud. Currently, there's no danger, but... Ji Chaoyang's voice was full of gravity, if the giant thing not far in front of me is startled, it'll be another story. A giant thing? Xu Xin's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Ji Chaoyang's voice lowered even further. Ji Chaoyang took a few steps forward, then turned the camera to face ahead of him. Upon seeing the scene in the video, Xu Xin's pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath. A massive cave filled the entire screen, at least over 10 meters high. Inside this cave, countless mutant vines were growing wildly, hanging on the cave walls, growing obliquely, and even crawling on the ground, seemingly chaotic yet forming an overall spherical shape. Enveloped by this ball of vines was a colossal 5 to 6 meter tall mass of blood-red flesh. The flesh mass resembled a heart, pulsating incessantly. It turns out the pounding heartbeat sound he just heard wasn't coming from Ji Chaoyang, but from this giant heart beating. Is this some Lovecraftian monster? Just looking at it makes one's sanity value plummet. As for why the video was no longer dark, it was because the giant heart, along with the blood patterns and spikes on the surrounding vines, were all emitting a blood-red glow. Moreover, with each heartbeat, the red glow flickered. The mutant vines swaying with the mist in the red mist, the blood patterns and spikes on those vines were also glowing blood-red, eerily similar to what he saw. And at this moment, the flickering red glow on the vines and heart made the entire cave seem incredibly sinister and terrifying. The blood patterns lighting up represented enhanced strength, and it was this central, giant heart that caused the blood patterns and spikes on the vines to glow. He recalled Keek's warning to him. Near the treehouse, there was a creature different from the vines, one incredibly dangerous. Is it, this kind of creature? Where are you? In an underground cave? Xu Xin asked. If there were such a large creature on the ground, his map would definitely mark its location. His map was quite effective for ground creatures. In reality, the map didn't mark it, thus, it must be underground. That's right, it's in a cave, and the entrance is just a few hundred meters from the treehouse. Ji Chaoyang retracted the camera, and the screen plunged back into darkness. Suddenly, Ji Chaoyang hung up the video, leaving Xu Xin stunned. It's inconvenient to talk, I just wanted you to see the monster through the video. Let's communicate via typing. Are you still near that heart? No, I left. It was too oppressive there, I feared something might happen. So you've gone a few hundred meters away from the treehouse? Xu Xin asked, when did you go out? It's a long story. Do you remember me telling you this morning that my random ability today is enhanced hearing? You heard the heartbeat, so you went looking for the sound source, Xu Xin realized. That's right. After gaining this ability, this heartbeat-like sound kept echoing from the direction not far from the treehouse. The slow and powerful thumping intrigued me, making me wonder what could be producing it. So I geared up and prepared to check out the sound source. Hearing a heartbeat through several hundred meters underground suggests this hearing enhancement is quite potent. I've read everything you guys were discussing in the group. My method was similar to yours. I cleared all the mutant vines under the treehouse to ensure its temporary safety, then cleared a path towards the heartbeat-like sound direction. After about 30 meters from the treehouse, no more vines protruded from the ground. Only within 30 meters of the treehouse are there vines. Xu Xin couldn't help but ask. He just cleared the vines under the treehouse and didn't proceed outward. Yes, beyond 30 meters, there's not much difference from the usual treehouse protected area, Ji Chaoyang explained, it was pretty much safe. So, I headed towards the sound, eventually arriving at the cave several hundred meters away. A cave? Xu Xin asked again, is it the type of cave that appeared in the protected area? Is it the kind of deep cavern found in the salt mine cave or the lake bottom of the hilly resource zone? The exterior is nearly identical, about a 2-meter diameter hole, with a faint fragrance wafting out. The difference is, this hole doesn't seem bottomless, it inclines downwards, towards the treehouse, and the sound came from the cave. I hesitated for a long time and finally decided to go down. Following the cave to the end, that's the scene you just saw. It really frightened me. Ji Chaoyang simply recounted his experience, yet Xu Xin still felt the immense danger lurking within. A heart wrapped in countless mutant vines, emitting a dim red glow, and with its continuous beating, influencing and strengthening the surrounding vines' capabilities. Could it be that this heart is the mastermind controlling these vines? If that's true, destroying this heart might be the key to winning this treehouse defense battle. You probably can't come back now, the treehouse is surrounded by blood-spiked vines. Have you tried attacking that heart? Xu Xin asked. There wasn't any reply for a long time. What's going on? Are you still there? Xu Xin asked tentatively again, but there was still no response. Something must have happened over there. Xu Xin took a breath, walked to the window, and looked outside. The range where the bloodthorn vine spread was just below and around the treehouse. The furthest bloodthorn vine was only about 30 meters away from the treehouse. It seems that although the treehouse's protective ability has weakened, those underground mutant plants don't spread throughout the protected area. The mutant vines only appear in this surrounding region around the treehouse. However, being far from the treehouse doesn't mean it's a good choice to leave. This activity is called the treehouse defense battle. Protecting the treehouse is the most important thing. What's the use of just surviving on your own? That mysterious voice also said more than once, absolutely must not abandon the treehouse, so even if the area outside the treehouse is safe, these survivors must fight to defend the treehouse. Looking at the densely packed bloodthorn vines around him, Xu Xin also felt a bit scalp numb. A range of 30 meters sounds small, but it covers an area of 2,800 square meters, enough for 28 treehouses, so the area around a treehouse is completely surrounded by layers of bloodthorn vines. Trying to break through these bloodthorn vine encirclements and rush out is an extremely difficult task. Xu Xin shared the information he got from Ji Chaoyang with all the explorers. Of course, he didn't mention the random amplification skill. That kind of skill is more appropriate as an unexpected trump card and isn't suitable to expose to others. So he just said Ji Chaoyang wanted to go out to explore and ended up discovering monsters. Zhao Xiaochuan, my god. Boss Ji is too bold. Even with the treehouse protection weakening, he dares to run outside the treehouse to explore. Qi Xuefei, he was a bit reckless this time. What if after leaving, the treehouse gets attacked by something? Luckily these vines didn't initiate an attack this time. Wen Guixin, heart. These vines keep growing repeatedly, is it related to that heart? Xu Xin thought the same. He asked Wen Guixin, so are the vines under your tree more now? If that's true, then attacking the vines is not an option for him. Oh, they're all dead. Xu Xin, question mark. Qin Yunlong, question mark. Wang Lei. Li Wenxi, I just used your method to test them and then used my method to solve them. Xu Xin, so, how did you solve it? Wen Guixin, a worm splits into two when broken, how do you kill a worm? My method isn't applicable to you, nor can it help you much, so initially, I chose just to help test it out for you. Zhao Xiaochuan, do you have some kind of superpower or something? Wen Guixin, so it's okay for Sister Xuefei to have special abilities, but not me? Li Wenxi, wow, Sister Guixin is strong. In the group, everyone tacitly chose not to mention this matter anymore. Everyone has their own little secrets. Xu Xin began to consider how he would kill the vines. Killing a worm is actually easy, place it under the sun to dry out or simply stomp it flat. The first method can be achieved with burning arrows, burn the bloodthorn vines. But this group of vines is under the treehouse, using burning arrows is equivalent to burning the treehouse, and the vines reach is 30 meters, already deep into the forest. Igniting the vines is the same as setting the whole forest on fire, it's pure suicide. Did Wen Guixin go into the vine group and go on a killing spree? Xu Xin was somewhat envious of such combat power. Compared to her battle power, his creator's authority feels a bit lacking. He doesn't know when he can unlock the next level. He looked out the window again, those vines showed no signs of attacking the treehouse, just swaying continuously in the wind. Huh. Xu Xin's eyes focused. The bloodthorn vines showed something unusual. He noticed that the roots of these vines suddenly began emitting a red glow, and with his enhanced vision, he could see the red glow slowly climbing upwards. This red light is just like in Ji Chaoyang's video, flickering in and out, like the beat of a heart, pulsing continuously. Indeed, these vines are related to that big heart. There's also a heart near his treehouse underground responsible for providing energy to the vines. Looking at the speed of the red glow ascent, it won't be long before the bloodthorn vines' bloodthorns are fully lit. By then, the actions these fully reinforced bloodthorn vines might take are unpredictable. No, he can't continue to sit back and wait, he must go out and destroy the culprit that caused all this. Perhaps if he destroys that heart, the treehouse defense battle can be won. Suddenly, red light gleamed behind him, and Xu Xin, already sensitive to red glow, was startled, immediately turning to look in its direction. Fortunately, the source of the red light was Silver King and Mimi. At this moment, they were still lying on the ground, but the blood patterns on their bodies began to emit a strong glow. Xu Xin's face showed joy, the suspended feeling in his heart eased a bit. Is it, they are going to evolve successfully? Xu Xin immediately walked to the two beasts, carefully observing their changes. Not only were the blood patterns on the two beasts glowing, but even the radiation stone placed on the long cabinet was leaking a few strands of red light through the blemishes on the stone. Afu, who had somehow ended up by the radiation stone, also had the blood patterns on its body emitting a faint glow. Seeing Xu Xin approaching, Afu let out a soft cry, flapped its wings twice, and Xu Xin noticed that its size had somehow increased again. It seemed that this time the upgrade of the Silver King and Mimi had caused some changes in the radiation stone, bringing considerable benefits to Afu. The Silver King, lying against the wall, stirred and was the first to wake up. It slowly opened its eyes, its blood-red pupils filled with a violent emotion, and its pair of long and sharp wolf teeth appeared even more exaggerated than before it had slumbered. With the awakening of the Silver King, the radiation stone on the long cabinet suddenly emitted a faint but crisp cracking sound, and then a glaring red glow burst forth, striking Xu Xin in an instant. At that moment, Xu Xin's head felt swollen, and his skin itched slightly. He seemed to feel something trying to emerge from his skin, from his head. Ing. Kiki tugged at his clothes, then hid behind the sofa to avoid being exposed to that red light. Xu Xin quickly followed suit, ate an orange and a strawberry, which finally eliminated the feeling of his head swelling. He rubbed his arm, which was covered in goosebumps. Ing. Kiki tugged at Xu Xin's clothes again, its eyes fixed on his mouth. It did get one blue-level fruit a day as pay. Was it craving again, this little one, still thinking about food at a time like this? Xu Xin handed it a blue-level apple, and Kiki immediately leaned against the back of the sofa, gnawing on the apple, its face showing a small blissful expression. The red light shone past the side of the sofa, casting the sofa's shadow onto the wooden wall in front of Xu Xin. This red light reminded him of the story Chang Yin had told him. No, it wasn't a story, it was a fact that happened on this planet 50 years ago. An unknown red light bathed this planet, turning the entire half of the planet's flora and fauna into mutated creatures. Even humans were not spared, all becoming monsters that lost their self-will. Could this red light be the same that caused the mutation 50 years ago? The full name of the radiation stone is polluted radiation stone, and perhaps this stone had experienced something in the great catastrophe 50 years ago, which is why it contained the energy that could cause biological mutations. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect ordinary organisms, but it had just shown slight cracks, thus releasing the energy stored within in the form of red light. Fortunately, it's not something like nuclear radiation, otherwise, hiding or not wouldn't make much difference. Xu Xin slightly peered over, only to see the Silver King baring its teeth, its wolf-like body trembling as if enduring unbearable pain, then it let out a piercing howl towards the sky, a wood dash. The blood patterns on the Silver King exploded with glaring red light, just like when a statue on an altar shatters, and Xu Xin felt his head swelling again, quickly ducking back behind the sofa. A lazy meow came from behind him. Mimi had been awakened by the Silver King's howl. Judging by its voice, it didn't seem to be in as much pain as the Silver King, sounding instead like it had just woken up. Xu Xin couldn't help but peek out again and relaxed when he saw that the blood patterns on Mimi also showed noticeable changes. He was a little worried that Mimi had failed to evolve. Having finished the apple, Kiki let out a small burp, climbed into Xu Xin's arms, and waited with him for the other two to finish evolving. A wood dash, another howl from the Silver King triggered noises outside the treehouse. What was happening outside? Holding Kiki, he quickly ran to the study, where the red light couldn't reach. At the window, Xu Xin was surprised to find the blood-thorn vines bending downwards as if intimidated by the Silver King's howl, and even the red glow emanating from their roots dimmed a bit. Was the Silver King intimidating them? Xu Xin looked at the base of the vines. The fluctuating red glow had already climbed nearly 30 centimeters up from the roots. It didn't seem to gain ground very fast. The vines were about 10 meters long, and in only a few minutes, they had gained just a little over 30 centimeters. By this speed, all the blood thorns on these vines would fully glow in 6 to 7 hours. It was just past midday, meaning if he didn't want these vines to be fully empowered, Xu Xin needed to find the heart-like thing and destroy it before nightfall. Outside the study, the red light hadn't stopped. Kiki climbed onto the bookshelf, playing happily by nudging the small crystal statues with its paws. Xu Xin wasn't in a hurry to go outside. He planned to wait for the two beasts to finish evolving and go out together. With their evolved forms, breaking through the vine group shouldn't be difficult, especially since the Silver King's howl alone could make the vine group below hesitate. Before that, he decided to share this hypothesis with the other explorers. He hadn't even opened his mouth when Xu Xin suddenly spoke in the group. Another batch of vines has grown outside my treehouse. Xu Xin's eyes trembled slightly, confirming that unless the underground heart was destroyed, these vines could not be eradicated. The energy source powering them must be destroyed. Li Wenxi, did you notice that the thorns at the base of these vines are all glowing red? Xu Xin directly shared his hypothesis with them and told them that if anyone had the ability to break through the vine barricade, they should seek out that heart. It might be the key to this defensive battle. When Xu Xin supported Xu Xin's hypothesis, I was just about to set out when, after preparing my supplies, those vines grew again under the treehouse. I can confirm that these aren't the ones I killed resurrected, they're new growth. Xu Xin's theory makes a lot of sense. Unless we destroy the heart underground, these vines might be endless. Li Wenxi, oh my god, but how are we going to break through these vines outside? Qin Yunlong, I don't think I can make it through. Xu Xin, if you don't have the ability to break out of the protective circle, then don't go out. Stay in the treehouse and wait for news from me, Ji Chaoyang, and Xu Xin. There should be other solutions, otherwise, there might not be many people left after this event. Xu Xin sent several messages to Ji Chaoyang, but there was no response. This slightly dampened Xu Xin's spirits. What danger was near the heart, preventing him from even sending a reply? Especially given Ji Chaoyang's character, if there was information that could help them, he would share it immediately. Yet this time, he only sent Xu Xin a video and disappeared halfway through. It seems the level of risk in this operation is definitely high. Hold on a moment, Qi Shuefei suddenly spoke in the group. I've made new pills using these vines, I'll send them to you. Xu Xin immediately received a trade request. The other party has initiated a trade, pain relief pills, green, *2 for nothing. Pain relief pills. Xu Xin quickly clicked to agree, and 2 dark green pills appeared in his hand. Pain relief pills, green, a pill that can numb the nerves of pain, allowing the survivor to feel no pain at all, takes effect immediately, lasting for 5 minutes. The effect is immediate and it's not just reducing pain, but feeling no pain at all. These are remarkably strong pain relief pills. Qi Shuefei, these pills can let you feel no pain at all for a certain period, but can't heal injuries. Healing requires coagulant herbs. Coagulant herbs need to be ground on site and applied to the wound, which is too cumbersome for combat or escape. This pain relief pill perfectly compensates for that. Xu Xin, this medicine is just perfect for me. Li Wenxi, feels like this medicine could greatly improve my fighting prowess. I'm always afraid of pain and don't dare to go all out. Wang Lei, for a short time, how short is that? Qi Shuefei, I'm not sure, it's just been made. They didn't have Xu Xin's ability to identify it and didn't know the effects last for 5 minutes. Xu Xin, I know, it lasts for 5 minutes. The group was silent for a moment, then returned to normal. Zhao Xiaochuan, 5 minutes, feels a bit short. Xu Xin, it's enough, it only needs to stop pain from hindering action. Just apply the coagulant herb within 5 minutes. Too long isn't good either, pain is an essential sense. No one questioned how Xu Xin knew, as everyone had their unique abilities. There was no need to dig into others' abilities. Only Qi Xuefei sent him a private message, "Can you really see the duration of the drug's effects? I'll send you another one to check." With that, she initiated a trade, and Xu Xin received it. Another green pill appeared in his hand. Coagulant pill, blue upon consumption, it can quickly recover from external and internal injuries within 2 hours, 1 pill every 24 hours. This pill's effect made Xu Xin's eyes widen. Is this made from blue coagulant herb? How is it? Qi Xuefei asked. Recovers all injuries within 2 hours of taking, only 1 pill per day. Xu Xin explained the detailed effects. You really can tell. Xu Xin could feel Qi Xuefei's words filled with joy. Xu Xin, help me test the medicines I create from now on. Without clinical trials, I can't ascertain the effects myself. No problem, it's a small favor. Xu Xin agreed to Qi Xuefei's request readily. Then this pill is yours. But unless it's urgent, use the coagulant herb. This pill is much costlier than a single coagulant herb, and I've only made 3. Okay, I understand, thanks. Xu Xin seemed reluctant to return the pill. Hearing her words, he accepted it directly. As he put away the pill, the red glow outside the study gradually dimmed. Xu Xin walked out of the study, and Kiki leapt down from the shelf, following him out the door. The radiation stone on the long cabinet had split into 2 halves, turning into a dull ordinary stone. Just as Xu Xin appeared in the living room, the 2 beasts crouched on the ground immediately turned, their 4 blood-red eyes all fixed on him. The bodies of the Silver King and Mimi had grown larger, the blood-red patterns on them becoming more vibrant and beautiful. Xu Xin instinctively glanced at the map and found that these 2 were still represented by green dots, indicating companions, which calmed him down. He was really worried that these 2 might break the contract after leveling up, especially Mimi, since the mutated beast contract only worked on lower-level mutated beasts. Now it seemed that the increase in strength after the contract did not affect it. Just after taking a few steps, the Silver King suddenly lunged forward. Bang! Xu Xin was knocked to the ground, landing on his back on the floor. Eek! Kiki was startled, instinctively wanting to claw at the Silver King, but its claws dug into the Silver King's fur without causing any harm. Xu Xin, however, did not dodge because he did not sense any malice from the Silver King. Sure enough, after knocking Xu Xin down, the Silver King licked his face, making a whining sound like a big dog begging for attention. The 2 wolf fangs, looking thicker and sharper than before, swayed across Xu Xin's face but perfectly avoided touching him. Huh, alright, alright. Xu Xin pushed the Silver King's mouth away. The Silver King was still the same Silver King, but now, having become a mid-level mutated beast, its personality seemed more proactive. Mimi also approached, and its gaze toward Xu Xin was much friendlier than before. Xu Xin noticed that Mimi's front claws had also become sharper, leaving small holes in the treehouse floor with each step. Mimi, retract your claws, don't pierce the floor. Xu Xin jumped up immediately. Although the treehouse would automatically repair itself, it couldn't withstand Mimi piercing it with every step. Mimi let out a dissatisfied meow. It had actually retracted its claws halfway, but the upgrade had made them longer and sharper, so even when retracted, they still caused significant damage. It adjusted its posture, slowly retracting its sharp nails further. Although some still protruded, they no longer harmed the treehouse floor. Phew! Xu Xin breathed a sigh of relief, at least he didn't have to worry about Mimi dismantling the house with every step. Afyu also flew over and landed on Mimi. Wow, you've grown so big too. Xu Xin was surprised. With just a few flaps of Afyu's wings, he realized its wingspan was almost 2 meters. Moreover, the blood veins on the inside of its wings were extremely bright, looking completely different from before. He didn't know what type of creature Afyu was, but it was never a very large bat. Afyu was the largest he had picked from the entire bat colony, but initially, its wingspan was less than a meter, appearing quite small on his shoulder. But now, good heavens, it was almost as big as the bald eagle he had seen. Afu let out a squeaky call. Even though its body had grown significantly, its call was still just as high-pitched. Xu Xin patted Silver King's head and joked, "Silver King, out of you four, you're the only one who's not a whiny creature." "Awo!" The Silver King howled, raising its head. Definitely, Kiki and Afu were typical whiny creatures. Mimi, though a giant, still had a thin cat-like meow. Without the vocal structure of a big cat from the Panthera genus, she would be stuck with meowing for life. Xu Xin took them to the window and started explaining his plan, pointing at the vines outside. To break through the area, they first needed a landing point. He had to use explosive arrows to blow up the vines below the treehouse, creating a landing zone, then take Silver King and Mimi down. After that, it would be their time to shine. These bloodthorn vines were low-level mutated creatures, relying solely on their numbers. The Silver King and Mimi, now middle-level mutated beasts, even their roars could intimidate them, making it feasible to carve a path out of the vine cluster. "Silver King, try roaring once more." "Awu." "Woo, awu dash." Although unsure of Xu Xin's intent, the Silver King lifted its head and let out another roar. As the Silver King roared, the vines below the treehouse retracted downwards, reducing in height. It seemed there was no problem. The two beasts still had a strong deterrent effect on the bloodthorn vines. Mimi and the Silver King weren't ordinary mid-level mutated beasts. They were the largest individuals in their groups, born different and inherently powerful. Becoming mutated beasts only enhanced their existing strength. Not all mutated beasts of the same level had equal strength. Like the mid-level mutated wildcat summoned from the altar, which was killed with a single slap by a non-mutated tiger. The base strength mattered. If the initial strength was low, becoming a mutated beast still resulted in ordinary power. Silver King and Mimi ranked among the strongest mid-level mutated beasts, dealing with the vine cluster below shouldn't be much of an issue. Xu Xin suddenly thought of the grizzly bear. Even without being a mutated beast, the bear possessed immense strength. Whether the Silver King and Mimi could compete with it was still unknown. If he could turn that grizzly bear into a mutated beast and tame it, his team's combat power would definitely increase exponentially. Of course, so would the food consumption exponentially grow. Speaking of which, these two guys' appetite definitely increased after leveling up. Forget it, now's not the time to think about these things. Xu Xin approached the weapon and armor crafting station and used up all the saltpeter Li Wenci had given him earlier, combined with mutated vine sap, to make 500 explosive crossbow bolts. Patting the full backpack of explosive bolts, Xu Xin felt a sense of reassurance. This should be enough. When resources are scarce, use tactical maneuvers. When resources are abundant, use firepower coverage. Since we can use firepower coverage, we'll just blast them directly without overthinking other strategies. Let's go, Kiki, you better not come, this time it's really yip. Before Xu Xin could finish, Kiki interrupted him with a sound and climbed onto his shoulder, indicating it wanted to come along too. Alright, but make sure to protect yourself. Yip. Fine, I'll bring it along. Kiki has a strong sense of danger, bringing it might help us quickly find that heart. After putting on his purple-grade scale armor suit, eating all the blue-grade fruits, and feeling the enhancement effects, Xu Xin felt confident. He first let the four beasts wait at the exit and then confidently reached out to touch the treehouse exit. Currently, he's positioned outside the outer wall of the third level of the treehouse, about 20 meters high, which is a height where the vines can't attack him. Peering out the window without being attacked indicated that the blood-patterned vine's attack range hasn't reached 20 meters up. Xu Xin didn't descend further, he intended to create a landing point right below this position. Though the blood-patterned vines below couldn't reach him, they sensed an enemy above, and a dozen vines directly beneath Xu Xin stopped their natural wavering and poised themselves as if ready to pounce. It looked as if they would whip at him the moment he dared to descend a few meters. But Xu Xin wasn't planning to descend. He equipped an explosive crossbow bolt, aimed at the vine cluster, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh dash, the explosive bolt shot forth like lightning, but the blood-patterned vines were ready. Seeing something coming their way, several vines lashed out violently at the bolt and struck it precisely as it flew. Boom! The bolt didn't get whipped away but instead exploded into a brilliant flash upon touching the first vine, with a loud bang accompanying it. The shockwave from the blast made Xu Xin, suspended in mid-air, sway briefly. He quickly controlled the tendrils to stabilize himself. The vines that lashed at the bolt shattered into pieces, all breaking into several sections. Xu Xin didn't rush to fire another shot, he wanted to observe the regrowth ability of the vines. The small fragments lost their vitality, while the large, severed vine pieces writhed on the ground, crawling into the cracks in the earth like worms and eventually inserting themselves within. Then, the half-vine started to grow rapidly, and within seconds, it had become a new vine. The newly formed vine immediately assumed a poised stance. After one shot, the number of vines hadn't decreased, in fact, they even increased. "This is quite disgusting," Xu Xin muttered, deciding to start firepower coverage. With his current strength, rapidly reloading the crossbow while hovering in mid-air was achievable. He easily equipped another explosive bolt and pulled the trigger towards the ground below. The scene replayed as before, but Xu Xin quickly reloaded and fired again before they could regrow. This time, some vines struck at the bolt again, and it exploded mid-air once more. Then came the third explosive bolt. This time, there wasn't any vine left to intercept, and it struck directly onto the half-vines writhing on the ground. Boom! The bombarded vine pieces finally couldn't withstand it and exploded into scattered fragments, showing no signs of activity. But Xu Xin didn't care about that, he kept reloading and firing bolts at a rapid pace, blasting the ground below him. Boom! 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 The continual explosions from the bolts cleared a small section of the ground. Now! Xu Xin swiftly returned to the treehouse, and Kiki jumped onto his shoulder the moment he was back. The other three beasts waited at the door, and he led them down to the ground quickly. A woo dash, the Silver King let out a long howl, freezing the vines around him in place. Without hesitation, Mimi slashed forward with its ready claws. Several sharp flashes passed, and the vines within a 2-meter radius were all severed into scattered branches on the ground. These branches twisted and crawled on the ground, searching for cracks to root themselves into to regenerate. Xu Xin didn't want to bother with them, killing them only resulted in more vines appearing. Holding his crossbow, he said, "Keep going, let's break through." The surrounding vines constantly tried to attack them, but under the Silver King's intimidation, they dared not act rashly. Within seconds, they advanced over 10 meters. Xu Xin drew his sword and hacked at the vines that attempted occasional attacks, glancing back. The path they had cleared was once again overgrown with vines, and only then did he realize that the newly grown vines shone even brighter at the roots. "Damn it, the more we kill, the stronger they get." Xu Xin gritted his teeth. But there was no choice, he couldn't let them be attacked. The new vines seemed less afraid of the Silver King's intimidation and kept charging at them. Xu Xin raised his crossbow and shot towards the rear. Boom! The new vines were torn apart once again, temporarily unable to attack. Mimi continued to slash forward with its claws, clearing a path for them, and showed no signs of fatigue, instead crying out each time with ferocity and delight. The farther they moved, the denser the vines became. The Silver King's howls started losing their suppressive power over the vines, as its howls could intimidate but not harm, and biting required braving the vine cluster, which wasn't a good idea. "Yip!" Kiki called out, pointing in a direction. Within the vine cluster, a blood-patterned vine thicker than the others lashed towards them. The Silver King was prepared thanks to Kiki's warning and bit the vine precisely and fiercely. With a snap, the vine broke, leaving half on the ground and the rest retrieved. Once that vine took the lead, the other vines became restless. Suddenly, Xu, hovering in the air, let out a piercing scream. The eager vines froze, and Xu Xin noticed tiny cracks appearing on the nearest vines. "Nice work, Xu!" Xu Xin couldn't help but shout. Afu's sonic attack was unexpectedly effective and didn't affect him. He didn't dare shoot explosive bolts forward, fearing that Mimi might get caught up, so he kept firing at the rear to stop the regenerating and stronger vines. Occasionally, vines struck Xu Xin, but his purple-grade armor wasn't easy to penetrate. The low-level mutated creatures had attacks not strong enough to break through his defense, as long as they didn't bind his weak points. Hurry, we're almost out. Xu Xin's explosive arrows never stopped, bombing furiously behind him. With orderly coordination, Xu Xin and the four beasts forcefully carved a bloody path through the vine's encirclement. Another few dozen meters ahead, Xu Xin turned back to look at the vine cluster. These vines had once again resumed their calm, swaying gently in the wind, and within seconds, the path they cleared was overrun with new vines. The treehouse was once again surrounded by the dense vine cluster. Xu Xin took a deep breath. Now that they're out, it's time to find the heart of these vines. We must find that heart as quickly as possible. Xu Xin looked at the treehouse surrounded by vines, feeling a strong sense of urgency welling up. Even though, according to the progress of the blood-patterned vine, there's at least 5 or 6 hours before they are completely strengthened, who knows when these vines will start moving. They might attack the treehouse even before they are fully fortified. These vines are not the sporadic blood-patterned vines from the morning, but rather blood-thorn vines filled with blood thorns. In terms of striking power, they are much stronger than the mainly piercing attacking blood-patterned vine, and they will deal more significant damage to the treehouse's armor. Xu Xin had already left the treehouse, and now it could only rely on the treehouse armor for defense. If these vines collectively launch an attack, it probably won't hold out for long. Ing. Kiki climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder, nudged his face, and pointed toward Silver King and Mimi. Xu Xin turned his head and noticed something unusual about Silver King and Mimi. Both beasts were staring with blood-red eyes at the swaying vines. Mimi arched her back, body tense, and Silver King issued a low growl, seeming as if ready to charge into the vines again. Afu flapped its wings mid-air, not daring to land on Mimi's back. You two, calm down. Xu Xin softly stroked the backs of the two beasts, smoothing their fur. The personality flaws of the intermediate mutant beasts had emerged. They have extremely aggressive tendencies, fearless, like born warriors, but once hurt, they will relentlessly pursue the enemy, madly chasing without regard for their own stamina and position. The intermediate mutant beasts Xu Xin encountered were all like this, without exception. Mutant hares and mutant wild cats died because they were too obsessed with fighting. During the rainy season, a mutant sailfish was also lured by Xu Xin under the treehouse and eventually died from a crossbow piercing its head due to this very trait. He hadn't expected that even Mimi and Silver King would exhibit such behavior. During the breakout just now, with so many vines, some did attack them. Xu Xin, with his purple-grade scale armor, remained unscathed, but Mimi in the front and Silver King handling the sides got some scratches. However, they were only minor scratches, yet despite this, both beasts had the urge to charge into the vines and massacre. This was not a good sign. Fortunately, with Xu Xin's calming intervention, the two beasts quickly settled down. Whoa! Even Silver King tilted its head like Kiki, seemingly confused about why it so eagerly wanted to rush into the vines just now. Mimi, in turn, froze for 2 seconds before shaking her body like a dripping wet cat, as if trying to shake off the unrealistic thoughts from her body. It seemed the two beasts were also aware of their lapse and were adjusting their state. Luckily, they were still listening to Xu Xin and could control themselves, which greatly reduced the probability of problems occurring. There's no more time to waste. Xu Xin mounted the wolf and surveyed the surroundings. According to Ji Chaoyang, the entrance to that cave was only a few hundred meters near the treehouse and was recently discovered. A range of a few hundred meters shouldn't be hard to search. Xu Xin looked at the map. There were no signs of a newly appeared cave within a kilometer radius. The map primarily marked living creatures. Kiki, can you sense the big monster and know which direction it's in? Xu Xin touched Keek's tail again, who had climbed onto the back of Silver King, and asked. Ing. Kiki raised its little paw, pointing at the treehouse, then downward beneath it. What do you mean? Xu Xin's face changed. Ing. Kiki raised its paw again, mimicking a big monster's action, then pointed below the treehouse. The heart is directly below the treehouse. Ing. Kiki nodded its little head. Xu Xin took a deep breath. No wonder. No wonder Kiki had been unusually clingy since this morning, following him everywhere, even lying on his lap while he carved. No wonder it insisted on leaving the treehouse with him earlier. Turns out it could feel all along that the danger was nearby and the heart was right below the treehouse. He suddenly thought of what Ji Chaoyang had said to him. This hole is not bottomless but slants downward toward the treehouse, and the sound came from within the hole. The direction of that cave leads toward the treehouse. It seemed, on Ji Chaoyang's side, the heart deep within the cave was actually below the treehouse. The area directly below the treehouse should be where the roots of the treehouse are most abundant. It's unknown how this heart appeared in such a place. No matter what, since the heart is just below the treehouse, the entrance wouldn't be far from it. Within a radius of a few hundred meters isn't large, and once close to the entrance, a mysterious scent will drift out, making it very easy to find. Xu Xin instructed the beasts to search separately. He and Kiki went south, the other three beasts to the other directions, calling out once they found the cave. With the sustained amplification from the blue-grade fruit, Xu Xin ran effortlessly, scanning his surroundings with his currently enhanced vision. The woods were dense, severely obstructing his line of sight, and though Xu Xin could conduct a grid search, he ended up finding nothing. Arf! Kiki suddenly barked, pointing a small paw in one direction. That was farther from the tree house now, with Xu Xin already around 500 to 600 meters away from it. However, he still trusted Kiki and ran towards that direction. Sure enough, after running less than a few dozen meters, he sharply detected a faint scent. It was the smell of that diluted red mist. Xu Xin quickened his pace, and finally found a hole about 1 to 2 meters in diameter between some trees. Nice job, Kiki, as expected, we still have to rely on you. Xu Xin rubbed Kiki's head vigorously. Arf! Kiki lifted its small head. The hole was indeed as Ji Chaoyang described, sloping downward at about a 30-degree angle, directly pointing under the tree house. It seemed this was the hole. Xu Xin took a deep breath, preparing to call out to bring the other three creatures over. A woo dash. Before he could shout, the wolf cry of Silver King from the east of the tree house rang out. Huh? What happened? The hole wasn't on his side. Did something happen to Silver King? Xu Xin glanced at the map. There were no red dots around Silver King's position, and it had stopped at one spot without moving further. Meanwhile, on his side, there appeared a black circular marker representing the hole Xu Xin had just discovered. Being able to tag discovered holes on the map was indeed convenient. Let's go to Silver King first, something might have happened there. Arf! Xu Xin had just taken 2 steps when, from the northwest of the tree house, Afyu's sharp scream came, and Afyu also stopped at a cave edge on the map without moving. What's going on? Xu Xin had already sensed something was wrong. Could it be there are many holes? Mimi was unaffected. After hearing Silver King's howl, it dashed towards Silver King and quickly arrived at its location, then heard Afyu's cry. It paused for 2 seconds, then ran toward Afyu's position. Let's find Silver King first. Xu Xin didn't waste time and ran quickly towards Silver King. The distance was nearly a kilometer. With Xu Xin's current physique, he reached it within 2 minutes, without even panting thanks to the boosts on him. Within tens of meters, Xu Xin smelled the fragrance. Indeed, there's also a hole here. Quickly passing through the jungle, he saw Silver King lying down and a 2-meter diameter hole beside it. The moment he discovered this hole, another hole marker appeared on the map. Looking at the 2 identical hole markers on the map, Xu Xin sighed. Indeed, there are several holes. This is troublesome. Xu Xin stepped forward, looking inside the hole, and found it also sloped downward towards the tree house's base. The faint aroma drifted out, almost identical to the hole he found. Arf! A woo! Kiki started communicating with Silver King. Mimi had returned too. After some communication among the creatures, Kiki began gesturing to Xu Xin. Xu Xin understood immediately. Afu also has a hole there. Arf. Kiki nodded. Xu Xin mounted the wolf. Let's go there first. He wanted to mark the holes first to avoid losing track later. Perhaps only one hole truly leads to the heart. Ji Chaoyang could find it at once, likely because he relied on amplified hearing to search. Only the hole truly leading to the heart would emit the sound of a heartbeat. If there were many entrances, Ji Chaoyang should have informed him that the sound came from multiple directions, but it didn't. So it's likely there's only one true hole. He sent a message to Ji Chaoyang again, still no response. Fortunately, his name wasn't grayed out, indicating he's still alive. Silver King was fast. In less than a minute, Xu Xin saw Afu hanging upside down from a tree and the hole beneath it. Sliding off the wolf, Xu Xin meticulously inspected this hole. With his extraordinary vision, every detail of the hole was captured, but unfortunately, it didn't differ significantly in size, shape, slope, or the mildly polluted red earth at the mouth from the other two holes. At least he couldn't discern any differences. Kiki, can you detect any differences in these three holes? Kiki tilted its small head, then gestured with its paw. Arf. All three holes are dangerous. Arf. It seems the only option is to choose randomly and hope his luck is decent. Having marked these three holes, Xu Xin was still uneasy, instructing Silver King to run around the area to ensure no other holes were left undiscovered. Silver King's endurance could make a lap a warm-up exercise. He then raised his wristwatch and opened the Explorer group. Inside the group chat, those who hadn't ventured out, Li Wenxi, Zhao Xiaochuan, Qin Yunlong, Qi Shuefei were still chatting. Everyone, has any of you gone out? Xu Xin asked. Wen Guixin, I've already come out, currently looking for the holes you mentioned, haven't found any yet. Wang Lei, I came out too. Made it out using Sister Shuefei's pills. Wang Lei coming out surprised Xu Xin a bit. He checked the records to find out how he managed to get out. Qi Shuefei, I have a new pill here. Its effects have been confirmed. It can heal all injuries within 2 hours, but it's very costly. I only have one now. Whoever is willing to go out, I can give this pill to them. Wang Lei, what do you mean? How are we supposed to go out? Qi Shuefei, everyone can make explosive crossbow bolts now, right? Put on the armor, grab your weapons, take a painkiller, and just charge out. As long as you're not dead, you can take this pill after getting out and your injuries will be completely healed. Zhao Xiaochuan, oh my gosh. It sounds so brutal. Li Wenxi, we can't just leave Xu Xin and Sister Gui Xin outside. Now that we can't contact Ji Chaoyang, they have too little information. Otherwise, give it to me. I have blue-grade armor, so I shouldn't get too hurt breaking through. Zhao Xiaochuan, what the heck, we can't let little beauty Wenxi go out. Give the pill to me, I'll go out, I can run fast. Li Wenxi, then, whoever goes out, I'll give them my blue-grade armor. Wang Lei. Are you serious? Qin Yunlong, giving away a set of blue-grade armor. Then, several men in the group started competing for the spot. After a moment of silence, maybe they discussed it privately, they decided it would be Wang Lei. This method is quite clever, but it's still too reckless. If you get stuck by vines and can't move, you're done for. However, since Wang Lei has already gone out, he must have his own way of dealing with it. Xu Xin said nothing more, but he was surprised that Li Wenxi actually gave away her blue-grade armor. The cohesion of this group seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Xu Xin immediately shared the situation and information on his side in the group. Li Wenxi, oh my god. So the heart is actually below the treehouse. Zhao Xiaochuan, Brother Xin, why did you have to say that? I'm panicking now and can't do anything. Qin Yunlong, the vines get stronger the more you kill them. Then we really can't do anything, it's all up to you guys. Wen Guixin, there are still many ground holes. This is a bit unsettling. Wang Lei, what else can we do? Just go down if you find one. If it's not the one, come back up and find another. Ah! I found one on my side. Wan Lei had just broken out of the encirclement not long ago and immediately found one. Wan Lei, I'm going down first to scout the way for you. If it's a dead end, I can at least tell you what's inside. At this moment, the Silver King also returned, which meant there were no other ground holes around, allowing Xu Xin to breathe a sigh of relief. There should only be 3 ground holes around my treehouse. I've observed them and there are no visual differences, we'll have to try them one by one. Good luck to you too. After saying this, Xu Xin turned off the watch projection and looked at the underground tunnel in front of him, slanting down at a 30-degree angle. Let's start with this ground hole. He's already lost count of how many times he's entered underground tunnels. Ever since he came to this world, he's been dealing with the underground. The tunnel is 2 meters wide, large enough for Mimi and Silver King to go through. Xu Xin decided to have Mimi and Afu explore ahead. The caves are Afu's domain, and Mimi's reaction speed is quick, so even if there are traps, they shouldn't harm it. Silver King will cover the rear. He and Kiki will stay in the middle. He has ranged weapons capable of providing support both forward and backward. Without wasting any more time, 1 human and 4 beasts stepped into the ground hole. Slowly advancing in the underground cavern, Xu Xin began to observe the surroundings. The walls were not stone, but slightly dry soil, which was light red in color. The entire wall was composed of this light red, contaminated soil, gray. He lightly touched it with his hand, and a small piece of wall crumbled, falling onto the slope and rolling down a bit. You guys, don't touch the walls if you don't have to, it's all soil and might collapse. Xu Xin reminded the 4 beasts. The underground passage inside this cavern was round above and below. Though the ground was slanted, it was relatively flat, while the ceiling was curved. The entire cave seemed like it was burrowed by a gigantic worm, tunneling downwards. Eek! Kiki lay on Xu Xion's shoulder, huddling its head in some fear. Its sense of danger was extremely keen, and in its perception, they were moving step by step towards peril. Xu Xian naturally knew danger lay ahead, but he still had to move forward. His treehouse was surrounded by a mass of mutated vines, and without destroying that heart, he wouldn't even be able to protect his treehouse. In theory, this path should be less than a kilometer, but he felt as though he had been walking for a long time. The deeper he went, the quieter it became, to the point where he could not see his hand in front of his face. Thankfully, Xu Xian had night vision capabilities, so it wasn't too much of an issue. Mimi and Silver King, being mutated beasts, could both see in the dark, while even though Kiki wasn't a mutated beast, for some reason, darkness never affected it. As for Afu, nothing needed to be said, it could use the ultrasound it emitted to navigate, completely unaffected by the darkness, which in fact was its domain. Within the cave, only their footsteps echoed. Though his nose had adjusted to the fragrance in the environment, Xu Xian could still perceive that now the scent was more intense than at the entrance, becoming almost pungent, while a faint red mist began to drift around. Suddenly, ahead, a glimmer of red light quietly appeared, making Xu Xian's heart skip a beat. A closer look made him sigh in relief, discovering the light source was Mimi walking in front of him. The blood-red patterns on Mimi's body were faintly glowing. Was it because of the red mist in the area? The blood markings on Afu, who was crouching on Mimi's back, didn't light up, but looking back at Silver King, he noticed it also emitted a weak red glow. Apparently, mid-grade mutated beasts were more sensitive to the red mist, or rather, they could make more efficient use of it, even when the mist was thin, to enhance their own power. However, this served as a warning bell, instantly heightening his vigilance. His past experiences in the hilly resource zone taught him that in areas densely filled with red mist, the protective effect of treehouses became weaker, and there was a high probability of encountering mutated creatures. In a cave, spears weren't very useful, so Xu Xian touched the blue-grade iron long sword at his waist, holding an explosive crossbow bolt mounted in a crossbow, following closely behind Mimi. Mimi also dared not walk fast, sensing an unknown danger ahead. It treaded like a cat, ensuring its hind paw always stepped where the front paw had landed, ensuring its safety. After walking like this for a few minutes, the view suddenly broadened. The person and the four beasts entered a space like an underground hall. There were no other exits in the entire space, indicating they had reached the end. This space was devoid of vines, nor was there a pulsing heart wrapped around by vines, which left Xu Xin somewhat disappointed. They must have taken the wrong path. Xu Xin checked his position on the map and realized there was still some distance to the treehouse. Yet, Xu Xin wasn't in a hurry to return, for he was drawn to the plant growing prominently in the center of this space. There were 3 huge, very vivid flowers clustered together. Each flower petal was as large as a lotus leaf, blood red like dripping crimson. In the center of countless petals, yellow stamens clustered together, appearing unusually beautiful. Xu Xin was puzzled, pondering how such bright flowers could exist in this perpetually dark underground. He dared not approach casually, understanding that in the natural world, organisms with more brilliant colors tended to be more dangerous. Eek! Kiki suddenly cried out. It meant there was danger. Xu Xin held his explosive crossbow, aiming at the cluster of vivid red flowers ahead, prepared to pull the trigger if anything went wrong. Silver King moved to his side, while Afu flapped its wings and took flight, and Mimi arched its back, ready to pounce and claw the flowers to pieces at any moment. Suddenly, one of the flower's stamens trembled slightly, and a thick red mist burst forth from the stamen. Xu Xin nearly pulled the trigger, while Mimi's body shuddered, clearly itching to attack but restrained itself. The flowers did not continue expelling red mist, only releasing a burst before stopping. The red mist dispersed into the air, eventually diluting into a faint red haze. Several meters away, Xu Xin caught a whiff of the familiar pungent scent. His eyes gradually widened in surprise. This airborne red mist was actually released by these flowers right before him. The red mist spread towards them, and Xu Xin inevitably inhaled some. At the present moment, his body was enhanced by spiritual power, so he felt no discomfort, merely finding the odor somewhat unpleasant. Beside him, the blood patterns on Silver King and Mimi emitted a brighter red light than before, even Afu's blood patterns began to glow faintly. The 3 beasts showed expressions of enjoyment. Their abilities were enhanced by the red mist. Xu Xin suddenly had a bold idea. After traversing the red mist last night, not only did Silver King and Mimi experience no negative aftereffects, but they even upgraded directly today. This indicated that the red mist was actually a very beneficial resource for mutant beasts. The radiation stone that could enhance the power of mutant beasts had cracked and lost its effect, turning into an ordinary stone. He needed other means to increase the strength of Silver King and the others. And now, the flower capable of producing red mist was right in front of him. Could he cultivate it? Build a small room, plant these flowers inside, and let Silver King and the others occasionally enter as if enjoying a sauna of red mist. As he pondered, the pistil of another flower moved, releasing another puff of red mist. This scene reminded Xu Xin of a sunflower from a game, producing sunlight at intervals, while this flower sprayed out a puff of red mist periodically. Xu Xin tentatively took a step forward. Ing! Kiki got anxious seeing Xu Xin move forward. It could clearly sense danger from the pistil. After waving its little claws for a while, it finally made Xu Xin understand its intention. There's danger in the pistil. Xu Xin squinted his eyes. The flower itself wasn't dangerous, it was the pistil that was risky. What could reside inside a flower's pistil? Could it be? Xu Xin held a crossbow in one hand, using his other hand to wield his 3-meter-long spear. He gently poked the pistil of the nearest flower, keeping a safe distance of 3 meters. Buzz! A sound of wings flapping echoed from the pistil, sending a shiver down Xu Xion's spine. Indeed, there were flying insects inside the pistil. Moreover, they were certainly aggressive insects, otherwise, they wouldn't have triggered Keek's alertness. Fortunately, the insects didn't fly out at Xu Xion's touch, merely producing that sound before quieting down. You guys, retreat, I'm going to bomb them. Xu Xian abandoned his previous thought, giving a solemn order to the 4 beasts. If the aggressive mosquitoes existed in considerable numbers, even Silver King and Mimi might not escape unscathed. Just like an elephant is powerless against a mouse entering its nose, small size can sometimes be advantageous. Better to nip the danger in the bud. The flowers grouped closely together, so a single explosive arrow could destroy them all. If one wasn't enough, then two it is. Suddenly, the pistil of a flower shook, and Xu Xin, using his spiritual power, could clearly see over a dozen flying insects with blood-red eyes and spiked mouths sticking half their bodies out from the pistil, each as big as southern cockroaches, their bodies covered with delicate blood-colored patterns. They seemed to have spotted Xu Xin and his team, flapping their wings, ready to fly out immediately. Cover your ears. Xu Xin warned the four beasts. Without hesitating, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The explosive arrow detonated on the three flowers. The massive explosion reverberated in the confined space, rendering him temporarily deaf. But his eyes were undamaged by the explosion's flash, capturing clearly the moment the insects attempted to fly out at the explosion, only to be torn to shreds by the force. Effective. Xu Xin kept his actions seamless, reloading and firing again. Boom! Boom! Two more blasts shook the entire cave, causing countless fragments of earth and stone to fall from above, slightly dazing Xu Xin. Fortunately, his increased spiritual power from orange and strawberry mitigated any dizziness, allowing him to quickly recover his peak mental state. Hoping the exit wouldn't collapse, Xu Xin thought while rubbing his temporarily deaf ears. The power of those three explosive arrows was enormous, scattering blood-red shredded petals everywhere, with charred petals and insect corpses covering the ground. None of the insects in the flower pistil survived the explosion. Explosive arrows are truly useful. Xu Xin turned his head. Kiki on his shoulder was covering its ears, shaking its head. He flicked Kiki's small head gently. How is it? Is it still dangerous now? Kiki raised its head blankly, looking at the devastated plants, dazed for 2 seconds, then shook its head. Ing. The three beasts behind were also covering their ears, lying on the ground. Especially Afu, with its acute hearing, found this loud explosion unbearable. Xu Xin could even see a resentful expression on its bat-like face. Ahaha, take a rest you guys, I'll go check out those flowers. He calmed the beasts, moving forward to examine the three large flowers blown to mere stubs of stems and leaves. All blasted apart, somewhat regrettable. Wait a moment, the roots weren't blasted, seemed to be still viable. Xu Xin took out a shovel, aiming at the root of the half-plant, digging down. Obtained red mist flower seed *3. As expected, they could still yield seeds. Xu Xin held the three grape-sized red seeds in his hand, observing them. Red mist flower seed, when planted in fertile soil or higher-grade soil, it can grow into a flower releasing red mist. This is a plant with mysterious powers. Indeed, this plant wasn't a mutant life form, but a special cultivable plant. After this mission ends, this flower will be planted in an enclosed small room, creating a sauna room for Silver King and the others. However, it can only grow in blue-grade or higher-grade soil. How delicate is this? Xu Xin had never encountered soil above blue-grade. Without this description, he would have thought blue-grade soil was the highest tier available. He looked at the soil below this red mist flower, glowing blue, indicating its fertility. This was the only patch of fertile soil in the entire space, explaining why the three flowers were all clustered together. Excavating the soil, taking a glance around to ensure nothing else was of interest, Xu Xin decided to exit the cave and search the other two caves. Calling the four beasts, Xu Xin walked out while sending a message via Explorer, informing them of the situation in his cave. Then Wang Lei immediately responded. Brother Xin, you're too late. I'm being chased by those bugs. The armor doesn't cover the face. It hurts so bad. This. Xu Xin was at a loss for words, amazed this guy could respond during his escape. Jump into the water and try, Xu Xin suggested. Xu Xin didn't really have a good way to kill these bugs, so he could only let him jump into the water to hide. He felt that these flying insects were difficult to deal with, which is why he initially chose to blow up the flower along with them. Now it seems it was indeed the best choice. Wang Lei, I got it. I'm so far from the stream now. Xu Xin shook his head and continued to walk out of the cave. From over 100 meters away, Xu Xin saw the entrance of the cave blocked by the collapsed ground. It was the 3 explosive arrows that shook the soil at the entrance down. But it's not a big deal, it's just some loose soil. Silver King and Mimi quickly dug away the soil blocking the path, and they reappeared under the sunlight with the beasts. Xu Xin mounted the wolf, heading towards the nearest of the remaining 2 caves, the one he and Kiki had discovered. Perhaps due to inhaling a lot of red mist in the cave, Silver King Mimi and Afu's state noticeably became more excited and active than before entering. It seems this red mist may have effects beyond just strengthening mutant beasts. With the map markers, the distance between the 2 caves was only a few hundred meters, and they arrived in a matter of seconds. Getting off the wolf, Xu Xin once again observed the surroundings of this cave, squatting to grab a handful of soil, still not finding anything different. Forget it, let's just go down directly. The river will take care of itself when it reaches the bridge. Before going down, he glanced at the information in Explorer. Wang Lei didn't speak again, but Wen Guixin did. I just came out of a cave, and there wasn't any heart, nor was there the flower you mentioned, but there was a mutant beast like a pangolin, as big as a wild pig's head. Another mutant beast appeared. Did you kill it? Xu Xin asked. Wen Guixin, no, this beast digs and found me from afar, then burrowed underground to escape. I ran after it, but it had already dug deep. I got nothing from this cave and didn't encounter any danger. A mutant beast that digs. Xu Xin, does its burrow look large? Wen Guixin, less than 1 meter in diameter. Seeing it run upon spotting humans, it seems to be a low-level mutant beast. If Xu Xin encounters it, he might try to use a mutant beast contract to tame it. Digging mutant beasts are rare and should prove useful. Xu Xin and the 4 beasts continued in an ordered formation, entering the cave before them. The cave walls remained made of dry, pale red polluted soil. Having experienced it last time, Mimi at the front was less cautious, speeding up its pace. Advancing roughly a few hundred meters, Xu Xin perceived something unusual. He felt like he heard some sound, but couldn't hear it clearly. Continuing forward, the faint sound gradually became distinct by his ears. Thump. His eyes gradually widened as he listened carefully. Thump, thump. A glimmer of joy appeared on Xu Xion's face. It's the sound of a heartbeat. It seems this is indeed the cave. Be careful, that big guy is right in the depth of the cave. Xu Xian reminded Mimi and Afu ahead. 2 beasts responded with calls, Mimi's steps grew cautious, and Silver King moved beside Xu Xian to protect him. Xu Xian kept an eye on the map, they were now very close to the treehouse, even overlapping with those dense red dots. Above them now are the blood-patterned vines that can regenerate infinitely. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat sound became increasingly distinct, almost identical to the sound heard in the video. And now, a few meters ahead, there was a bend, with the heart just on the other side. Mimi moved forward to the bend and halted. Xu Xian held the crossbow, stepped forward, and looked beyond the bend. Yelp. Kiki on his shoulder let out a low cry. Phew. Xu Xian exhaled, clenched his fist, a mixture of fear and excitement adorned his face. It was another hall-like underground space, with vines growing wildly everywhere. Besides the blood-patterned vine, blood-thorn vine, there were ordinary vines without any patterns, tangled randomly with mutant vines, all together forming a spherical shape. At the center of the ball, wrapped within, was the enormous pulsating flesh chunk Xu Xian had been seeking, the blood-red heart that provided energy for the blood-thorn vines above ground. This heart is immensely large, standing at about 6 or 7 meters tall, and the vines wrapping around it are layered thrice inside and out, reaching a height close to 10 meters. The entire underground space is filled to the brim with this ball of vines, and the nearest vines are only 5 or 6 meters away from the corner where Xu Xian is standing. However, there is something different. Although this heart is also constantly beating, it does not emit the brighter red glow seen in Ji Chaoyang's video, nor does it flicker with each beat. Similarly, the surrounding vines are also dim. In addition, without the presence of the red mist flower, the cave, despite always carrying a faint, strange fragrance, does not have red mist visible. The Silver King Mimi hasn't been enhanced either, and the blood patterns on its body don't glow red, leaving the entire cave in total darkness. The intertwined vines, unlike the ones on the ground that sway with the wind, are in a completely still state. If not for most of the vines having patterns or blood thorns, Xu Xin might have thought they were just ordinary plants. Only the red flesh in the middle is slowly and rhythmically pulsating, making the sound of a heart beating, thump, thump. In this dark and enclosed environment, the sound of the beating heart seems incredibly heavy, and with each beat, it seems to make Xu Xin's heart skip a beat. He even starts to feel dizzy. The sound of this heart beating can affect him, yet his spiritual power enhancement hasn't even reached its time limit. He suddenly realized that he hadn't eaten a strawberry, blue, in the treehouse. Strawberries can clear all negative effects, stabilize emotions, and last for half an hour. Xu Xin actually wasn't very keen on using blue-grade strawberries, mainly because they reminded him too much of something else and felt addictive. But now, he couldn't think about that. He hurriedly took a strawberry out of his backpack and ate it. Instantly, his dizzy head became much clearer, and his slightly nervous and excited mood calmed down. Xu Xin retreated outside the corner with the four beasts, consuming all of his blue-grade fruits again to ensure that all the beneficial effects on him were active. Whimper. Xu Xin felt Keek's body stiffen slightly on his shoulder. It was very cautious of this heart in front of them. Now they were located directly beneath the treehouse, and this heart-like mass of flesh was the very thing Kiki had been afraid of all day. Judging by the distance they had traveled, they were now approximately 300 to 400 meters underground. You all, stay here and don't move. I'll go in and take a look, Xu Xin whispered to the four beasts, placing Kiki from his shoulder onto the Silver King's back. Not being able to see the full view of the interior from the entrance, he needed to go in and use his enhanced vision for a careful observation. He decided not to send Mimi in to scout first, as triggering this heart would be problematic. The four beasts responded with a soft cry. Xu Xin didn't dare to act recklessly. Ji Chaoyang had also gone missing on his return journey after encountering this heart. Though his name had not grayed out, it was certain that he was in some peril. Quietly, step by step, following the rhythm of the heartbeats, Xu Xin stepped into the underground space, and the entire scope of the space revealed itself fully to him. He immediately noticed something different. After walking for several hundred meters through the cave, he observed that the cave's walls were made of polluted soil, but the soil in this space in all directions was just ordinary soil, not even at the green level, it was all white level barren soil. It seemed that this heart and these vines hadn't yet polluted the soil beneath the treehouse. This heart, about 6 or 7 meters tall, was enveloped by chaotic vines layered thrice inside and out. The layers of vines surrounding the heart were about 3 to 4 meters thick, making it impossible to attack them directly with spears and explosive bolts, as they would only be blocked by the vines. However, Xu Xin had another weapon. Burning arrows. With so many vines, using burning arrows could set a large area ablaze. Since they weren't on the ground, it wouldn't cause a jungle fire, making it practically the perfect solution. Xu Xin had previously made 40 burning arrows, and they were all in his backpack now. 40 would be more than enough. Of course, there was a downside, the burning would consume a large amount of oxygen and produce thick smoke, so after igniting these vines, he needed to run out immediately, staying underground would only mean suffocating to death. He decided to go for it. Xu Xin slowly began to retreat. Suddenly, the heart protected by layers of vines lit up with a blood-red light. Xu Xin's pupils contracted. Whimper. Behind him, Keek's anxious cries were clearly urging him to leave there quickly, as danger was approaching. Resisting the urge to shoot an arrow, Xu Xin swiftly returned to the corner, hiding in a relatively safe spot while peering at the heart. The frequency of its beating had obviously accelerated, and the blood-red light on the heart started to flicker with each beat. The vines around the heart, with their patterned blood thorns, also began to glow red and slowly started to wriggle. This scene was completely identical to the one in the video. The red light illuminated the entire underground space, coloring everything blood red, sending chills down his spine. Hiss, what is that? Apart from the blood-patterned, blood-thorn vines, there were also some ordinary vines in this space. To Xu Xin's astonishment, they started growing patterns and blood thorns right before his eyes. These vines were mutating into blood-patterned vines with the heartbeat. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Keek's cries were filled with urgency. Danger. Extreme danger. Under Xu Xin's watchful gaze, layer upon layer of mutant vines wrapped around the heart's exterior began to peel away from the outermost layer. Dozens of vines flickered with red light in rhythm with the heartbeat, swaying gently. Damn it! Xu Xin cursed under his breath, then turned to the four beasts and whispered, "In a moment, I'll fire the burning arrow. Once the vines catch fire, we'll run to the ground as fast as possible, got it?" The beasts all nodded in response. He steadied himself and loaded a burning arrow onto the crossbow. Looking into the underground space, dozens of vines swayed around the vine ball, covering it like a row of guardians standing by the heart. Xu Xin squinted, aiming at the gaps between the vines, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! With the enhancement of the blue-grade crossbow, the speed of the burning arrow was incredibly fast. Sparks flew from the arrow as it rubbed against the air, tracing a streak of light in the sky. As long as it's not obstructed, it can pass through the gaps of the outer vines and hit the inner vine ball. But things didn't go as planned. In the instant the burning arrow lit up, the outer dozen vines suddenly became agitated. A few blood-thorned vines lashed at the incoming burning arrow, moving so fast that they directly swatted the arrow aside, while the other vines all attacked Xu Xin. Shit! Xu Xin dodged back around the corner in an instant. Several blood-patterned vines stabbed in, grazing his armor and embedding straight into the walls of the passage. The walls were not rock but dry clay, into which the blood-thorn vines buried themselves several meters deep. Just as they were about to pull out and continue their attack, Mimi leaped up, several silver streaks flashing, shredding the few vines in the passage into pieces. Meanwhile, a sudden blaze ignited in the underground space. Xu Xin peeked out and found that it was caused by the burning arrow. Though it hadn't hit the inner vine ball, it had struck the base of a blood-patterned vine on the edge, sparking an instant fire. Nice! With the vines packed so densely in here, lighting one on fire meant the others couldn't escape. However, the next scene left Xu Xin wide-eyed in amazement. All the surrounding vines abandoned their attack on Xu Xin and launched a savage assault on the burning blood-patterned vine. Under countless whips and stabs, the vine was shredded to pieces, and the flames on it were extinguished by the blows, without any chance to spread. The vines could actually prevent a fire from happening. This all happened within a few seconds, and Xu Xin's hands didn't stop, having already loaded an explosive bolt. "Cover your ears, everyone," he said, then pulled the trigger. Boom! Although the explosive bolt was hit by the blood-thorn vines, at the moment of impact, the bolt erupted with a violent roar, blasting all the vines reaching for it into halves. He's going to blast open a gap with the explosive bolt to send in a burning arrow and ignite that vine ball. Amidst the swirling smoke, Xu Xin fired another explosive bolt at the opening he created. The several intact vines guarding the perimeter again lashed at the incoming explosive bolt, while the other vines all attacked Xu Xin. Xu Xin dodged back into the corner once more, as blood-thorn vines lashed continuously at the entrance to the underground space, with several blood-patterned vines piercing the walls at the corner. Suddenly, Xu let out a piercing scream, causing the vines that had finished attacking and were about to withdraw to freeze. Xu Xin's keen eyesight caught the fine cracks on their branches caused by Xu's sonic attack. Xu's attack was quite effective in the cave. Moreover, it didn't affect him at all. At the same time, Mimi and Silver King sprang up together, attacking the frozen vines and tearing them into shreds in an instant. Xu Xin didn't stop his actions, loading another explosive arrow and continuing to bombard the same spot. The few remaining vines on the perimeter all lashed at the explosive arrow. With a boom, these vines were blown halfway to bits, and the remaining halves flickered faintly in the heart's pulse. They could have avoided being hit. Given their speed, the vines could have dodged, but the vines' true task was to protect the heart behind them. Xu Xin saw through their determination to defend the heart at all costs, striking where they had to guard, which resulted in them now only half intact. Suddenly, the heart's beating grew more intense, and the halved branches swaying on the ground started glowing intensely red, rapidly beginning to regenerate and grow. The second layer of the vine ball also started to stir, showing signs of loosening. Once they became active, more vines would join the attack, making it nearly impossible to harm the blood-red beating heart with these endlessly regenerating and attacking vines. Now's the time. Xu Xin quickly loaded and fired a burning arrow. This was just as the first batch of vines hadn't fully regrown, and the second batch hadn't fully activated. The burning arrow accurately struck the vine ball, and instantly, a part of the vine ball started burning. Due to the chaotic distribution of vines on the vine ball, the flames quickly ignited many vines and began to spread. Xu Xin didn't stop there, he continued to rapidly knock and shoot until, upon firing the fourth burning arrow, it was struck aside by the newly grown first batch of vines. However, the 3 burning arrows from before had already ignited 3 spots on the vine ball, spreading rapidly, causing most of the vines to be engulfed in flames. The outer vines, reborn, frantically slapped against the burning vine ball, but to no avail. The vine's juices were excellent fuel, and the fire spread quickly. Some vines even caught fire themselves as they slapped, twisting endlessly in the flames, only to be attacked by their former companions beside them and torn to pieces. Go! Xu Xin saw that they could no longer extinguish the flames and instantly mounted the wolf, lying down flat on Silver King's back. Silver King, seeing Xu Xin properly settled, immediately vaulted forward towards the ground. The tunnel was 2 meters wide and high, spacious enough that under normal riding conditions one might hit their head, but lying flat on Silver King's back posed no problems. Silver King could dash out in just dozens of seconds over a distance less than a kilometer. Soon, 1 person and 4 animals were charging onto the ground. Xu Xin flipped off the wolf, looked towards the depths of the ground hole, thick smoke filled half of the tunnel and was billowing upward. To be honest, he thought this ascent could have been dangerous. Ji Chaoyang lost contact with him while on this path. What's up with that guy, suddenly losing contact for no good reason? In the explorers group, Wang Lei had just gotten rid of the pursuit of those mutant flying insects. Wang Lei, oh my god, those bugs finally left, my face is swollen beyond recognition, it hurts so much. Qi Xuefe, apply blue-level hemostatic grass, don't save it if you're injured. I have plenty of hemostatic grass. She was quite generous. But it was under her suggestion that Wang Lei forced himself to explore, giving this assurance was indeed necessary. Wang Lei, I'll use it then. Qi Xuefe, go ahead, use it. Wen Guixin, I have already explored the second cave, still not the heart Xu Xin mentioned, but like yours, there were a few big red flowers and bugs. Xu Xin, I saw that heart. Xu Xin shared his experience with them and advised the two that if they saw the fleshy heart, do not hesitate, just shoot burning arrows at it. If he had set it on fire before the heart lit up, there wouldn't have been all those troublesome problems afterward. Thick smoke was already pouring out from the ground hole, carrying a pungent scorched smell, it seemed the vines below were burnt badly. Li Wenxi, wow, that sounds really dangerous. Zhao Xiaochuan, just thinking about a big throbbing flesh heart under my treehouse makes me panic, brother Xin, now we can't contact Boss G either, it's up to you to save us. Qin Yunlong, what's going on with Ji Chaoyang, could he be in trouble? Wang Lei, hey, Boss G is so strong, what could happen, his name isn't Gray, the guy is alive and well. Brother Xin also lost contact for a long time back in the dungeon, surely he's fine. By the way, burning vine clusters, sounds exhilarating. Can't use fire in the forest, I've been wanting to try it. Wang Lei was optimistic but also reminded Xu Xin. Ji Chaoyang could very well have gone somewhere without signal like Xu Xin did back in the dungeon. However, he lost contact when moving away from the heart, where could he go, the tunnel only leads out, there's no place without signal. Wait. At that time, Ji Chaoyang told him he was leaving, moving away from the heart. But that doesn't mean he exited, perhaps he's still underground, finding other tunnels. With his hearing, picking up sounds to find another entrance might indeed be possible. Xu Xin looked at the ground hole still billowing smoke. Could there be other passages below? When Xu Xin also spoke in the group, vine clusters. I don't need to use fire, with fire, I'd have to run too. I'll use my own method. Coming back to senses, Xu Xin saw her words, a bitter smile appeared as he shook his head. In terms of combat power, he truly admires Wen Guixin. She no longer avoids the topic and directly admits her high combat power is due to her special abilities, although she never elaborates. Nobody knows what sort of special abilities she possesses, truly enviable. The smoke was slowly thinning, turning to wisps, it seemed the burning below was nearing an end. The underground's limited oxygen wouldn't allow prolonged burning. Silver King and Mimi lay in the lee, Afu crouched on Mimi's back, quietly waiting for the smoke to clear. Kiki, however, ran curiously around the smoky hole, accidentally getting smoked, turning itself black, even its big tail was black. Xu Xin, both amused and helpless, picked up Kiki, forcefully patting it. Eek! Eek eek! Kiki protested, but in vain. Xu Xin didn't want a little coal ball crawling onto him. Luckily, Kiki had a natural gift for cleanliness. Xu Xin noticed while bathing it before, this little guy barely attracted any dirt, the bathwater stayed clean, so after a few pats, a fresh little panda reappeared. Kiki climbed up his arm to his shoulder. The ground hole finally stopped emitting black smoke. Better go down soon to check, before the vines revive and flourish again. This time, he didn't bother to be so cautious, and directly leapt onto Silver King's back, charging into the cave. Though the thick smoke had mostly dissipated, upon entering, a burnt, choking odor still lingered, causing Xu Xin's throat to itch, prompting him to cough a few times. The smell of burnt vines, if you savor it carefully, actually has an agreeable scent, somewhat like roasted eggplants. Getting hungry. Definitely going to have a feast when I get back. Near the cave entrance there was still some smoke, but the closer he got to the bottom, the less the smoke, until finally he didn't need to cover his nose. Arriving at a corner, Xu Xin glanced inside. What a sight, he couldn't help but laugh. The entire underground area was charred black, all the vines burned into black ash on the ground, only a few short, isolated vines lay there, bereft of luster, appearing to be dead. And the central fleshy heart was completely exposed, having suffered quite severe burns, its surface scorched, and up close you could even catch a whiff of roasted meat. The whole heart had dimmed, its beating slowed considerably. Seemingly aware of Xu Xin's presence, it lit up again, hastening its beats, but was far inferior compared to when it was enveloped by vines. Among the black ash on the ground, a few vines that seemed half dead twitched, emitting a faint red glow, starting to slowly repair themselves. Naturally, Xu Xin wouldn't give this heart another chance. He raised the crossbow, firing an explosive bolt. Without the vine's defense, the heart was a massive immobile target. Boom! The explosive bolt erupted on the heart, sending shards of flesh flying. The heart before him glowed fiercely, then dimmed, beginning to contract violently, making a sound akin to screaming from the strain. Farewell! Boom! 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 Repeated explosive bolt shots. Xu Xin's ears were now accustomed to the deafening sounds. The entire cave trembled from the blasts, and charred soil and chunks of wall scattered down, and palm-sized chunks of meat flew about from the explosions. Xu Xin halted his actions. As the smoke subsided, a large chunk of meat with a big hole appeared before him. Its pulsations were already very faint. He drew out his iron-tipped spear and commanded, "Silver King, Mimi, go, finish off this heart." Roar! Meow! One man and two beasts sprang into action. Xu Xin's spear stabbed into it fiercely, Mimi's claws were so fast they were a blur, sending flesh flying, while Silver King bit savagely at the heart's wound, tearing off 100 kilograms of flesh with just a twist of its head. Finally, the heart succumbed, completely dimmed, and ceased beating. Killed mutated plant heart and gained points, 300 points. Points. If it's 5 times the points during the hunting event, that's a total of 1,500 points, equivalent to 3 medium-level mutated beasts. Xu Xin picked up a palm-sized piece of meat from the ground. Obtained mutated plant heart fragment, green, *1.26 kg. Mutated plant heart fragment, green when burned, produces smoke that can repel mutated plants, each kilogram lasts for 1 hour. Smoke that repels mutated plants when burned. Xu Xin's eyes gradually widened. This is the key to helping other survivors get through this treehouse defense battle. Using this to drive away the mutated plants, they won't need to kill the underground heart, and other survivors can hold out until the treehouse protection period ends. But this brings the question of whether Xu Xin will give it to them. In this event, must the weak rely on the strong? Even the event is helping Xu Xin to build a team. Xu Xin glanced at the broken large heart before him. The weight, it must be several tons. Suddenly, he saw something glowing from the center of the heart's broken flesh. What is that? The faint green light was at the center of the heart, at about 3 or 4 meters in height, and was very inward. Xu Xin couldn't reach it with his hand. He cautiously took a step back. Could this be the heart's final trick? Some kind of explosive attack perhaps. Kiki, is there any danger? Xu Xin asked Kiki on his shoulder. Ing. Kiki shook its little head, indicating it didn't sense any danger anymore, then jumped inside the broken flesh. Hey, you little thing. Dirty. Xu Xin wanted to grab it back but caught empty air. This little creature, even if there's no danger, shouldn't jump in like that, it's so disgusting. Kiki kicked twice inside, and nimbly climbed to the center of the heart, where the light was, tilting its head as it examined the thing. Only then did Xu Xin notice that the flesh hadn't actually leaked a single drop of blood. Just because it appeared red made him mistakenly think of it as flesh and blood. In reality, its cross-section was akin to a plant's, quite clean, though a bit unpleasant to look at. It made sense, this large heart was called the heart of mutant plants, so being a plant's heart, naturally, it wasn't made of meat. A lack of blood was normal. However, it indeed smelled somewhat like roasted meat, tempting Xu Xin to take a bite of the roasted part. Yet, since the description didn't specify its edibility, Xu Xin resisted the urge. If it were poisonous, that would be bad. Since it wasn't dirty, Xu Xin didn't stop Kiki. Watching Kiki play with the thing using its little paws, he asked, "How is it, Kiki?" "What is that?" "Quickly bring it to me to see." "Ing." Kiki responded, gripping the object with its mouth, and jumped back to Xu Xin's arms in 2 moves. Xu Xin held Kiki and removed the walnut-sized object from its mouth. This thing was emerald and crystalline throughout. Indeed, how unexpected to find such a green object within the blood-red heart. Plant heart seed, once planted, it can grow into a plant heart below the surface, best planted in the same soil as a tree house. It symbiotically grows with the roots of the tree house, transforming part of the tree house roots into aggressive vines, and increasing the protection of the ground area near the tree house, complementing the tree house, jointly protecting survivors. Planting in barren soil, white, results in a small plant heart, planting in ordinary soil, green, results in a medium plant heart, planting in fertile soil, blue, results in a large plant heart. This is actually a seed, allowing him to cultivate a heart himself. It's for protecting the area beneath the tree house. Moreover, the description, it's so similar to the treehouse seed description. This is the same type as the treehouse seed. From the description, this seed seems like an accessory to the tree house. It grows symbiotically with the roots of the tree house, transforming part of the roots into vines. Meaning, planting this plant heart, if enemy units appear under the tree house, vines will emerge from underground to attack them. As long as he's near the tree house, the situation with those mutant monsters will shift instantly. If mutant beasts step within the range of his tree house, it's akin to him stepping out of his protected zone. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. This isn't just about enhancing safety, planting this seed turns the area near the tree house into his territory. No longer fearing trampling by beasts, he can freely plant the plants he desires near the tree house, raise the animals he wishes to breed. It's equivalent to directly adding a great courtyard to his tree house. Really nice. Wait a moment. Transforming tree house roots into vines. Xu Xin thought of something, sucking in a cold breath. Those mutant vine clusters under his tree house, weren't they transformed by this large heart using the tree house's roots? Also, the area just charred by him, wasn't it the tree house's roots penetrating deep underground? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The seed he obtained is named Plant Heart Seed, while the heart he killed isn't called Plant Heart, but Heart of Mutant Plants. He also saw the process of ordinary vines transforming into mutant vines. At such depth underground, mutant vines are plausible, but from where did ordinary vines originate? It truly seems they were transformed from treehouse roots. First converting the roots of the treehouse into vines, then transforming vines into mutant vines, this must be what this heart of the mutant plant was constantly doing. Truly insidious, transforming the roots of the treehouse into mutant vines to attack the treehouse. The insidiousness isn't just limited to this. Suppose someone believed that killing a certain number of vines around the tree house stops their growth, choosing to continuously kill the mutant vines, this heart would perpetually use the tree house roots to generate more vines. That would mean the survivor is effectively attacking their own tree house. If the vines truly ceased growing, it only indicates the roots near the tree house are thoroughly destroyed by the survivor. Thinking about this, Xu Xin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, no wonder the heart grew under the tree house. Luckily, he hadn't excessively killed those vines. Yet, transforming roots into vines, usable by him, is quite powerful, meaning the tree house itself gains attacking capabilities, using its roots to attack external enemies. Kiki, being held by Xu Xin, saw him standing dazed for quite a while, nudged Xu Xin with its paw. Xu Xin came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Carefully storing the seed into his backpack, he began examining the massive flesh before him. The total weight couldn't be determined by Xu Xin, but must be about 8 or 9 tons, just under 10,000 kilograms. It's best to take these things back first. Nearly 10 tons of blood and flesh, it's not an easy task to take it back. But if he just puts it on the transaction platform here, he doesn't feel very safe. The transaction platform won't manage the items, this pile of blood and flesh will remain here, but who knows if something might happen here again. Keep in mind, the mystery of Ji Chaoyang's disappearance hasn't been solved yet. There might be other things existing underground. There's no choice, he sent a video to Li Wenxi on the spot. It took a long time for the other side to connect. Li Wenxi was lying on the sofa, rubbing her eyes, her voice a bit lazy. What's up? Are you sleeping? Yeah. Gotta rest up and build up energy. If you stay tense all the time, when danger comes you won't have any energy left. Li Wenxi sat up and opened her eyes, immediately seeing the shattered giant heart in the video, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, is this that heart you talked about? You actually killed it. Yeah, Xu Xin traded her a piece of the flesh. Check out the benefits of this heart fragment. Let me see. This. It can repel the mutant plants outside. Isn't this exactly what we need right now? You really found it. Even though the piece of flesh looked blood red and a bit gross, Li Wenxi didn't mind at all. She clutched the meat with both hands, her face full of joy. That's right, we should be able to get through this treehouse defense now. Xu Xin was now quite relaxed. No matter what happened to others, he was sure he'd survive this event. Fantastic. Li Wenxi jumped up. She had been worried something would happen to Xu Xin outside, but it seemed he had resolved everything. He truly deserves the title of the #1 man in the whole server. I want to trade these things to you, store them all at your place. Xu Xin pointed at the giant heart. Thanks to the purple level watch, he could directly transfer materials. Huh? What are you gonna do with so many? Oh, you want to distribute them to others, right? No problem. Store them with me. I've made a lot of backpacks for ores, and many of them are empty. Li Wenxi patted her chest confidently. With Li Wenxi's permission, Xu Xin started processing immediately. The surrounding ground was covered in fragments. Xu Xin had the Silver King's 4 beasts gather them while he took out the boning knife. This thing is huge. Slicing down with the knife, thankfully, the boning knife had the ability to separate materials, so Xu Xin didn't have to exert much effort to remove chunks of flesh from the heart, turning them into resources that belonged to him. Then, he traded these pieces of blood and flesh to Li Wenxi. It took about half an hour for Xu Xin to transfer the entire heart along with the surrounding exploded meat fragments. Finally done. Oh my, that's a lot. A total of 9,524 kilograms, over 9 tons. Finally finished, Li Wenxi exclaimed after holding it in for a long time. It is indeed a lot, but is it really enough? If he wants to save everyone, this won't be enough. He glanced at the district channel. There were still 3,015 people left. It seemed that these people had followed Xu Xin's advice and no one had gone on a mission to die. Currently, the vines under the treehouse weren't attacking the treehouse, probably because they were mutated from the treehouse's roots and instinctively wouldn't attack their own body, but that wouldn't stay that way forever. According to his estimate, around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, the blood thorns on those vines below the trees would light up entirely, becoming fully strengthened. By that time, these mutant vines would likely be controlled by the mutant plant heart under their treehouse and attack the treehouse. The event ends at 6 in the morning, meaning everyone would have to withstand nearly 12 hours of vine attacks. His less than 10 tons of blood and flesh wouldn't be enough for all 3,000 people. If equally distributed, each person could only withstand 3 hours of attacks. Survivors without blood and flesh would be in a dilemma. Attacking the mutant vines would be like attacking the treehouse's roots, while not attacking means watching the mutant vines destroy the treehouse. This event is simply terrifying. In this event, the weak must rely on the strong to survive. In fact, Xu Xin had already guessed, the second phase would likely relate to teamwork, requiring the entire zone to complete an activity together against an enemy. This first event is practically forcing each zone to select a leader. He still needs to protect these people's lives, as many as he can save. The number of people in the zone might relate to the survival situation in the second phase. If he wants to save everyone, what he has is certainly not enough. He can only see if Ji Chaoyang, Wen Guixin, and Wang Lei can bring back some more. If that's not enough, he'll have to carry out a selective rescue. Finally sent everything to you, Xu Xin's gaze was drawn to a hole in the corner. That corner had always been blocked by the heart, and he hadn't noticed the hole before. Was that half-human high hole always there? What's wrong? Li Wenxi asked. Oh, it's just over here, HM. A sharp-nosed animal suddenly poked its head out of the hole. Pew! Kiki immediately called out, and Silver King Mimi and Afu all turned to look at that small hole. With a long, narrow body, covered in scale armor, with short and thick limbs, a long and flat tail, a slightly convex back, and blood-red patterns covering its entire body. A pangolin? A mutant pangolin? Isn't this the burrowing pangolin Wen Guixin mentioned before? The mutant pangolin's eyes met with one man and 4 beasts and instantly let out a sharp cry, then swiftly retracted back into the hole. Xu Xin quickly stepped forward to look into the hole. The small hole was winding and twisting, extending about 10 meters deep, leading to an unknown destination. Wow, you have so many mutant beasts around you. Did you tame all of them? Li Wenxi exclaimed as she finally noticed Silver King Mimi and Afu behind Xu Xin. Yeah, all tamed using that contract I gave you, Xu Xin explained casually, now completely captivated by the small cave. Eek! Seeing Xu Xin's interest in the cave, Kiki wanted to run inside. Get back here. Xu Xin grabbed Kiki by the scruff of its neck and pulled it back. This wasn't a place it could explore without permission. Silver King Mimi and Afu were much more obedient. All 3 of them had contracts with Xu Xin and were well behaved, except for Kiki, who always bounced around chaotically. Even now, Kiki still doesn't show up as a light spot on the map. Fortunately, this little guy has already become a great companion, and there's basically no worry of it running away. However, since Kiki dared to venture inside, it suggests there shouldn't be any danger here. Otherwise, it would never dare to do so, it would just cling to Xu Xin to prevent him from entering. Is everything okay? Did something happen over there? Li Wenxi sounded concerned. Although she had the video on, she could only see Xu Xin and what was behind him, not the cave in the corner. Nothing much, Xu Xin replied while turning the camera toward the corner. A mutant beast just crawled out from this cave. A small cave? It's so small, you can only crawl in, right? If there's any danger inside, crawling would make it hard to do anything. Li Wenxi made a valid point, at least Xu Xin wouldn't be venturing inside. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Are you free to help divide the meat? Make it 3 kilograms per portion. Oh, okay, hehe, I can finally help you guys with something. Try using fire to burn a piece and see if it can drive away the vines under the treehouse. Okay. After ending the video, Xu Xin posted a message in the area channel, everyone, don't try to attack those vines. Killing them will only make more of them appear, it's endless. He didn't tell them there was a mutant heart underground beneath the treehouse, nor did he mention that these were all mutations of the treehouse's roots. Although his guess was close to the mark, saying it would easily incite panic among everyone, in case someone's mental state couldn't handle it. Of course, those who have survived until now generally aren't those kinds of people. At this moment, the area channel was bustling with activity. Everyone was staying indoors, unable even to go to the window to enjoy the view, so people were restless in their treehouses. I listened to the boss, never went outside, never poked my head out, killing vines. That's impossible. Killing vines. Boss Su really overestimates me, am I worthy? Speaking of which, wasn't there a guy who said he wouldn't stay inside and wanted to go out? Where is he now? He's gone cold. When I heard him say that, I started watching his name, and in just a few seconds, his name turned gray. Salute to the warrior. Warrior, my foot. That's just a brainless fool rushing to reincarnation. We need pathfinding pioneers. Boss Su and his team are the real pioneers, this is at most cannon fodder. Most people in the channel were making sarcastic comments about those who went out and died, which is normal, just like the sarcastic comments under most extreme sports videos on Earth. Xu Xin actually hoped for more people willing to venture outside, not reckless fools, but people who could survive. Even if severely injured, that's alright, as they can all be saved anyway. Such people at least have courage and ability. But in the current situation, it seems like there aren't any. Most who ventured out are completely wiped out. Of course, it's also possible they just don't want to share their experiences in the area channel. Xu Xin glanced at the cave, feeling a bit hesitant. Crawling inside himself was indeed too dangerous and too inconvenient. Eek. Kiki saw Xu Xin's hesitation and patted its little chest, indicating that it could venture inside to explore. Afu landed beside Kiki, seemingly wanting to go in with Kiki. Alright then. Xu Xin nodded in agreement. Since Kiki itself felt there was no danger, there should truly be no major issues, go in and take a look. If it's very deep, don't venture further, come out right away, okay? Eek. Kiki nodded, and turned to run into the 1-meter-high cave, and Afu followed inside. Despite Afu's wingspan being 2 meters, its body was small, allowing it to tuck its wings in and crawl easily. Xu Xin leaned against the Silver King, enjoying its soft fur while waiting for news from Kiki and Afu. Mimi, meanwhile, stretched out on the ground. This tiny cave was impossible for Mimi and Silver King to crawl into. After just a few minutes, there were sounds of Kiki's yips and Afu's faint cries from inside the cave, seemingly discussing something, and soon, Kiki ran out, followed by Afu. Eek. Eek eek. Kiki started gesturing with its small paws again. There are many forks inside, many caves, they are tangled and complicated. I was afraid of getting lost inside, so I didn't go deeper. Xu Xin understood Kiki's meaning and repeated it aloud. Oh. Kiki nodded. This really makes exploration impossible. According to one Xu Xin's words, the third underground hole is likely related to this pangolin-like creature. When we go out, let's explore the third hole and see. Maybe, The third hole is connected to this place. But before that, he needs to return to the treehouse and check the situation. He is still not sure what happened to the mutated vines above after killing the heart of this mutant plant. Even if they were transformed from the roots of the treehouse, they are now mutated vines, and they cannot be left alone. If they are still alive, he must eliminate them all. Riding on Silver King, Xu Xin quickly came out of the underground hole and returned swiftly to the front of the treehouse. Sure enough, these mutated bloodthorn vines were not dead, continually swaying in the wind, but without the support of the heart's power, their blood thorns no longer emitted a red glow and were merely ordinary bloodthorn vines. Xu Xin took out his crossbow, thought for a while, and put it back. Starting to harvest from the outside is much simpler than rushing out from the inside, at least there is no need to worry about being surrounded from all sides. Silver King, Mimi. Xu Xin dismounted from Silver King. When you guys came out, weren't you eager to rush into these vines and kill everything? Now's your chance, he pointed at the vines, these vines won't regenerate anymore, you can enjoy the battle to your heart's content. And Afu, you're up. Mutant beasts should become stronger faster after battles. This is the conclusion Xu Xin reached after watching them become stronger again and again through battles. So if there is a fight, it's better to let them handle it. These bloodthorn vines are only low-level mutant creatures and are afraid of Silver King Mimi, these middle-level mutant beasts. To them, these vines are not dangerous enemies, just experience treasure. Also, his points treasure. Upon hearing this, the aura of Silver King and Mimi changed instantly. Silver King let out a low growl, and the bloodlines on its terrifying sharp tusk started to faintly shine, while Mimi's claws immediately extended, directly creating several deep holes in the ground. Afu flapped its wings in the air. It hasn't reached the level of a middle-level mutant beast yet and isn't very keen on fighting, but it's very obedient and does whatever Xu Xin says. Before Silver King and Mimi could attack, Afu initiated the attack first. A sharp screech ensued, causing the vines on the perimeter to stiffen, and cracks appeared on them. Silver King and Mimi also launched their attack simultaneously. Instantly, broken pieces of bloodthorn vine branches flew everywhere. Squawk, squawk. Squawk. Kiki perched on Xu Xion's shoulder, waving its little claws to cheer for the three beasts. Clear them out circle by circle from the outside. Xu Xion commanded the three beasts. He certainly didn't want them to charge directly into the interior of the vines. Although with Silver King and Mimi's strength, they could do so and enjoy the fight, they would surely suffer significant injuries. He still has an underground hole unexplored, so they can't afford to have them injured meaninglessly. Afu disturbed the area with sound waves from above, while Silver King and Mimi attacked below. The vine-clearing speed was incredibly fast, and the sound of points grating from killing the bloodthorn vines never ceased next to Xu Xion's ear. Now his points have surpassed the 5,000 mark. To him, even blue-grade soil is not a scarce resource anymore. After all, a bag of organic fertilizer, blue, costs just 500 points, and he has a 30% discount, only 350 points. But right now, he doesn't want to use his points, because the treehouse is soon about to complete its upgrade, and the second phase will officially start too. Perhaps after the treehouse upgrade, there will be new things in the points mall. Things may be related to decoration. So let's keep accumulating those points for now. In just about 10 minutes, the bloodthorn vines around the treehouse were completely cleared away, entirely according to his expectations. These bloodthorn vines can no longer regenerate. Numerous broken vines wriggled slightly on the ground before finally coming to rest. Xu Xian put all these vines into his backpack. These mutated vines are full of value and can't be wasted. They can be used to collect mutated vine juice, and the rest can be used by Qi Xuefe for pharmaceuticals. Wow, so heavy. Naturally, so many mutated vines are extremely heavy. Xu Xian returned to the treehouse and packed them into several green-grade backpacks he used for resource storage. Then he immediately came down and stood at the base of the treehouse. It's time to plant the plant heart seed. The description says that since this plant heart needs to coexist with the treehouse, it's best to plant it in the same soil patch as the treehouse. Xu Xin dug a small pit under the treehouse with a shovel and planted the emerald green seed inside. Plant heart seed successfully planted, growth time remaining 2 hours. Great, just like the treehouse seed, it can quickly grow within 2 hours. Now, wait for the changes that will happen 2 hours later. It's now past 3 in the afternoon, and this plant heart can completely mature before nightfall. Taking the 4 beasts back into the treehouse, Xu Xin removed the scale armor and nestled into the sofa with a sigh of relief. At least the problems on his end have been solved. Rest for a while before heading out again. First, tell them about the experience this time and exchange some information. Xu Xin recounted his experiences and speculations within the explorer group. There was still no news from Ji Chaoyang. Qin Yunlong, so it turns out that's the case. Doesn't that mean people who can't leave have their lives completely controlled by others? Qi Shuefe, those vines below are actually the roots of the treehouse. That's terrifying. Li Wenxi, I have all these fragments here. I've already tested their effects, and they're perfect. I just set up a grill by the window of the treehouse and it emitted a dense white smoke, causing the surrounding vines to retract back into the ground. Zhao Xiaochuan, this is resolved. Did I just slack off again? Getting carried by the experts feels amazing. Xu Xin, everyone, hold off on using it. Use it to drive them away when the vines start attacking again. At this moment, Wang Lei and Wen Guixin also showed up. Wang Lei, oh my god, does this mean I'm the savior? Wen Guixin, so, was all this effort just to work for everyone else? Seeing these two making an appearance, Xu Xin asked, how are things on your side? Wang Lei, relax, brother Xin. We're already barbecuing the big heart down there. Following your advice, I fired several flaming arrows at it on sight. The vines didn't even react before they caught fire. Wen Guixin, I've already dealt with all the vines here. After destroying the big heart, the points are massive. But, we don't have your purple level card, so we can't trade on site. Do we have to carry it back piece by piece? That's too troublesome. Wang Lei, it's not that troublesome. Our bodies have been enhanced so many times, you should be able to carry 100 kilograms by now. Backpack weight is only 10%, so you can carry a ton at a time. It's not far from the treehouse, so doing it 10 times should be enough. We can get it done within an hour. Wen Guixin, you guys are really a bunch of good folks. Alright, I'll carry it. Even if we don't share it with them, this stuff will be useful for us in the future. By the way, since we can disperse the vines, let's give them some fragments and let them fight their way out. Li Wenxi, no, the vines just retracted below ground. I tested it by going down, and while it's fine to step under the treehouse canopy, going further out makes the vines pop up again, nearly injuring me. Wen Guixin, I see, that's tricky then. Hey, I found the seed Xu Xin mentioned. Xu Xin smirked. How could this be working for everyone else? This seed was their greatest gain from leaving, equivalent to a large courtyard on the ground. Zhao Xiaochuan, wow, missed out. If I had known, I wouldn't have given the chance to Wang Lei back then. Wang Lei, hey, you might not have made it out. I had to put in a lot of effort to get out, almost getting tied up by those vines inside. Xu Xin lay on the couch for a few more minutes before sitting up. There was one last underground tunnel left to explore. He needed to take a look. Although there was no heart in the first tunnel, the red mist flower that released enhanced mutant powers was a substantial find for him. This third tunnel must also have some good things. The 4 beasts thought they wouldn't be going out again. The Silver King and Mimi were yawning in the corner, while Kiki was rolling around on the couch beside him. Afyu wasn't in the room, it seemed to have hung under the treehouse. Let's go. There's one last hole left. Once we finish exploring, we can come back to rest. Xu Xin stood up. Hearing this, Kiki climbed directly onto his shoulder, Silver King also stood up, and Mimi stretched lazily, pacing over to his side. With the 3 beasts in tow, and calling Afyu, Xu Xin climbed onto Silver King's back. The group of 1 person and 4 beasts quickly arrived at the 3rd tunnel entrance, which was discovered by Silver King. Meep. Kiki called as Xu Xin was about to enter, warning him of danger. Xu Xin suddenly remembered that Kiki had mentioned earlier that there was danger in each of the 3 holes. That's why he didn't know which one truly held the heart and had to try each one. Kiki, is the danger inside here, or is the heart more dangerous? Xu Xin stroked Kiki's little head resting on Silver King's neck and asked. Meep. Meep. Kiki turned around, pointing a small paw in the direction of the second tunnel, where the heart used to be. It seems like the strongest foe has already been dealt with. There's nothing to be afraid of then, no more time to waste. Holding a crossbow, Xu Xin lay on Silver King's back. Mimi, lead the way, let's charge in. Meow. Mimi responded, rushing into the tunnel with Afu, as Silver King followed closely behind. All 3 tunnel passages weren't significantly different from each other. In just a matter of seconds, they reached the depths of this tunnel. Like the other 2 tunnels, the deepest part of this tunnel was also a hall-like space, but this time, the underground space was empty, nothing at all. Empty. Xu Xin furrowed his brows. No, it shouldn't be empty. If it were empty, how would Kiki have felt danger? Xu Xin observed his surroundings and eventually noticed a slight anomaly on the wall. It was fortunate that he had an ongoing enhanced vision, allowing him to notice that the soil texture and color on one part of the wall differed subtly from the rest, a difference so minor that it was almost invisible in the dark underground. This difference was akin to the contrast between reworked soil and untouched soil. At the unusual wall, Xu Xin took out a long spear and gently prodded it. With a crash, half of the strange-colored portion collapsed. After a few more pokes, a 2-meter-high opening appeared before him. Were these holes dug by those pangolins? But why were they sealed? The Silver King lay quietly beside him, while Mimi paced back and forth by the entrance, looking deep into the hole. It suddenly stopped, shrinking back slightly. This wasn't an action of fear, instead, it was a stance ready to strike. To Xu Xin, it seemed like a lurking tiger poised to kill its prey with one deadly blow. Ing. Kiki pointed at the largest entrance and let out a sound. This cave was about 2 meters in both length and width, enough for Xu Xin and the 4 beasts to enter together. About 10 meters in, there was a turn, and the deeper parts were not visible. Should we go in and take a look? Suddenly, a large head emerged from around the corner, gradually revealing its whole body. Its scales were covered with dust, and the bloodlines weren't noticeable under the layer of dirt, yet its sharp claws were peculiarly clean, although somewhat out of proportion. An oversized pangolin, with its tail, it was at least 3 meters long. With parts of its body strengthened to be bigger and stronger, this pangolin, even if it wasn't a mid-tier mutant beast, was almost at the same level as Mimi and Silver King before their upgrades. Moreover, this was probably the largest individual of its species. The pangolin wasn't afraid upon seeing them, it even leisurely walked up to them. Mimi's fur bristled, and it hissed at the pangolin, then swatted it with a paw. The pangolin didn't dodge, and was knocked to the ground by Mimi. However, its body was protected by scales, and Mimi's attack was only probing without extending its claws, so it wasn't harmed. It flipped over and approached Xu Xin again. This time, even Silver King bared its sharp teeth, growling threateningly. Hold on, don't attack. Xu Xin stopped Silver King and Mimi, who intended to assault the pangolin, and stepped forward himself. Wearing his own scale armor set, he wasn't afraid of a sudden attack from this large pangolin. Upon getting closer, Xu Xin noticed that many of the pangolin's scales were broken. This wasn't caused by Mimi's blow just now, but had been damaged for a long time. What had bullied this pangolin? The pangolin extended its claw, nudging his scale armor, then turned to walk into the cave. Was it wanting him to follow? Ing. Kiki nudged Xu Xion's cheek, shaking its head to express refusal. It could sense the danger within the cave. Not as serious as the heart, right? Xu Xian squinted, looking at the pangolin's back, and asked. Ing. Kiki hesitated for a moment, then nodded its little head. Then it's all right, let's all go in. Xu Xian decided, gripping the crossbow in his hand. With explosive crossbow bolts at hand, even a heart could be blasted apart, so there was no need to be overly cautious. The pangolin stopped at a corner, looked back at him, as if waiting for him to catch up. "Let's go, follow along." As Xu Xin was about to follow, Mimi gently leaped ahead of him, entering the cave first. It seemed Mimi was still concerned for his safety. Xu Xin smiled and followed Mimi into the cave. Seeing them follow, the pangolin quickened its pace, leading the way ahead. The cave twisted and turned, with numerous forks, resembling the underground maze they had traversed before. Xu Xin silently memorized the paths and marked a notch on the cave wall at each fork they passed. Mimi stopped at one fork, looking toward the path the large pangolin didn't take, its body suddenly tensing. Xu Xin frowned and followed Mimi's gaze, his pupils constricting as he inhaled sharply. The inside of that fork was still shrouded in darkness, like a flat space resembling a floor in a high-rise building, with only a height of 2 or 3 meters, but a large area. Using his night vision and enhanced sight, he could see the space was filled densely with pangolins. These pangolins varied in size, all covered with red patterns. He even saw a massive pangolin lying in the deepest part, just its lying height almost reached the 3-meter-high ceiling, and its body length was at least tens of meters. Unlike other pangolins, this one had no blood patterns, just an incredibly gigantic physique. A giant pangolin like the lake giant python and creek-bottom giant crocodile. The large pangolin leading the way, seeing Xu Xin not following but instead looking towards that space, hurriedly ran back, nudging his armor as if not wanting him to disturb those inside. Xu Xin exhaled deeply, continuing to follow this pangolin. That giant beast, he couldn't handle it. But Kiki had said the danger level here was lower than that of a heart. If it was a giant beast, how could it be lesser than a heart? Could it also be a neutral entity like the giant crocodile? But why would a neutral entity mingle with a group of mutant beasts? Unfortunately, the map couldn't display the underground markers, so he couldn't discern them through the map and opted to avoid provoking them for now. After a few more turns, the pangolin finally stopped at the end of a corridor. This is... Xu Xin's pupils trembled slightly. At the end of the corridor was a small grassy nest, in which 2 tiny pangolins were lying. They moved slightly upon seeing someone approach, somewhat adorably. "Are these, your children?" Xu Xin asked softly. The large pangolin nodded its head slightly, seeming to acknowledge it, and then nudged the grassy nest towards Xu Xin. "Are you entrusting your children to me?" Xu Xin understood the pangolin's intent. Xu Xin crouched down and looked at the 2 small pangolins. The 2 small pangolins were about the size of little kittens, with fully grown scales and very sharp claws. Their 4 bright eyes stared wide open at Xu Xin, who was squatting down. Seeing the 2 little fellows smaller than herself, Kiki curiously walked forward and gently patted the head of the small pangolins with her little paw, just like how Xu Xin would pet her head. The small pangolin being patted didn't seem frightened. Instead, it struggled out of the grass nest and stared back at Kiki with its big eyes. The other one stayed in the nest, making tiny sounds. What puzzled him was that these 2 small pangolins didn't have any blood patterns on them, looking like ordinary small pangolins. Were the offspring of mutant beasts just normal beasts? Just now, he glanced over the entire area filled with pangolins covered in blood patterns everywhere, except for that giant one. None were without blood patterns. He suddenly understood why this pangolin wanted him to take its children away. These 2 small pangolins were possibly abandoned by their group because they were not mutant pangolins. Perhaps, in this pangolin group, only mutant pangolins were accepted. Any non-mutant pangolins born were abandoned or killed. Although this pangolin was certainly no match for that giant pangolin, it was still quite big. With its long tail, it was 3 meters in total length, while an adult pangolin usually with its tail reaches just over a meter. When Xu Xin looked at the pangolin group earlier, he didn't see any bigger than this one, most were around a meter. It was clearly the strongest apart from that giant pangolin. From this perspective, the broken scale armor on this large pangolin was probably shattered to protect its children. It had been ostracized by the pangolin group. So, it took the risk of being killed by Mimi Silver King to come before Xu Xin and guide him, hoping he would take its children away to ensure their survival. Xu Xin felt his guess was probably correct, and he asked, "Do you want me to take your children away?" It looked at the two small pangolins playing with Kiki in the grass nest and nodded, then cast a faint glance toward Xu Xin. "If I don't take them away, will they die?" The large pangolin nodded again. "All right, I agree." Xu Xin naturally agreed. Keeping two small pangolins wasn't much trouble, but he added, "However, you have to come with us." In the short term, the two small pangolins would not bring much benefit other than being somewhat cute as pets. But this large pangolin was different. It looked strong. Even though it wasn't a mid-level mutant beast, since its claws had already mutated, it must be on the verge of upgrading to a mid-level mutant creature, just like Silver King Mimi before it evolved. This state was the best option for him, even better than a mid-level mutant beast, because his mutant beast contract could only bind low-level mutant beasts. With the Chang'an family missing, he had no way to craft contracts himself, so he had to be sparing with the ones he had to make the most of them. Naturally, forming contracts with mutant beasts like this pangolin was ideal. The pangolin hesitated and didn't respond immediately. Seizing the moment, Xu Xin pointed at Silver King Mimi, who was no longer so wary, and Afu, who was already hanging upside down above the cave, and said, "Look at them, they're all mutant creatures. I suppose you asked me to take your children away because you were ostracized here. Come with us." Yip. Kiki ran to the large pangolin's side and patted its thick, short leg with her little paw. Silver King and Mimi were not as aggressive as before. Mimi had always been kept in the underground city and, being a feline, didn't have communal living, so it lacked empathy, just lying on the ground without attacking. However, Silver King, once the leader of a wolf pack, had experienced betrayal and abandonment by its pack after being severely injured. It walked over to the large pangolin, patted its scale armor comfortingly with its paw. Xu Xin picked up the two small pangolins and teased them. These little guys were not afraid of people, they even lay in his arms, looking up at him with watery eyes. "Come with me, and I'll make you stronger. Look at those two, they were once at the same level as you, perhaps even lower." Xu Xin pointed at Silver King and Mimi. Silver King had started as a common beast, certainly not better than this pangolin. But now, they're each stronger than you. Silver King made a soft howl, indicating it was true. The large pangolin was convinced, walked over to Xu Xin, and lay down, signifying that it would go with them. Xu Xin smiled. Excellent, with this pangolin, he could possibly start exploring the underground near the treehouse. In the future, not only would he have his treehouse in the air and a yard on the ground protected by a plant heart, but he would also have an underground space to utilize. With one hand holding the two small pangolins, he took out a mutant beast contract and said to the pangolin, "I'm going to make a contract with you now, so we can become true partners." After saying that, Xu Xin crushed the contract. The contract was successful, perhaps because he was holding the small pangolins, and with the two little ones being completely accepting, the large pangolin didn't resist at all, letting the remnants absorb into its body. Contracted with the mutant pangolin, gained 90 points. The point value made Xu Xin raise an eyebrow. Back when he contracted with Mimi, it was 90 points too. Clearly, this large pangolin, just like Mimi back then, was about to become a mid-level mutant beast. On the map, the pangolin's position lit up with a green dot. The map might not show underground enemies, but companions would display irrespective of location. He hadn't expected it to be so easy to contract with a pangolin about to upgrade to mid-level, and this pangolin was probably the largest individual anomaly within its tribe. The two small ones wriggled in his arms, climbing up over his scale armor and snuggling against Xu Xion's face. He seemed to have a fondness from these little ones. Xu Xian suddenly recalled the ornamental fish attracted to him during the rainy season. Seeing him, they didn't flee but circled around him instead. Could he have some innate trait that attracts animals? When he first encountered Kiki, she didn't resist after he picked her up, despite being usually cautious of danger. In any case, this pangolin has now become one of them. The third burrow also proved to be quite fruitful. "Alright, let's head out," Xu Xian said, holding two small pangolins. "Since you're coming with us, these little ones will be yours to raise." I'll provide you with a place to stay. Don't worry, it's very safe over there. The pangolin nodded and moved to lead Xu Xin out. As they passed the cave again, Xu Xin looked inside carefully. Apart from that giant creature, all the other pangolins were mutated with blood markings on their bodies. They all seemed to be sleeping, not a single one moving. However, even so, Xu Xin dared not act recklessly. If it were only these mutated pangolins, it would be manageable, but that giant one was truly intimidating. A pure giant beast, why is it mixed with a group of mutated beasts? Wait. In the entire pangolin group, only that giant pangolin doesn't have blood markings. And yet, a mutated pangolin with blood markings gave birth to small pangolins without blood markings. Could it be, these two little ones are the offspring of that giant pangolin? Xu Xin glanced at the large pangolin leading the way in front, then turned back for a final look at the pangolin-filled cave, slowly widening his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In the entire cave, the pangolin he had contracted was the largest, and its status was probably second only to that giant pangolin. The leading large pangolin, seeing Xu Xin lagging behind and sneaking a look at the pangolin group, hurriedly retreated and tugged at him with its big paw, afraid to make any noise lest it alarm the group inside. Xu Xin walked a little further along with it, unable to resist asking, who is the father of these two little ones? He knew this large pangolin was female. The large pangolin paused slightly ahead, let out a soft cry, and continued moving forward. Eep. Kiki, who had been perched on Xu Xion's shoulder teasing the two small pangolins in his arms, made a sound, gesturing a large circle with its hands. Xu Xion took a deep breath, it really is that big guy. Eep. Kiki nodded in agreement. Does this mean he has eloped with the giant pangolin's mate? My gosh, what if it emerges from the ground to come after me for its spouse? Xu Xion looked again at the two small pangolins in his arms, his eyes nearly shining. No wonder these two small pangolins have such hard scales at such a young age, turns out they are exceptionally gifted. They are indeed his greatest find in this burrow. These are the offspring of a mutated beast and a giant beast. They possess the bloodline of a giant beast. Will these little ones become very large when they grow up? Based on his analysis, giant beasts and mutated beasts are two different evolutionary paths. Now, he had both, and a red panda that, for some unknown reason, could ignore the world's rules. He felt like he was about to become a beast tamer. It would have been even more so if Mimi and Afu were willing to enter the bracelet, releasing them when needed would truly be like a summoner. As for this pangolin, Xu Xion didn't plan to put it in the bracelet because it needed to raise the two little ones, and pangolins have no teeth and eat insects. Keeping it in the bracelet would mean he'd have to feed it and catch insects for it, which was too much trouble. Better to let it roam freely. Anyway, with the plant heart, his treehouse's vicinity is very safe, allowing it to dig and nest as it pleases. A few minutes later, Xu Xion and his party exited through the original entrance, returning to the space below the burrow, and then followed the passage back to the ground. Let's go back. Wait a minute, let's first check out the burrow with the mutated plant heart. Quickly, they were beneath the second cave, surrounded by soil blackened by smoke, with an unpleasant smell. The 1 meter or so hole was still there. Do you know about this hole? Xu Xion pointed at it, asking the large pangolin. The large pangolin emitted a fine, bird-like cry. With Kiki gesturing beside him, Xu Xion understood its meaning. This hole was indeed made by a certain mutated pangolin, probably a scout from their group drilling around and accidentally ending up here. Really? Could that be true? However, Xu Xion didn't want to delve into it any further, as he still had to go back and allocate the fragments of the mutated plant heart, so he led his beasts back to the treehouse. Xu Xion wanted to take the pangolin up, but like Afu, it wasn't too keen on entering the treehouse. At this moment, a prompt sound appeared in Xu Xion's mind. Plant heart growth completed, symbiotic with the treehouse, will protect an area within 100 meters of the treehouse. 100 meters in radius? That's over 30,000 square meters. This yard is quite large. Xu Xion smiled, patting the back of the large pangolin, you don't need to go inside the treehouse. You can settle anywhere within this 100-meter range, rest assured, it's very safe. Just then, his watch vibrated. He raised his hand to check, it was a private message from Li Wenxi. Xu Xin, Ji Chaoyang is back. He also killed that big heart. Ji Chaoyang is finally back. Xu Xin's heart settled. He really hoped nothing happened to Ji Chaoyang. The giant pangolin had already started digging a hole just a few meters away from the base of the treehouse. Because the ground here had already been loosened by the vines drilling back and forth, it was very soft, making it easy to dig. The big guy used its tail, which looked quite like a weapon, to stab into the ground as a tool to fix its body, then began digging on the surface. Xu Xin first sent Kiki, Mimi, and Silver King up for a rest, then carried 2 baby pangolins down, watching the big one work while he opened the regional channel. Ji Chaoyang, I killed that heart too, Xu Xin, Wen Guixin, Wang Lei, including my heart fragments, we have 4 people and 4 hearts in total, which should be enough for the entire region. Zhao Xiaochuan, holy shit, Boss G. Boss G is back. Wang Lei, I told you, Boss G is definitely okay. He loves to disappear without a reason. But this time, I'm considered a big guy too, ha 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 ha. Qi Xuefei, where have you been? We were discussing the organization's actions, and you, as one of the organizers, weren't there. Ji Chaoyang, just like when Xu Xin went last time, a place where the watch doesn't have signal, just got back a short while ago. Wen Guixin, Boss G, where did you go? Last time Xu Xin was deep underground without signal, was that the same for you? Ji Chaoyang, not easy to explain, but indeed a dangerous place. Xu Xin noticed Ji Chaoyang's somewhat ambiguous answer and felt a twinge in his heart. This isn't his style. Previously, if there was any information, he was always willing to share it with others, let alone now when the people in the organization are much closer than before. His choice of concealment, in Xu Xin's view, can only mean one thing: this matter involves the secrets of this world, involves that underground world, and is not allowed to be shared with those who are unknowing. So Xu Xin helped to smooth things over. Alright, where you went is not important, it's good that you're back. The vines might start attacking after 6 o'clock, our urgent task now is to split these heart fragments into 12-kilogram pieces and distribute them to other survivors. How's the progress of strengthening the vines on your side? Li Wenxi, only about the last 10% or so haven't lit up. It should be just under an hour until all the blood thorns of the vines fully light up. I divided your portion for them to help cut, and now including Sister Gui Xin and Wang Lei's portions, all have been cut except for Ji Chaoyang's part. Ji Chaoyang, I'll distribute mine now. Qin Yunlong, Sister Wenxi is doing a nice job managing logistics, keeping our operation orderly. Li Wenxi, my first year I was in the student union, busy all day with chores, got so commanded that this kind of thing became familiar. Zhao Xiaochuan, I get it, as a second year becoming a department head, you command the first years, right? Li Wenxi, first year was so busy I almost flunked. Second year they wanted to make me a minister, I refused. Wang Lei, hey, stop reminiscing, chatting about things I don't understand while we're in the middle of survival, facing life and death, why are we gossiping? Wen Guixin, life and death situation. Doesn't feel like it, it's pretty relaxed actually. By the way, what clubs did you join in undergrad? Wang Lei, whoa, I'm leaving the group. Qin Yunlong, I'm leaving too. Qin Yunhu, do you know about the diving club? The atmosphere within Explorers was really quite relaxed, making Xu Xin feel very relaxed. The 2 baby pangolins suddenly squirmed in his arms, seeming eager to go down. Xu Xin tried putting them on the ground, and they immediately ran to their mother, imitated her by inserting their tails into the ground using their little claws to help dig. Soon after, just a few minutes later, a hole 6 to 7 meters deep appeared below the treehouse. Xu Xin gathered the soil they dug out. After all, it's green-level soil, best to use on the 4th layer for planting. Xu Xin glanced into the hole and asked, can I go down now? The giant pangolin called out that it was okay. The hole was slanted, somewhat like the entrance to the previous underground caves, but much smaller, not walkable. You'd bump your head, so Xu Xin just slid down like a slide. Below, a small space just over a meter high and less than 10 square meters in area was dug out, sunlight from the hole above shone in, giving an overall loft-like feel. Xu Xin discovered that, on the floor of this little space, the roots were now faintly visible. No wonder the giant pangolin stopped digging, it had already reached the roots of the treehouse. It seems that the treehouse's roots are covered with about 6 or 7 meters of soil, very thick, which gave him the opportunity to utilize the underground. Xu Xin touched the soil in the cave, and found it very compact and hard. Although the top layer of soil is very loose, below 2 or 3 meters, the soil is already compact and hard, completely capable of providing stability to the underground space. As long as the space isn't too large, the ground won't collapse because of digging. The red mist flower seed he obtained in the first cave can be planted underground. He originally wanted to plant it in the tree house, but after some thought, it seemed inappropriate, since opening and closing the door would leak the red mist and fill his tree house with it, which would be troublesome. He can have the large pangolin dig a small underground room, plant the red mist flower seed inside, then make a door to seal it, thus creating a red mist sauna room. Silver King, Mimi, Afu, and the large pangolin can come in to enjoy the baptism of the red mist and enhance their abilities. Even if opening and closing the door might leak some red mist, it's no big deal, since it's outside and will disperse with the wind. Steady. At the moment, the large pangolin was lying at the innermost spot, while the 2 little ones were busy drinking milk. No wonder these 2 little ones just struggled to get out of his arms, turns out they were hungry. Luckily, he brought the large pangolin out, otherwise, where would he find milk for these 2 unweaned little ones? Though they haven't been weaned yet, they can already help dig. Truly worthy of the beast bloodline, talented since birth. Don't be fooled by the pangolin being covered in scales, it's not a reptile but a live-bearing mammal. They're unique, just like bats, the former being the only mammal covered entirely in scales, the latter being the only mammal capable of flight. Coincidentally, Xu Xin now has both of these animals, satisfying his collecting craze. So, will you take care of these 2 little ones, so I don't have to bring them up to the tree house? Xu Xin asked. The large pangolin nodded. Since it had come out, it would naturally take care of them. Xu Xin stroked his chin, looking at the nursing pangolin, and said, I need to give you a name. You should be the spouse of that giant creature, or one of the spouses, right? Since that creature is like your emperor, why not call you consort? The large pangolin consort slightly turned its head, without speaking, seemingly unimpressed with the name. These 2 little ones, the bigger one will be called Crown Prince, and the smaller one Little Prince. Xu Xin clapped his hands. These 2 might grow up to be giant pangolins, nobles by blood, so these names are fitting. The 2 little ones ignored Xu Xin, still focused on drinking milk. Xu Xin didn't have a penchant for watching pangolins nurse, so he stopped bothering them and quietly exited the newly dug cave. As for the red mist flower cave matters, he planned to ask it for help after the current activity. Crawling out of the cave, he stood by the entrance, feeling this cave seemed awkward. Now under the tree house was a desolate piece of land, with a lonely cave exposed just like that. Although protected by the plant heart, Xu Xin still felt the cave entrance was too exposed. He ran to buy some red berry seeds from the trading platform, scattered them around the cave entrance, and then bought several bags of green-grade fertilizer from the point store and spread it. Instantly, tiny sprouts started growing from the surrounding red berry bushes. This way, by tomorrow morning, the area will be covered by red berry bushes and won't look so abrupt. Perfect. Xu Xin clapped his hands, ready to remodel the empty area beneath the tree house. The plant heart can protect 100 meters around from harm, so he planned to turn the empty area underneath into his own backyard garden. In his plan, he would fence off a 90-meter range, leaving a 10-meter buffer zone. This way, if wild beasts attack, they would be blocked outside the fence while being attacked by vines, maximizing the defensive effectiveness of both the fence and the plant heart. At the same time, beasts unable to reach under the tree house would be completely within the range of the tree house's heavy crossbow. 90 meters in diameter might sound small, but it's actually about 38 acres, plenty enough for him to grow crops and raise animals. The more he thought about it, the more perfect it seemed, which brought a smile to Xu Xin's face. If what he envisioned could really be realized, then the tree house would truly have a bit of a doomsday fortress vibe. Unless huge creatures like giant anacondas, crocodiles, or demons come to attack him, even if there's a beast tide, he could lie in the tree house and vacation. The area underneath the tree house needs to be utilized too. Although it won't receive sunlight, he can plant shade-loving shrubs and fungi. Of course, only green grade is needed. Even though under the tree house can already defend against beast attacks, natural disasters are still somewhat out of his control, so unless they can't be planted on the 4th floor of the tree house, blue-grade resources should still be planted on the 4th floor. Today, let's first utilize the shaded part under the tree house. On the trading platform, he bought some red berry bush seeds, scattered them on the ground, and also found some fungal spores to spread. In a few days, under the tree house will be filled with these things. As for other areas, once the beasts return, he'll see how effective the vine protection is before making further plans. Back at the treehouse, it was already close to 6 in the evening, and Mimi Silver King and Kiki were very hungry. Xu Xin called Fu upstairs and distributed the thawed frozen mutant beast meat to the 3 mutant beasts, and then took Kiki to the 4th floor to pick vegetables, preparing to make a big meal. He wanted to properly reward himself for a busy day, as today's gains were quite substantial. The red mist flower that can enhance the strength of mutant beasts, the plant heart that provides security to the land around the treehouse, and the pangolin that can dig holes and is about to upgrade to a mid-level mutant beast, along with 2 small pangolins with giant beast bloodlines. And the heart fragments they obtained can truly make the explorers the savior of the entire district. Unlike last time, where only some people benefited, this time, almost everyone benefits. This way, the prestige of the explorers will once again rise to a new level. When the second phase comes, it will be easier for them to expand their organization and confront any potential dangers. Xu Xin and Kiki made a lavish table of delicious food and ate to their heart's content, with oil dripping from their mouths. Holding his now bulging stomach, Xu Xin looked satisfied. What is more satisfying than a big feast after a fulfilling day? Because Xu Xin made so much and it was so delicious, Kiki was stuffed to the point of lying on the ground, unable to move, occasionally letting out a small burp, with its big tail constantly brushing against the floor. This little guy. Xu Xin picked it up, gave it a brief wash, and then comfortably snuggled up with Kiki on the sofa. At this time, those who didn't go out to explore had mostly finished decomposing the mutated plant heart fragments. Li Wenxi, it's all divided up, we can provide it to them now. Zhao Xiaochuan, should we list it on the trading platform now? What price should we set? Qi Xuefa, they basically only have green-grade resources, and we don't lack those, so don't price it too high. Qin Yunlong, 12 kilograms per piece, 10 green-grade resources, to exchange for their life, not too much, right? Wen Guixin, agree, can't give it to them for free, I moved these back after 10 whole trips, I'm exhausted. Xu Xin, okay, list it now, this price is good. I'll go notify them in the region channel. Each person with 10 green-grade resources, they should have no problem with that. Ji Chaoyang then sent a private message to Xu Xin, after this event is over, I have something to discuss with you. It seemed mysterious, probably related to his experiences of the day. It appeared that, just as he imagined, Ji Chaoyang had come into contact with some secrets of the underground world and couldn't tell anyone else, only sharing it with him. Okay, I understand, Xu Xin replied, is it related to the underground world? That's right, so I can only tell you. It's quite complicated, we'll talk about it after this event is over. Okay. At this time, the region channel was already filled with panic. The vines outside are about to light up completely, is it going to attack us? It's about to get dark, and there's a red light outside the window, it's too creepy. It's over, what do we do, these vines are all thorny, much stronger than those this morning, is our treehouse armor enough? The low treehouse canopy was only 3 meters high, and the first floor windows around 4 meters, while the bloodthorn vines were 4 to 5 meters high. So as long as these people are sitting on the first floor of the low treehouse, even if they don't want to look, just glancing out the window, they can see the dense, red-glowing bloodthorn vines swaying in the air. Even if they don't glance, the red glow from the outside vines already affects the interior of the treehouse. It was indeed too frightening. The current situation imposed much greater mental stress on them than on Xu Xin and his group. Strongly request the bosses to sell armor again. I'm willing to pay double the price. I'll pay triple. By the way, these vines may not only attack the trunk, right? They're so tall, they will definitely attack the treehouse. It's over, my life is over. Seeing these survivors so panicked, Xu Xin immediately sent a notification in the region channel. Everyone, explorers have found the materials that can help you survive this event, mutant plant heart fragments, which when ignited can disperse the mutated plants under the treehouse. Go and purchase them immediately. They are already listed on the trading platform. Each person can only buy one piece. Remember, even if the mutant plants are dispelled, do not leave, as the outer mutated plants have only burrowed back into the ground and will emerge to attack if someone is present. Xu Xin sent this message 3 times so that everyone could see it. Immediately, the entire region channel was in an uproar. The bosses have acted again. Explorers are awesome. We're saved, ha ha ha. You can always trust Boss Xu and his team. Let me see, wow, each piece can dispel mutant plants for 12 hours, just right until the event ends. I've never panicked. I knew the bosses would find a way to save us. Why does it still cost 10 green grade resources, though? Wouldn't free be better? Anyway, the bosses don't lack these resources, and these resources are still very important to us. 2 green grade trees, 10 green grade resources, you can't come up with them, and find it expensive. Want to freeload off the boss's hard work? You might as well die. Jungle 188 doesn't need trash like you. Don't buy it, just wait and perish. Damn, who said I couldn't come up with anything? At the same time, the explorer group was bustling with activity. Li Wenxi exclaimed, "Oh my god, these sold out too fast. I sold all these, and they cleared out in seconds." Zhao Xiaochuan, same here, gone in an instant. Damn, I forgot to save some for myself. Ji Chaoyang, I have some left here, enough for all of us. Qi Shuefei, then, what should we do with these green-level resources we got in exchange? You 4 divide them. Qi Shuefei naturally referred to Xu Xin, Ji Chaoyang, Wen Guixin, and Wang Lei who went out. Wen Guixin, they're just green-level resources, I don't really need them. They're not very useful here with me. Wang Lei, got any food? Just give me some food instead. There's nothing to eat in the jungle now, and the fruits and vegetables I planted aren't ripe yet. I'm relying on everyone's help. Xu Xin thought for a moment and said, give all these resources to Li Wenxi to manage. Didn't you all say she was good at handling logistics? The capable do more work. Although Li Wenxi had told him more than once that she was lazy, even letting Xu Xin handle transactions for her, it seems she is indeed the best candidate for organizing logistics now. Li Wenxi, huh? Leave them with me. Ji Chaoyang, I agree, let's use it for the team's logistics support. Whoever needs it can get it from her. Li Wenxi, fine, I'll sort and keep them for you. Wow, don't just transfer everything over to me, it's a mess. Sort them before giving them to me. Xu Xin stood up from the sofa and walked to the window to look outside. Now, it was already dark, past 6. It was very calm under his treehouse because he had cleared away the vines long ago. With his excellent eyesight, Xu Xin squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance, taking in all the scenery. Looking around, he could see at least 2 particularly conspicuous trees in the forest. Those should be other people's treehouses. According to the distance, it was indeed 10+ kilometers away. The protection range of his treehouse was now 6 kilometers. He wondered if the range would increase with this treehouse upgrade. If both sides expanded their protection ranges, the protected zones might overlap. Perhaps this is what should really be considered in the second phase. Phew. Next, there might not be much for him to do, it's time to take a break. Just as he was about to turn his head, Xu Xin suddenly sensed the forest a few kilometers away seemed to be slightly shaking. What's going on? Is it because of the wind? No, the area of the shaking is getting larger. Xu Xin's pupils contracted, he immediately checked the map. The nighttime danger isn't just the vines under the treehouse. Xu Xin gritted his teeth. Around 3 to 4 kilometers from the treehouse, many red dots suddenly appeared. And new red dots kept appearing. These red dots weren't suddenly appearing from the ground, they were flowing out from about 6 or 7 points, just like ants pouring out from an anthill. Too many, there are too many of them. They are far more numerous than the red dots from the beast tide when the novice protection period ended. Among the positions where red dots kept appearing, Xu Xin was familiar with two, one was the salt mine cave and the other, the lake center in the hilly resource zone. The enemy units were pouring out from those ground holes that suddenly appeared yesterday. Xu Xin's heart tightened. Is it a regular beast tide, or a mutated beast tide? This is one wave after another. Whimper. Kiki, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly jumped up and hurried to the window to look outside. It seems Kiki also sensed the danger. Even Silver King and Mimi, who were resting on the floor after dinner, stood up. At this time, Ji Chaoyang spoke in the explorer group, "Everyone, I can hear a dense sound of footsteps from afar, along with what seems like insect noises. Our trouble might not just be these mutated vines under the treehouse. Insects? Could it be an insect tide?" Although there were many red dots, each of them was quite dim, similar in brightness to a regular wild cat. Plus, with the sense of them pouring out from the ground cave, it genuinely seems like an insect tide. Xu Xin immediately said, "I see it too. About 3 to 4 kilometers away, the jungle is shaking, and they're moving towards the treehouses. Everyone, be alert. And you guys, have you planted the plant heart seeds yet?" Wen Guixin, "Yes, I planted them as soon as I got back." Wang Lei, "Me too." Ji Chaoyang, "Fortunately, mine just got reminded to mature." Zhao Xiaochuan, "Huh. What do we do? Will our treehouses be attacked?" Ji Chaoyang, "Your treehouse peripheries have vines, which might help fend off some attacks. Don't use the heart fragments yet." Qi Shuefei, "No way, those vines have already started attacking. Just one swipe on the treehouse armor leaves a big dent. They must be used." Li Wenxi, "Same here. Oh my god. A piece of my treehouse armor is already shattered." Xu Xin looked at the map, where countless red dots had gathered into groups 3 to 4 kilometers away, all rapidly moving towards the treehouses. At this rate, it won't take more than a few minutes for these unknown enemy units to surround the treehouses completely. Xu Xin, "Then use them. After using them, the peripheral vines will still come out to attack, probably offering some resistance." Li Wenxi, "Okay. What exactly are these red dots?" Meanwhile, Afu, hanging under the treehouse, also let out a warning screech, and even the previously hidden AI Fei came out of the ground hole. Silver King, Mimi, Kiki, "Let's go down." Whimper. Howl. With the three beasts, Xu Xin anxiously watched the dense forest. Silver King was now issuing a low growl, on high alert. Kiki nervously clutched its shoulder. AI Fei suddenly brought two little ones out, and Xu Xin immediately understood its meaning, carrying the little ones to the treehouse before quickly coming back down. As soon as he landed, Mimi suddenly sprinted into the distance at high speed, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Mimi. Xu Xin couldn't stop it, just watching Mimi run far away. From the map, Mimi was approaching a group of red dots heading towards the treehouse. The moment it reached them, it immediately turned back and ran. In just a few seconds, Mimi dashed out of the forest with a black thing in its mouth, which kept struggling, with transparent fluid dripping from it continuously. Ants. They're really ants. And not ordinary ants, but giant ants as big as a cat. Mimi ran up to Xu Xin and tossed the ant, bitten all over, onto the ground. As soon as it was thrown, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing through the ant instantly. His dash, seeing the vine that brushed past his toes and nose tip, Xu Xin took a sharp breath, then smiled with joy. This vine, although it didn't have blood patterns or blood thorns and wasn't mutated, doesn't seem any worse than the mutated ones. When Mimi had an ant in its mouth just now, the vine did not pierce up from the ground. It wasn't until the ant was thrown from its mouth that the vine suddenly appeared, directly impaling the ant. This indicates that these vines, controlled by the plant heart, are quite selective. They won't harm allied units, which is very commendable. The large ant, the size of a wildcat, continued to struggle even after being impaled. Is its vitality really that tenacious? Suddenly, the struggling of the ant became violent. Then, it was as if its bodily fluids were sucked out, the once plump black exoskeleton began to shrivel gradually, ultimately turning into a thin insect skin hanging on the vine. The vine can even suck dry the creatures it pierces? Xu Xin swallowed, feeling a bit anxious. Killed a mutant ant, points gained, 0.2. Wow, only 0.2 points. Is that incredibly low or what? Calculating at 5 times the points, this ant only yields 1 point in hunting activities, the same as a wild rabbit. Is it really that weak? This ant is called a mutant ant, but it has no bloodlines on its body and is the size of a kitten. This size isn't big for Xu Xin, but compared to its previous size, it's absolutely gigantic, so he speculated that this ant is just a giant mutation like the giant anaconda and giant crocodile. It seems killing such a type of mutant beast doesn't yield high points, similar to ordinary beasts. The vine that absorbed the mutant ant showed no change, it threw the impaled ant skin onto the ground, wiggled a few times, confirmed there were no nearby enemies, and then shrunk back below the ground. Following that, the surface that was pierced through quickly repaired itself, eventually returning to being flat. Xu Xin squatted down and touched the ground. Indeed, there was no trace that vines had emerged before. It can even repair itself to be flat again. This plant heart is really considerate, it will repair the ground that it damages. Looking at the dense red army advancing toward his treehouse on the map, Xu Xin's trypophobia was about to flare up. The masses of red dots had been divided into 7 groups, which have now stepped within a kilometer radius of the treehouse. He immediately said in Explorer, "It's an ant army. Each ant is the size of a wildcat. Even though each one is weak, don't drop your guard. There are tons of them, at least over 10,000. Wan Lei, ant swarm. How are we supposed to deal with that? I'd really rather face a big monster. Qin Yunlong, if it's an ant swarm, won't explosive arrows be effective? One shot, wipe out a bunch. Li Wenxi, big bugs. Oh my god, I hate big bugs. And there are thousands of them. Wen Guixin, ant swarm. Then I'm fine with it, it's easy to deal with. Zhao Xiaochuan, huh. Ant swarm is easy to deal with. Boss 1, save me, I hate bugs too. Wen Guixin, I can't help you guys. Ji Chaoyang, using fire against an ant swarm is probably the best, but in the jungle, using fire could easily start a forest fire. Fire strategy. Xu Xin's eyes suddenly lit up. There is still a pile of blood vine he hasn't dealt with in his treehouse, which contains rich mutant vine sap. If these vines are arranged in a small circle around the treehouse and ignited, wouldn't it create a ring of fire guarding the treehouse? Xu Xin immediately shared this idea with them. Ji Chaoyang, it's feasible. But you must clear the vegetation around the treehouse thoroughly. The most stable way is to dig a trench around the treehouse, place the vines in it to burn, to minimize the risk. Li Wenxi, I see the ants. They're huge. And there's so many. They're coming. Ah, they're being attacked by the mutant vines. Indeed, these vines will not only attack them and the treehouse, but also anything moving, including the ant army targeting the treehouse just like them. No ants emerged from the forest around Xu Xin. The woods were just over a dozen meters away from his treehouse, but the ant swarm was intercepted by the plant heart 100 meters out. About 100 meters away in the forest, vines continuously punched upwards towards the jungle canopy, and ants impaled on the vines struggled continuously, eventually being sucked dry into a thin layer of skin. Through the gaps in the forest, he could see that the dense forest did somewhat hinder the advance of the ant swarm, just enough for the vines to capitalize on. A mass of vines thrust through the ground to impale ants, some even shuttling through the grove like greedy snakes to pierce crawling ants, impaling dozens at a time, as if a skewer of roast ants ready for the grill. This scenario unfolded in all directions around the treehouse, and his plant heart was systematically dealing with these attacking ants. Points notifications constantly chimed in his ears, each time a mere 0.2 points, better than nothing. The intense tension in Xu Xin's mind started to ease. It seems his plant heart is quite strong, and even tends to get stronger the more it fights. After all, it can absorb ants as its energy, which makes the vines increasingly agile, able to maneuver back and forth through the jungle effortlessly. However, the greatest strength of the ant swarm is its quantity. The sheer number of black ants was overwhelming, and many slipped through the defenses. Initially, vines emerged only around 100-meter range to attack ants, but gradually, vines started sprouting 60, 70 meters from the treehouse, impaling and feeding on countless ants. If this trend continues, perhaps some ants will break through the 100-meter defense line and approach the treehouse. But Xu Xin wasn't too worried because, at the current rate of cleaning by the vines, not many ants would manage to traverse the forest to the inside. By then, such weak ants wouldn't even require a move from Mimi Silver King, a howl from Afu would suffice. Oh right, Afu. Afu, launch a sound attack at those surrounding ants. Xu Xin instructed Afu, already perched on Mimi's back. Afu immediately flapped its wings into the air, letting out a piercing scream. Instantly, the ants in the jungle halted their steps. The previously advancing ant army had reached 4 or 5 meters from the treehouse, and Afu's shout caused every ant in the vicinity to freeze. The nearest batch even had their heads burst open. Combined with the vine attack, half of the ants within 100 meters were cleared. Well done, Afu. Xu Xin applauded approvingly. The Silver King was not to be outdone, tilting its head back and howling, a wood dash. The Silver King's howl didn't have an attack effect but served as intimidation. Instantly, all the surrounding ant armies paused in their actions, allowing the vines to go berserk, exterminating the ants within 100 meters. Xu Xin's points increased by more than 200 points, meaning that over 1,000 ants had perished under the combined attack of Afu, the Silver King, and the plant heart. And the small portion of the ant army that was cleared out halted 100 meters away, seemingly taking a break. Not attacking anymore. Xu Xin grabbed the treehouse's root and rose about 20 meters into the air, surveying the surroundings. The ant swarm that had been scattered was now regrouping, possibly resting and planning the next attack. The big black ants no longer stepped within 100 meters. The vines within the area lost their targets and gradually retracted into the ground, leaving only the outermost circle. These vines did not stop attacking and continued to pierce and sweep towards the ant army 100 meters away, forcing them back another 10 meters. Of course, his vines were not the mutated vines outside the protected zone, which would perish if they left their active range. Although their growth range was 100 meters, the vines were more than 10 meters long, enough to affect an additional 10-meter range. Wow, the backyard has expanded significantly again. Of course, there still needed to be enemy units stepping within 100 meters to attract the vines. Seeing the situation stabilize, Xu Xin relaxed and dropped to the ground. Alright, these ants shouldn't be able to get in. Xu Xin said to the pangolin admiringly. Initially, it was still a bit worried, but seeing this, its mouth gaped wide open. It was clearly shocked, not expecting such a powerful defense facility here. See, I told you, it's pretty safe here, you can rest assured. Even though Xu Xin said this, he still didn't bring the two little guys down, who knew if these ants would erupt later. However, he felt that even though the two little ones hadn't been weaned yet, they weren't afraid of these ants. After all, they already had a full set of scale armor, which seemed much stronger than these tiny-limbed ants. In conclusion, he shouldn't need to surround the treehouse with a ring of fire anymore. After several more waves of ant attacks, he could basically exhaust them. The fire circle still had the risk of causing a wildfire. What if some ants caught fire and continued running around for a while? Best not to use it if unnecessary. But just because he didn't need it didn't mean others wouldn't. The regional channel was abuzz due to the sudden situation. Oh my god, so many super big ants. How come there are so many? Just dealt with the vines, and now we have ants. Go vines. Go. Crush the ant swarm. Whoa, just one sweep takes out a bunch, so impressive. Shouldn't have burned that heart fragment just now. Doesn't that mean the area around the treehouse isn't protected? Is this a trap by explorers? Idiot, if you hadn't burned the heart fragment, your treehouse would have already been destroyed by the vines, without needing ants to attack you. Strongly suggest the big guy blocks that idiot above and never helps them again. Oh my god, some ants breached the defense line. My goodness, they're climbing up. They're not attacking the trunk, they're gnawing at my treehouse. They crawled directly into my treehouse. Didn't attack me, just gnawing at the walls. What should I do? If I attack them, will they swarm me? Ants not attacking the trunk but gnawing the treehouse. Right, these ants, though their combat power's about the same as rabbits, their target was never the survivors but the treehouse. Mutated vines attack the trunk, while these big ants climb into the tree crown and gnaw the treehouse. Without the heart fragments provided by Xu Xin and others, most people would face both vine and ant attacks. Xu Xin immediately said on the regional channel, the ants' combat power is very weak, similar to wild rabbits, and their target is the treehouse, not survivors. Pick up your weapons and attack them immediately. Ji Chaoyang also spoke, their weakness is the head. Spear-like weapons can kill them in one hit. Get moving, don't let the ants gnaw the treehouse. With the big guys speaking, I'm relieved. Let's go, brothers. Rabbit strength? Just this? I'll kill them. Huh, brothers, these ants are so weak, grab your weapons and attack them. Xu Xin, no need to rush too much, the treehouse has a self-repair function, just attack calmly, no need to worry excessively about damage. Understood, big guy. Thanks, big guy. Meanwhile, the explorers were also considering the previous fire incident. Qin Yunlong, should we try it? There are too many ants. Our treehouse is much bigger and multi-layered, solely relying on ourselves is too chaotic and can't clear the ants completely. Zhao Xiaochuan, if we let it go, even if the treehouse isn't chewed up, it will need a long recovery time, maybe even affect upgrades. Qi Shufa, fortunately, the number breaching the defense is still small, and they only gnaw on the treehouse, uninterested in people or items. But to be safe, just keep valuable items on you. Xu Xin, anyone want to try the fire? I can provide some bloodthorn vines that haven't been gathered, but beware, there's still a risk of jungle wildfire. At this moment, he was still hanging in mid-air, constantly observing the ants' movements. Silver King and Mimi, restless from their intermediate mutated beast bloodlust, rushed into the ant group with his consent. There were a total of 7 groups of ant armies around the treehouse. They charged into 2 groups, wreaking havoc and disrupting those 2 groups. Afu was waiting upside down under the treehouse. If the ant army attacked collectively, it was the only one who could perform a wide-range sonic attack. It wasn't too strong but was perfect for dealing with these rabbit-strength ants. At the same time, the large pangolin fiancé also approached a group of ants. Just as Xu Xin wondered what it intended to do, it suddenly extended its long tongue and rolled an ant about the size of a kitten into its mouth. Wow! Buffet! Xu Xin almost forgot, aren't pangolins insect and ant eaters? This ant group was basically a large high-end buffet for it. The surrounding ants were temporarily not targeting the treehouse, standing by in place, attacking the fiancé after witnessing their companion being killed. But the fiancé couldn't care less, these ants couldn't penetrate its hard scale armor at all. Instead, they broke their mouthparts one after another and got rolled into its mouth. Possibly due to high consumption during lactation and being on the verge of advancing to an intermediate mutant beast, the fiancé had a very large appetite. Under Xu Xin's gaze, it devoured over 100 ants without stopping, gradually repairing its previously somewhat broken scale armor. I really wonder how such hard-scale armor got damaged. Could it be domestic violence from that gigantic fellow? Speaking of which, why did that giant pangolin, mixing with a group of mutated pangolins, abandon its two offspring with the behemoth bloodline? Why was that? Can't figure it out, just have to wait to unveil the link and difference between these two mutations later. Finally, someone spoke in the explorers. Zhao Xiaochuan, I've dug a ring of pits around the treehouse, so I'll try it first. Let's see if this group of ants can cross this fire pit. Brother Xin, give me the bloodthorn vines. Alright. Xu Xin initiated a trade with him, giving him enough bloodthorn vines. On the other side, Zhao Xiaochuan stood under the treehouse, slightly frail-looking, wearing iron armor. He quickly spread these bloodthorn vines at the bottom of the circle's pits he'd dug. These pits were 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide, taking him great effort to complete the circle. Meanwhile, many ants crawled past him, straight up the trunk, into the tree crown, beneath the treehouse, to the edges, through the windows, and began gnawing the treehouse walls and floors. Zhao Xiaochuan didn't bother with them for now. He shot a fiery bolt into the 2-meter-wide trench lined with bloodthorn vines. Whoosh dash! A blazing fire erupted from where the fiery bolt hit and spread rapidly along the trench. He initially considered shooting more arrows at other spots, but it turned out unnecessary. Seconds later, fierce flames surrounded the treehouse, causing a fire wall over 1 meter high and 2 meters wide to rise around it, swaying in the wind. Ha, the reverse application of a moat, I call it, a fire moat. Zhao Xiaochuan, his face turned orange-red by the flames, wiped his sweat and watched the ants' reactions as they rushed into the flames. Under his tense observation, many ants rushed into the fire wall, some falling into the fire pit and turning to ash without resurfacing, while others escaped but couldn't extinguish the flames on them, taking a few steps toward the treehouse trunk before burning alive into a pile of ash, scattered by the wind. Beautiful, it worked. The group of people and explorers kept a close watch on Zhao Xiaochuan's movements. Finally, after a few minutes, Zhao Xiaochuan spoke. Zhao Xiaochuan, everyone, it worked. The ants couldn't cross the firewall and were all burned to death. Most of them fell into the fire pit and turned to ashes on the spot, only a few could crawl out, but the fire from the vines has a sticking effect, even if they make it out, they catch fire and die within 2 meters, free_novelbin.com. Ji Chaoyang, do these ants keep charging towards the treehouse even like this? Zhao Xiaochuan, that's right, the ants that got past the vines seem completely oblivious to the firewall and swarmed towards the treehouse. However, the firewall has stopped them entirely. Wow, the points are adding up like crazy, gaining points while sitting. I just wonder how long these vines will burn. I hope they last until the ant attack ends. No more talking, I need to head back to the treehouse to clean out those ants that got in earlier. Xu Xin was suspended in mid-air, observing the movements of the ant swarms and monitoring Zhao Xiaochuan's responses. Kiki was sent back to the treehouse to play with the 2 little ones, having it grip onto his shoulder while suspended in mid-air was too dangerous. After hearing Zhao Xiaochuan's words, Xu Xin was pretty sure these ants were just a swarm crawling out from the tunnels, remorseless machines gnawing at the treehouse, making them easier to deal with. At least they wouldn't panic and retreat, causing a jungle fire. Wen Guixin, do you guys need more? I have plenty of unexplored vines here. Li Wenxi, I need them. My treehouse is full of large ants, so disgusting. Ji Chaoyang, since it won't trigger a fire, you can use this method too. I have plenty of bloodthorn vines here, more than enough. Upon hearing their discussions, Xu Xin decided to temporarily disregard the others and explorers because the ant swarms around his treehouse began moving again. All the ant swarms seemed to have received orders, acting like a well-trained army of ants, collectively surging towards Xu Xin's treehouse. The speed of the ants was much faster than before. Within the ant swarm, Mimi Silver King and the concubine were caught off guard, forced to fight and kill the ants surrounding them. A wood dash, Silver King howled, but it did not stop the march of the ant legion. They seemed to have discarded all feelings of fear, becoming complete war machines with only one target in sight, Xu Xin's treehouse. The vines emerging from the ground threaded through the tree clusters, piercing countless ants and absorbing them. However, the piercing attack range wasn't large, and with the increased speed of these large ants, the area within 50 meters was quickly overrun, with countless vines swirling amongst the ant swarms, unable to halt the frenzied advance of the ants. "Afyu, attack!" Xu Xin ordered. Suspended upside down from the treetop, Afyu spread its wings, without descending, emitting a piercing scream. Afyu's sound waves were different from Silver King's howls, they were aggressive. So, even if the ants lacked fear, they were still stunned by the scream. Those close by had their bodies and heads shattered from the shock. Ants further away recovered quickly and continued their assault, leading to the originally orderly attack turning chaotic due to Afyu's scream, with several trample incidents occurring. The vines seized the opportunity, starting to harvest the ant swarms in the jungle. Mimi Silver King and the concubine fought ever more valiantly in the jungle. Mimi Silver King were intermediate mutated beasts, their nature was bloodthirsty, becoming more excited as they killed. The concubine, though not at an intermediate level yet, wasn't bloodthirsty but couldn't resist the feast spread before her. "Well done." Xu Xin praised Afyu. Afyu's sound wave attack was highly effective against the ant swarm. Afyu responded with a soft call. Seeing the vines continue their piercing attack, Xu Xin rubbed his chin. The efficiency of this method was just too low, he wondered if his vines could execute a sweeping attack. The vines seemed afraid of damaging the forest, always avoiding the trees during their attacks. Over this long duration, the trees remained untouched, only losing a few leaves. Perhaps the vines refrained from sweeping attacks to avoid harming the trees. Could he perhaps order the vines to let loose? He had to try. Descending to the root of the treehouse, he pondered and then addressed the location where he planted the plant heart seed. "Plant heart, can you hear me? I know you're alive. Besides the blue-glass pine tree, which mustn't be touched, disregard the other trees, they are meant to be felled anyway, unleash your full attack." His plan was to clear all trees within a 100-meter radius and turn the area beneath his treehouse into a garden. Protecting these trees during battle was pointless. The plant heart clearly heard Xu Xin's words. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous transformation occurred within the mass of vines. Numerous vines suddenly erupted from the ground, forcefully embedding themselves into the trunks of these green-level and white-level poplars. Under Xu Xin's stunned gaze, the poplar leaves began to yellow and fall rapidly. In a matter of seconds, the 100-meter area was covered with withered fallen leaves, almost all the trees had turned into barren dead trees, and every tree appeared completely dead, except for the blue-grade pine tree he forbade anyone to touch, which was still standing strong. Really? Even plants can absorb energy? Xu Xin's eyes widened and he murmured to himself. Then he burst into laughter. The vines were indeed a great help to him. These dozens of acres, if he were to cut down the trees himself, it would be too time-consuming and waste the durability of his blue-grade axe. Who knows how many axes would be worn down? Now, they're directly cleared by the vines, saving him a lot of effort. He's not at all distressed about these green-grade trees, after all, green-grade timber resources are everywhere, and he already has an abundance of them in his hands. Besides, the heart of the plant absorbing these plants and animals is likely in order to accumulate energy or for future upgrades, not a waste. Even Mimi Silver King and his beloved companion paused their actions, stunned by the change around them, and Mimi even directly clawed and broke a vine, intending to attack the vine along with the ants. "Mimi, don't attack the vines." Xu Xin hurriedly shouted, "I asked them to do this." The three beasts heard and relaxed, continuing to immerse themselves in slaughter or feeding. At the same time, the vines stopped their piercing attacks and began a large-scale sweep. Although not as prickly as the blood spike vines, under the powerful force, they still destroyed everything in their path. The dead trees were already withered and couldn't resist the powerful lashes of the vines. Countless crack, crack sounds rang out as all the surrounding dead trees were snapped by the vines, crashing to the ground, presumably killing countless ants. All the trees within a 100-meter radius fell, yet the vines did not stop, continuing their sweeping attack. Wood chips and ant carcasses flew, the dead wood shattered into countless pieces by the vines. In less than half a minute, the vines controlled by the plant heart cleared the 100-meter area around the treehouse into a blank field. Although the absence of obstructive trees accelerated the ants' progress over the open terrain, the vines' attack methods changed, featuring cooperation that left Xu Xin somewhat astonished. Some of the vines carried out large-scale sweeping, killing most of the ants directly, while others continued piercing attacks to handle the stragglers, piercing and consuming the then sweep-killed or severely injured ants. It seems those trees truly were hindering their prowess. Because they can continually absorb the energy of enemy units, the vines showed no fatigue, piercing attacks grew increasingly fierce, sweeping attacks speedier and stronger, coupled with constant cooperation, boosting attack efficiency significantly, leaving the ant army restricted to the outermost 20-meter perimeter. The central vines, due to not spotting attackable units for several dozen seconds, slowly started to retract toward the ground. This is too strong. Xu Xin now truly felt an overwhelming sense of security. With such formidable vines guarding, unless it was a giant beast, there was essentially nothing that could harm his treehouse. After observing for a few more minutes and confirming that these rampaging ants posed no threat, Xu Xin prepared to go up. He shouted to the three beasts still amidst the exhilaration in the distance, "Whenever you want to come up, just give me a call, and I'll come down to get you." A Silver King let out a long howl in response, then continued the battle. The sound alerts for killing ants still occasionally rang in his ears. Killed mutant ant * 100, points earned, 20. Killed mutant ant * 100, points earned, 20. Luckily it rings only once every 100 kills. If it dinged for each kill, he'd be driven crazy by the incessant points alerts. Nevertheless, these ants were so easy to kill this time, they only targeted the treehouse, completely ignoring the survivors, so it seems everyone would likely net a heap of points. Although ants killed by the blood spike vines don't count toward their totals, even relying solely on their own kills, gaining a few hundred points seemed quite feasible. Back inside the treehouse, Xu Xin immediately noticed Kiki rolling around on the floor with two small pangolin pups. Kiki's size was just slightly larger than the little pangolins, and the three little ones were completely engaged in play together. Seeing Xu Xin return, Kiki lay on the ground and whined at Xu Xin, then continued rolling around. "These two little guys, are they slightly bigger?" Xu Xin suddenly noticed something different. Though the day hadn't passed, his visual acuity enhancement was still active. Although the change was subtle, he managed to notice it. He picked up the slightly smaller pangolin prince, who had already eaten, and obediently blinked his watery eyes at him, as if saying, "Playing here, why pick me up?" Feeling the weight change, Xu Xin raised an eyebrow. No wonder, possessing the bloodline of giant beasts, these creatures only drank a meal's worth of milk, and within 1 or 2 hours, changes in their bodies were already perceptible. "Kiki, better bully them now while you can. In a few days, they'll probably be bigger than you." Xu Xin put down the little one in his arms and teased Kiki. "Whimper." Kiki tilted his head while lying on the floor. Indeed, if they continued to grow at this rate, it's likely they'd surpass Kiki in size in just a few days. By the way, how old were these little creatures? Could they really have been born only a few days ago? Growing a sturdy coat of scale armor within a few days? Xu Xin truly became more and more eager for them to grow up. Not bothering with the three noisy little guys, Xu Xin glanced out the window. After confirming nothing unusual, he relaxed fully and sank into the sofa. Inside the explorer. Li Wenxi, I lit a ring of fire. It's so strong, any ant that rushes into it gets burned to death. Zhao Xiaochuan, it feels like these blood-thorn vines can burn for a long time. They've been burning for a while, and the vines below have barely been consumed. Qi Xuefei, phew, finally cleared all the ants from the treehouse. They actually gnaw on the windows, closing them doesn't stop them from coming in. Thankfully, they don't eat herbs. Qin Yunlong, handling the third level is really hard. All my third level windows got chewed up. Fortunately, Xu Xin's method worked. Wang Lei, the plant heart is strong, but some ants still got in and we have to deal with them. Should I light a circle of fire too? Anyway, I've killed quite a few bloodthorn vines. Ji Chaoyang, no need. Occasionally, an ant slips through, but we can handle them. No need to waste materials on mutant vine sap, which can be used to make arrow explosives. Lying comfortably on the sofa, Xu Xin lazily let Kiki, tired from rolling around, climb onto his body, yawn, and start dozing off. He shared his method with them. You can have the vines destroy the surrounding jungle, making them more versatile and easily stopping the ant swarms. Just give the command at the tree roots. Wan Lei, destroy the surrounding jungle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ji Chaoyang, the vines controlled by the plant heart can actually be manipulated? Xu Xin briefly explained his situation. Wan Lei, got it. We need to use this area sooner or later, might as well let the plant heart absorb it directly. Ji Chaoyang, I'll go try controlling the vines precisely. /n oval. Co. M. Li Wenxi, wow, they're talking about things I don't understand. Qi Xuefei, that's a perk for those daring to venture out. It doesn't concern us. Li Wenxi, I can venture out too. Wan Lei, don't. If Beauty Wenxi wears full blue iron armor and goes out, she'll get stuck in the bloodthorn vine swarm and won't escape. I'm strong, but barely broke free before exhausted. Wen Guixin, haha, I finally cleared all the ants. Earned over 2,300 points in total. Not bad, I'm exhausted, off to bed. Qin Yinhu, question mark. Wan Lei, ha. Zhao Xiaochuan, boss 1, guide me through. Xu Xin was somewhat speechless too. He got up and looked out the window again. The vines continued to swing and pierce. Silver King Mimi and his consort were still joyfully slaughtering, but outside the range, the ant swarms remained dense. His points had barely increased by a bit over 1,000. Clearing out such a massive ant swarm is not just about combat power. The Silver King Mimi's combat ability is strong, but its kill speed can't match Wen Guixin. She had mentioned before, while killing vine swarms, that larger quantities benefit her. What exactly is her ability? To say there's no envy would be a lie. Combat abilities are truly strong. His ability to identify items and read maps are just auxiliary functions. He has no idea when he'll unlock the next ability. Since everyone's issues are resolved, Xu Xin let go of his worries. After opening the regional channel, Xu Xin found the total number remained unchanged, still over 3,000 people, indicating that ants indeed don't harm survivors. As long as the treehouse isn't gnawed apart, they'll get through this defense battle. At this moment, there were few voices in the regional channel. Everyone seemed busy dealing with the ants entering their treehouses, with just a few sporadic people reporting battle results. Finally exterminated. Ah, more sneaked in. Running back and forth between upper and lower levels is really tiring. Haha, I have only one level. I just sit with a bow and arrow, and shoot any ants that come in easy. Ants only attack when they crawl inside the treehouse, making it easiest to handle for those with a single-level treehouse. Their treehouses are less than 30 square meters, eliminating the need to go upstairs and downstairs to deal with ants on different levels. Sitting down with a bow or crossbow is truly convenient. Once arrows are used up, they can be collected and reused. But for survivors with 2-level treehouses, or like Xu Xin with 3 or 4 levels, relying solely on one's attack becomes overly hectic. Like Xu Xin, if ants got in, he would be too exhausted going up and down 4 levels. If he were alone, it'd be unbearable. In summary, the lower the level of the treehouse, the easier it is to handle the ant swarm. Nothing should be necessary for him to do next, just wait for this activity to end. Xu Xin gently moved the asleep Kiki from his belly onto the sofa. This little guy barely slept since last night due to concerns about the underground mutant plant heart. Now it's safe, it sleeps deeply, and when Xu Xin moved it, it only whimpered lightly and smacked its tiny lips. Xu Xin went to the study, picked up a carving knife, and began carving. Thanks to the bonus from deep water pearls and the frequent carving practice, the process went smoothly, increasingly becoming second nature. Detected large pangolin purple crystal statue, green, placed in the treehouse decor rating +10, current treehouse decor rating, 166.4. Half an hour and a beloved concubine statue was finished. He stood up and glanced outside the window. The ant army was almost completely gone. As if in a final frenzy, the few remaining ants formed a group again, launching one final assault on the treehouse. Silver King and Mimi were still relentlessly slaughtering, showing no sign of fatigue. But the beloved concubine had stopped, seemingly full, lying about 80 to 90 meters from the treehouse, watching Silver King and Mimi's battle. Its scale armor had fully repaired, reflecting a bright glow under the moonlight, looking exceptionally beautiful. Looks like more time is needed, may as well carve another statue. Xu Xin picked up the carving knife once more. Half an hour later, he had finished carving a statue of two little pangolins snuggling and rolling together. Detected pangolin twins green crystal statue, green, placed in the treehouse decor rating +10, current treehouse decor rating, 176.4. Xu Xin stretched and rubbed his somewhat weary head. He didn't plan to eat oranges to replenish spiritual power. If the situation was resolved, he thought he would sleep well tonight. A wood dash, Silver King's howl echoed beneath the treehouse. He looked out the window again, finding all traces of ants gone, and vines retracting into the ground. All the ants were thoroughly wiped out by the attack of the vines and the three beasts. He glanced at his points, which had increased by 2,400 points. Each ant gave 0.2 points, meaning over 12,000 mutant ants died around his treehouse in those few hours. That's a lot. Xu Xin descended from the treehouse, reaching the area 100 meters away. There were many ant corpses flung far by vines, too distant to be absorbed. He tried using the boning knife to dissect them but did not yield any materials. Seems like these ants solely came to provide points. Tossing the dissected ant bodies to the ground, Xu Xin returned to the treehouse's edge. Mimi was panting heavily, sprawled on the ground. This was a massive test of endurance for it excited in the fray, yet once it stopped, Mimi wilted, too exhausted to stand. Silver King, on the other hand, remained majestic, standing tall, though it'd be even more grand without the transparent ant mucus at its jaws. The beloved concubine kept staring at him, even tugging at his clothes with its paw. Ah! Xu Xin understood. He ushered Mimi and Silver King back inside the treehouse, then brought down the still energetic two little pangolins. The beloved concubine called out and led the two young ones back into the burrow. The treehouse is there, but this burrow isn't bad either. Why don't Afu and the beloved concubine like living in the treehouse? Shaking his head, Xu Xin returned to the treehouse, where Mimi and Silver King were already napping in a corner. On the sofa, Kiki was nowhere to be found. Returning to the bedroom, Xu Xin discovered it sprawled out across the bed at some point, occupying his spot. Moving Kiki aside, Xu Xin prepared to rest. Those recent carvings had drained most of his energy. Just then, his watch vibrated, revealing a video call from Li Wenxi. Xu Xin. Why'd you make me do logistics? I'm exhausted, I just finished sorting all those items. As soon as the video connected, Li Wenxi spoke, slumping against a wooden chair, looking disheartened. They all say your logistics skills are great, more work for the capable. Xu Xin felt a bit awkward, knowing she'd repeatedly told him she was feeling lazy. It's because during freshman year, being constantly directed to handle these tasks made me not want to do them. Li Wenxi gave a small eye roll, then turned the camera, showing a row of green-level backpacks, finally tidied them up. It's sorted now. It'll be convenient in the future, any resources received will go directly to you. With everything at your disposal, you'll use them freely, Xu Xin chuckled. Humph, it's all basic resources anyway, I'm not lacking. If they want them, they'll have to come to me first, it's troublesome. But fine, time to help the organization. Li Wenxi twisted her neck and stood up. From the video, this floor seemed dedicated to storing supplies, filled with shelves and backpacks everywhere. By the way, how's the ant situation over there? Xu Xin asked. Not many left. In fact, few could break past the blood thorn vine's attack. They sweep away a large group at once. Li Wenxi descended and sat on a sofa. Those that got through were burned to ash by the fire circle I ignited. The fire circle is still burning? Yes, it's extremely fire-resistant. No idea when it'll stop burning. They exchanged a few more casual words before disconnecting the video. Xu Xin laid back on the bed, closing his eyes. After a tiring day, it was time to rest. Nothing should happen now. If something does, Fu will alert him. Xu Xin was once again awakened by that mysterious voice. Treehouse defense ended. The treehouse will immediately clear threats within the protected zone. Treehouse upgraded successfully. Congratulations to all survivors, your survival rate will greatly increase from now on. With the upgraded treehouse, the protection range expands by 3 kilometers and the protective capacity greatly enhanced. Additionally, this treehouse upgrade has added new crafting blueprints and functionalities for all survivors. Please check the treehouse console for details. A special leaderboard for this event has been released. Everyone on the list will receive a special reward. Xu Xin sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes back to normal vision, contemplating the information from the recent message. Protection range extended by 3 kilometers, huh? The event he anticipated yet slightly feared was arriving. His treehouse's protection range would inevitably overlap with nearby treehouses' ranges. Unless by chance, as long as he intentionally searched, today he might see other survivors' treehouses. But, what are the new crafting blueprints and functions? Gently turning his head, Kiki beside him was still dozing off. This little guy slept earlier and woke later than him, always seeming so restive. He was about to swipe his watch to check new functionalities when an alert sounded in his ear again. Detected treehouse decor rating exceeding 100, granting today's random enhancement, hearing enhancement, effective for 1 day. Suddenly, Keek's snores, Silver King and Mimi's breathing in the living room, the rhythmic pulse of the plant heart, the rustling of wind through leaves, the sounds of insects and birds, countless sounds flooded his ears, making his mind astonishingly clear. This was Ji Chaoyang's ability yesterday, really useful. Though, a bit noisy. With the treehouse upgrade complete, can he finally understand the true role of decor rating now? But before he could collect himself from the newly enhanced hearing, the voice rang out again. Unlocking survival world creator permissions. Unlock failed, attempting second unlock. Unlocking failed, attempting the 7th unlock. His creator permissions are finally coming back. Could it be a combat-based ability? Unlock failed, partial creator permissions granted, alchemy. Alchemy? Sounds advanced. Is it similar to Qi Shuefei's King of Medicine ability? He slid open his smartwatch and found a new option called Alchemy added to all the main options. He immediately clicked it open. The page was simple, with only a line of small text and a crafting project. Ability, can discover alchemy materials within a 500-meter radius. Alchemy synthesizing platform, blue can be used to synthesize and craft alchemy materials and finished products. Requires stone, green, *90, stone, blue, *10, iron block, blue, *5. A new synthesizing platform, wonder what it can make. Can he now discover alchemy materials within a 500-meter radius? Focusing his gaze, he suddenly realized that besides the white, green, blue, and purple lights of his identification ability, a new yellow light appeared in his vision. This light, unlike the identification ability's light, wasn't blocked by objects. He looked out the window, and that patch of yellow light was not far from the treehouse, likely buried underground. Is that an alchemy material? He needed to make this synthesizing platform first to see what alchemy materials are available and what alchemy can do. But he didn't have enough blue-grade stone and iron blocks on hand. He needed to ask Li Wenxi for them, she definitely had some. Forget it, no rush, the ability won't disappear, let's first see the abilities of the upgraded treehouse. He's more curious about what the decoration score is used for. After searching the page for a while, Xu Xin found a new sub-option appeared under Decoration Score, in addition to the original Artist function area. After clicking in, there was a line of small text at the top, Current Decoration Score, 176.4, Total Allocable Increase, 176%. Total increase? What does this mean? It needs allocating. Xu Xin continued to look down and discovered several crafting projects. Dining room plaque, bedroom plaque, kitchen plaque. Plaque. Xu Xin was a bit puzzled and immediately checked the descriptions of these plaques. Dining room plaque, green needs to be placed in an enclosed space within the treehouse, designating this space as a dining room, improving the functional effect of food when eating. Requires log, green, *5, wood, green, *5. This. Xu Xin's eyes gradually widened, and he continued to look down. Bedroom plaque, green needs to be placed in an enclosed space within the treehouse, designating this space as a bedroom, improving the efficiency of energy recovery during sleep. Requires log, green, *5, wood, green, *5. After only viewing the introductions of 2 plaques, Xu Xin understood the role of this function area. This was actually about assigning fixed attributes to rooms and enhancing effects, turning the dining room into a real dining room, and the bedroom into a dedicated sleeping area. The types of these plaques are very comprehensive and especially detailed. Besides dining room plaque and bedroom plaque, there are also kitchen plaque, planting house plaque, smelting room plaque, workshop plaque, art room plaque, and even an alchemy room plaque related to the alchemy he just acquired. The kitchen plaque increases cooking speed and the effect of the food produced. The planting house plaque can improve the growth speed of plants. The smelting room plaque increases the smelting speed of furnaces and occasionally reduces material consumption. The workshop plaque increases crafting success rates and also occasionally reduces material consumption. The art room plaque enhances the speed of sculpting, painting, and other arts. A series of plaques all represent various functional areas with different attributes. To verify the function of these plaques, he immediately crafted a bedroom plaque. The plaque was the size of a nameplate, with a picture of a bed drawn on it, and below the picture was a line of small text. Increase amplitude, 0%. Xu Xin hung this plaque on the wall. Detected the presence of a bedroom plaque in the room, designate this room as a bedroom. It cannot be changed within 7 days after designation, please choose carefully. Xu Xin directly chose yes. This room was already a bedroom, no need to change anything. Ding! This room has been designated as a bedroom, allocate increase amplitude. The allocation cannot be cancelled, please choose carefully. Current total allocable increase, 176%. Allocation cannot be cancelled. Xu Xin frowned, tentatively allocating 1%. The text on the plaque immediately changed from the original 0% to 1%. Xu Xin didn't feel any sensory change, after all, 1% was too little, and he wasn't sleeping. The small text at the top of the function area interface also changed. Current decoration score, 176.4, total allocable increase, 175%. Xu Xin continued to touch the bedroom plaque, discovering that he could only increase further, not decrease. Once this 1% was added to the plaque, it was fixed. He tried to remove the plaque but got a prompt saying it could only be retrieved after 7 days. Xu Xin pondered for a moment and understood everything. The percentage increase brought by the decoration score is not a total increase but needs to be allocated to each plaque in every function area. Similar to game attribute points, there is only so much in total that can be distributed across various attributes. Simply put, if he allocates this entire 176% to the bedroom, then other functional areas would have no boost unless he continues to increase the decoration score to obtain more increase points to add to other function areas. This feature is extremely useful. Not only for him but a qualitative change for all survivors. While ordinary survivors may have lower decoration scores, they can add the allocable increase entirely to one function, focusing on point allocation. For example, if someone likes planting, they can transform the treehouse into a planting house, adding all the increase to the planting area so that the plants they grow in the treehouse will grow much faster than those of other survivors. If it's all added to the kitchen, the food produced there will have much stronger effects than food made by others. This is equivalent to bestowing some attribute points on the treehouse. Before the upgrade, the treehouse without point allocation was equivalent to an ordinary room, with no functional inclination. Now, with these attribute points, survivors can choose the development direction of their treehouse. Xu Xin's treehouse is large, with a bedroom, dining room, kitchen, planting house, and workshop. Plus, his decoration score is high, so he has a broad range of options. Should he mainly focus on one, or should he distribute them relatively evenly? Forget it, don't consider this for now. His hearing has enhanced now, and there's a multitude of sounds in his head, overwhelming and hard to concentrate. Let's discuss this matter with everyone in the Explorers group later. It would be best if everyone in the organization has their own assignments. First, let me claim the leaderboard rewards. He opened the leaderboard, and the ranking of the new event, Treehouse Defense Battle, appeared. Unsurprisingly, he was still on the list. This is a special leaderboard, the ranking order is random with uniform rewards. It was still a mixed area leaderboard. Although the ranking order was random, his name was prominently at the top of the list, marked with Jungle Area 188. This list had more people than last time, with over 500 individuals. Xu Xin glanced from top to bottom, and Jungle Area 188 had him, when Xu Xin, Ji Chaoyang, and Wang Lei. It seems the people on the list must have resolved the mutant plant heart. Xu Xin clicked the button to claim the reward on the page. Reward received, decoration score increase. Survivors with this reward can increase their decoration score by 20% based on the original. Whoa! If he had known about the decoration score effect earlier, he wouldn't have thought much of this reward, but now it seems, paired with the new function area feature of decoration score, it equates to an extra 20% increase. The decoration score value jumped instantly. Current decoration score, 211.68, 176.4 plus 35.28, total allocable increase, 210%. Nearly 35 points of decoration score were added instantly, and this benefit isn't only immediate but extends to all future statues and paintings he makes. As long as they are used for himself, they equate to an added 20% ornament. These are more or less all the new features after this treehouse upgrade. In conclusion, this time the treehouse upgrade has greatly enhanced its capabilities and functions. Not only has the external protection range expanded by 3 kilometers, improving defense capabilities, but the internal functions have also been strengthened, allowing 4-point allocation. Compared to the pre-upgrade treehouse, it is unknown how many times stronger it is now. Xu Xin marveled at the treehouse upgrade. No wonder that mysterious voice said their survival rate would greatly improve. With such a strong treehouse, wouldn't the survival rate indeed increase significantly? He calmed his mind and called Li Wenxi. The treehouse is indeed strong, but he still hasn't figured out his alchemy. First, he needs to set up the alchemy station and understand the function of his new ability alchemy. Li Wenxi connected the call almost instantly. Xu Xin, have you seen the treehouse's new features? So strong. Li Wenxi's voice was a bit excited. With these features, my metal smelting speed can greatly increase in the future. Indeed, it's strong. But we must consider carefully how to allocate the enhancement points. How much decoration value do you have? Xu Xin asked. 53, I've made a full set of rosewood furniture, added some ornamental fish, and various colored crystals, Li Wenxi said. How about that, is it okay? How much do you have? Just a little more than you. Xu Xin didn't reveal the truth, fearing it might discourage her. But this also made him start pondering. The artist ability is unique to him and Ji Chaoyang in the entire area. It's an exclusive ability that allows them to provide decoration-increasing items to others. Maybe he should really put more effort into this aspect. If he puts more enhancements into the art room, his sculpting and painting speed will double, allowing faster production of statues. This will not only increase his decoration value faster but also enable him to sell statues to others. How do you plan to allocate the enhancement points? Li Wenxi asked, her tone full of enthusiasm. I plan to focus on smelting and crafting. Oh, if the smelting speed increases, I feel I might even be able to provide metal blocks to people outside the organization. I haven't decided yet, just have a rough plan. I think it's better to focus on one main area. Li Wenxi suggested. Indeed. By the way, do you have a lot of blue-grade iron and stone blocks? A lot, plenty, and I'll have even more in the future. How much do you need? I'll just give it to you directly. The little rich girl was in a good mood, ready to directly offer him resources. The amount Xu Xin needed surprised Li Wenxi, but she didn't ask much and traded it over to him, just saying, "Don't forget me when you gain benefits." So straightforward, Xu Xin was a bit embarrassed. With the materials in hand, he immediately crafted the alchemy station. A prompt suggested him to choose where to place it, and he chose the second floor of the treehouse. Kiki was still hugging her big tail, smacking her lips in her sleep. Xu Xin left the bedroom. Silver King and Mimi were still resting. As he passed by, Silver King wasn't disturbed, and Mimi lifted her eyes, saw it was Xu Xin, and then continued to close her eyes, not even wanting to move. It seems last night's battle still consumed much of their energy. Xu Xin went to the second floor and saw the alchemy station he had made. This station looked particularly similar to the mutation potion station, like a small platform resembling an hourglass. Like all workbenches, it had a small screen on top. He hadn't planned the second floor very well before, resulting in too many and messy workbenches, which couldn't be directly divided into different functional areas. It needs a bit of sorting to categorize the workbenches and make walls to separate them, establishing individual workshops. Xu Xin stood in front of the alchemy station and opened the screen. The production list contained some novel materials he had never seen before. Iron sand, green iron sand made from iron blocks, one of the raw materials for universal alchemy materials. Requires iron block, green, *1. Black gold dust, blue dust made from black gold blocks, one of the raw materials for universal alchemy materials. Requires black gold block, blue, *1. Universal alchemy material, blue, the most widely used material in alchemy, can be used to make potions, strengthen armor and weapons, craft special tools, etc. Requires mutant plant juice *1 kg, iron sand, blue, *1, silver dust, blue, or gold dust, blue, or black gold dust, blue, *1. Universal alchemy material, sounds very impressive. Although he hadn't seen gold or silver, Li Wenxi has black gold, so now he has the ability to craft this universal alchemy material. Scrolling down the list, Xu Xin's eyes widened. He found that his newly unlocked ability was immensely powerful. In the alchemy station, there was actually a bunch of potion recipes. Strength potion, blue, a potion that can slightly permanently increase strength, requires apple, blue, *10, universal alchemy material, blue, *1. Spiritual potion, blue, a potion that can slightly increase spiritual power permanently, requires orange, blue, *10, universal alchemy material, blue, *1. Stamina potion, blue, a potion that can slightly permanently increase stamina recovery speed, requires apricot, blue, *10, universal alchemy material, blue, *1, novelbin. These potions can actually convert the abilities of blue-grade fruits into permanent abilities for the survivors themselves. You should know, food that can permanently enhance attributes at the blue level is rare. He hadn't eaten much, and every time he did, it was incredibly rewarding. And now, he can use cultivatable blue-grade fruits to produce these precious potions. This makes the planting house suddenly very important. At the same time, he also discovered that besides the production list, his alchemy station had an added enhancement list. Upon opening it, he found that the universal alchemy material could actually enhance all the weapons and armor he currently owned, including his purple-grade scale armor set. Enhanced equipment would see increases in sharpness, hardness, and even set attributes. The alchemist ability unlocked by the creator's privilege was immensely powerful. It could create potions to enhance oneself and could also enhance weapons, providing a comprehensive boost in survivors' strength. Moreover, the best part is this ability doesn't only benefit him, these potions and enhanced weapons are all tradable. This ability he gained was nearly equivalent to a hidden profession, much like Qi Shuefei's Dr. King ability. From now on, he's an alchemist. Wait a minute. The description of the universal alchemy material mentioned it could be used to craft special tools besides making potions and enhancing weapons and armor. What are these special tools? Xu Xin scoured the production list and finally found a new crafting blueprint in the initial treehouse crafting list. Holy crap! Novel bin. Upon seeing this blueprint, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Maybe his exclamation was a bit too loud. With his enhanced hearing, he clearly heard the sounds of Kiki, Silver King, and Mimi being startled awake from the third floor, and the three beasts rushed over, thinking something had happened. Xu Xin didn't pay them any mind, his attention was entirely captivated by this blueprint. Coordinates: blue can be placed on any flat surface, and any friendly or neutral unit can teleport between coordinates with the creator's permission. Requires wood, blue, *10, steel block, blue, *10, universal alchemy material, blue, *10. These coordinates, blue, are essentially a portal. Such a thing appeared. Moreover, it can be used by anyone as long as he permits it. The strategic value of this thing is immense. Xu Xin was so thrilled. This ability brought him a joy comparable to the upgraded treehouse. But, aren't the required materials a bit too much? Also, what is a steel block, and how is it refined? The Silver King and Mimi, who had run up to the second floor, saw that Xu Xin was in no danger and went back to continue resting, leaving only Kiki on the second floor. Kiki climbed onto the nearby weapon and armor crafting station, lying there to keep Xu Xin company. Xu Xin continued to study his alchemical abilities. The materials required to make this coordinate, blue, were truly excessive. First, there were the steel blocks, whose crafting method was unknown, and 10 were needed, all of them blue grade. He could produce 10 pieces of wood, blue, but the 10 universal alchemy materials, blue, were truly outrageous. From the blueprint it was clear that making a piece of universal alchemy material, blue, was not a simple process. First, it required smelting ore into iron blocks, blue, and black gold blocks, blue, using a furnace, then combining the two metal blocks into iron sand, blue, and black gold dust, blue, on the alchemy synthesis station, while also preparing the juice of mutated vines. Once these were ready, they could be synthesized into a piece of universal alchemy material using the alchemy synthesis station. And a single coordinate actually required 10 pieces of universal alchemy material, which meant it needed 10 blue-grade iron blocks and 10 blue-grade black gold blocks. Plus, 10 blue-grade wood and 10 blue-grade steel blocks. A total of 40 blue-grade resources. Moreover, a single coordinate was useless on its own, as explained, can teleport between coordinates, meaning at least 2 coordinates were required for teleportation between 2 points. 80 blue-grade resources. At this stage, this was simply too excessive for them. Forget it, let's not consider this coordinate for now. This is something he cannot afford to handle alone, perhaps it could be made through crowdfunding in the future, since it's something everyone can use together. Let's first figure out how to make this steel block. Steel blocks were brand new metal blocks, and once he acquired them, he could unlock new blueprints to create steel weapons, armor, and a series of tools. He flipped through the crafting list on the alchemy synthesis station, and among a pile of potions, found a crafting blueprint. Steel fire, add to the furnace along with prepared iron blocks to smelt same grade steel blocks. Requires mutated vine juice *1 kg and coal, green, *25. Found it. The materials for smelting steel. Surprisingly, it's also crafted at the alchemy synthesis station. This is what true alchemy is about. The steel fire had no color grade, likely allowing the smelting of steel blocks of any grade, depending on the grade of the iron block. But how can coal be obtained? This isn't the first time he's seen coal appear in a crafting blueprint. In the novice period, torches could be made with coal. But so far, he hasn't seen anyone selling coal on the trading platform. Although he hasn't made torches, he knew that wood could be smelted into charcoal in the furnace, and everyone used charcoal instead of coal to make torches. Checked the trading platform, and unsurprisingly, no one was selling coal. Looks like he needs to find it himself. Wait. That yellow light in his vision was a type of alchemy material. Since it was buried underground, could it be coal? Generally, coal is buried underground, so it's quite possible. He'd dig it up today. With his beloved at hand, he wouldn't even need to do it himself. Xu Xin headed up to the third floor. He first wanted to divide the functional areas within the treehouse. Ha! Kiki followed behind him, tugging at Xu Xin's clothes with its little paws. Is this little guy hungry? Xu Xin readily gave it an apple, and it immediately stopped following him, sitting on the ground nibbling the apple. Xu Xin also took out one to eat for breakfast, and casually opened the regional channel. He found that the survivors in the regional channel were discussing not decoration degrees and functional areas, but rather something else. They could now renovate the interiors of the treehouses. Everyone, the glass I smelted in the furnace finally became useful. I can make glass windows. Finally, I can separate my bed from the workbench. Every time I open my eyes to see the workbench, it's overwhelming. I'm going to renovate and make a kitchen. They've finally been granted the ability to renovate interiors. It makes sense, as without interior renovation, they wouldn't be able to divide the treehouse into functional areas. Xu Xin's interior renovation ability was obtained from the silver treasure chest in the jungle exploration activity, which not only allowed interior renovation but also the creation of external crossbows and armor. This was common among the explorers. Now, other survivors could also remodel interiors, although the weapons and armor for external enhancements were still unavailable to them, requiring Xu Xin to manufacture and sell them. Upon reaching the third floor, Xu Xin first made an art studio plaque and placed it in the study. A room featuring an art studio plaque detected. Would you like to designate this room as an art studio? Once designated, changes cannot be made for 7 days, please consider carefully before selecting. Confirm. The room has been designated as an art studio. Would you like to allocate enhancement rates? Once allocated, changes cannot be made, please proceed cautiously. Current total enhancement rate available for allocation, 210%. Xu Xin did not allocate enhancement rates. He planned to designate all functional areas and then unify the allocation. Placed a kitchen plaque in the kitchen and another dining room plaque in the dining room. Thus, his third-floor living area had 4 functional areas in total: bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and art studio. He arrived at the planting room on the 4th floor and placed a planting room plaque, but strangely, no designation prompt appeared for the planting room this time. Xu Xin glanced at the stairway entrance. The 4th floor goes directly to the 3rd. Does this mean it's not considered a closed room? He constructed a few more walls and a door to seal off this floor of the planting house, but still, there was no prompt. What's going on? Xu Xin furrowed his brow. Is it because this room is too large? The floor is nearly 100 square meters, perhaps there is a limit to the area a wooden plaque can designate, which prevents him from assigning the entire 4th floor as a single functional zone. He raised his wrist to look at his watch. In the explorer group, everyone was discussing these functional zones. Zhao Xiaochuan, what do you all think about allocating everything to the bedroom? That way, we can reduce part of our sleep time each day and get more things done. Li Wenxi, it seems there's not that much to do, and we also have blue-grade oranges. I've got a lot of minerals over here, planning to majorly enhance the smelting room and the workshop. This was the first time Li Wenxi revealed to them she has many minerals. Zhao Xiaochuan, so Wenxi's got a mine at home. Wen Guixin, isn't that obvious? All those nitrate mines, they're all provided by Wenxi. Qi Xuefei, I can create a specialized medical room plaque here to speed up and increase the success rate of my pharmaceutical research, so I'll primarily focus on this. Wang Lei, I want to enhance the kitchen and dining room. The kitchen can improve the effect of the food, and more importantly, the food made can really fill you up. Who knows if we might face famine like now in the future? Xu Xin asked in the group, have you ever encountered a situation where you couldn't designate a functional zone? Qin Yunlong, is it because you haven't installed a door? My bedroom initially didn't have a door, so it couldn't be designated. Li Wenxi, I haven't had this issue. Is it because your place is too large? They basically video call each other every day, so she knows Xu Xin's tree house has double the area compared to theirs. Ji Chaoyang, probably your designated area is either too small or too large. For my trials, the area for a functional zone needs to be between 10 square meters and 80 square meters, areas outside this range can't be recognized. So that's really the case. Although Xu Xin had already guessed it, he didn't expect Ji Chaoyang to have calculated the area range. Ji Chaoyang simultaneously sent a message in the regional channel, everyone, the minimum area for a functional zone is 10 square meters. Survivors with low-lying, small tree houses must pay attention, your single-floor area is around 25 square meters, so make sure to divide wisely. If one functional zone is too large, the rest cannot be designated. Thanks, expert. So it's only 10 square meters. That's stable. Then my 2-floor tree house can have 4 functional zones. Isn't one functional zone enough? We don't have much decoration yet. Hey, eventually, there will be. This second phase has only just begun. Isn't it better to plan ahead? I'm such an idiot. I accidentally designated an entire tree house as a bedroom. Now I have to wait 7 days to change it. I am willing to call you the master of mistakes. After understanding the range, Xu Xin also began planning in his mind. The first floor is about 100 square meters, he needs to exclude 20 square meters. After thinking it through, he immediately cordoned off a 20 square meter area in the corner of the 4th floor. The sound of a prompt rang, the remaining 80 square meter area of the 4th floor was designated as a planting house. Using blue-grade nitrate, Xu Xin quickly transformed the 20 square meter small space he had marked into a cold storage room with temperatures around 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. From now on, the storable green-grade vegetables and fruits grown on the 4th floor will be stored here. The large cold storage on the 1st floor is too cold, with temperatures at least -20 to 30 degrees, which can't preserve green-grade vegetables and fruits. That will serve as a freezer area, while here will be the cold storage area. At this time, many green-grade fruits on the 4th floor are already ripe. Xu Xin picked some that were fully ripe and stored them in the cold storage room. After tidying up the 3rd floor living area and the 4th floor planting area, it was time to deal with the most troublesome 2nd floor. The 2nd floor has many work tables, the synthesis table, furnace, weapon and armor crafting table, mutation potion synthesis table, basic appliance creation table, alchemy synthesis table, all haphazardly arranged on the 2nd floor. Looking at the chaotic 2nd floor he arranged himself, Xu Xin had a bit of a headache. He delineated a 50 square meter room, placing the synthesis table, weapon and armor crafting table, mutation potion synthesis table, and basic appliance creation table inside, and made a workshop plaque, hanging it within the room. This room is the largest and will definitely acquire other crafting tables in the future, which will also be placed here. Next, he demarcated a 10 square meter room for the furnace and hung a smelting room plaque. The furnace is a standalone functional zone, possibly because furnace work releases a lot of heat. One effect of the smelting room is to control the heat release of the furnace, not only keeping the indoor temperature at a moderate level but also improving furnace efficiency. Finally, there was his alchemy synthesis table. Alchemy, like Qi Shuefei's medical king, is a separate field. Qi Shuefei has her unique medical room, and so does he with his alchemy room. He delineated a roughly 10 square meter room, placed the alchemy synthesis table inside, and hung an alchemy room plaque. The alchemy room function increases the success rate of alchemy and has a chance of reducing material consumption. Thus, he established all the needed functional zones within the tree house. The 4th floor planting house, 3rd floor dining room, kitchen, bedroom, art room, 2nd floor workshop, smelting room, alchemy room. Zones that cannot be designated due to lack of functional zone plaques include the 1st floor ice cellar cold storage and the newly built 4th floor cold storage room. Perfect. Next, it's time to consider how to allocate the augmentation points. Before that, Xu Xin wants to try an idea he's had in mind for a while. Is it possible to exploit a loophole to recuperate the augmentation points? Although the wooden plaques can be replaced only every 7 days and augmentation points cannot be reclaimed, what if the room is dismantled or the plaque is destroyed? His bedroom has a 1% augmentation point, and he plans to test it out. It's only 1%, so it doesn't matter if it's truly wasted. He certainly wouldn't dismantle the bedroom. Instead, he removed the bedroom door. A bedroom without a door can no longer be considered a closed space. Detected that the room is no longer a closed space, thus bedroom augmentation effect removed. Xu Xin looked at the bedroom wooden plaque and found that the 1% augmentation was not returned but still displayed on the plaque. His total allocable points also remained unchanged. It seems the allocation is directly on the plaque, and even if the room is damaged, the 1% augmentation won't be reclaimed. What if he destroys the plaque? Xu Xin took out the iron axe, blew, and directly struck the plaque. Crack! The plaque was destroyed immediately, and Xu Xin promptly checked the points in the functional area. Unfortunately, there was no change. So where did this 1% augmentation go? Was it simply gone? Xu Xin reinstalled the door, thought for a moment, and made a kitchen wooden plaque, hanging it on the wall. Cannot designate, this room's function can be changed after 7 days. Even destroying the plaque doesn't work. With no other option, he made another bedroom plaque. The moment he hung it on the wall, the 0% reverted to 1% on the plaque. A notification sound also rang, indicating that this room was once again designated as a bedroom. He finally understood the mechanism. Within 7 days, this room can only be a bedroom. Destroying the bedroom plaque turns the room into just an ordinary room, and hanging plaques for other functional areas doesn't work, only the bedroom plaque can be rehung. Moreover, the 1% augmentation is conferred to the bedroom plaque located in this position. Changing the plaque or the location doesn't help. Simply put, the plaque attribute is bound to the room position, missing one leads to the augmentation points being consumed entirely. It seems impossible to exploit a loophole to recuperate augmentation points. Better to consider how to allocate them wisely. He already has some ideas of his own. He intends to primarily add augmentation points to the features where he has unique advantages. First is the art room, which is essential to enhance, as sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. With the art room augmented, his carving speed increases, ensuring he won't lack decorative appeal in the future. Next is alchemy. This new ability is indeed powerful, but it's overly resource-consuming. A single universal alchemy material requires a blue-level iron block and a blue-level black gold, and the alchemy room introduction mentioned increasing success rates, indicating that alchemy can fail. If it consumes so much material and fails eventually, that would be disastrous. This must be enhanced. Then there is the planting room. He plans to gradually replace all the soil in the planting room with blue-level fertile soil and plant blue-level vegetation. With the functional area's growth speed bonus, the planting room will rapidly produce batches of blue-level fruits, allowing him to produce potions that permanently increase abilities with his alchemy skills. At the same time, based on previous patterns, there's a small chance for purple-level vegetation to grow in blue-level fertile soil. Once batch planting and accelerated turnover speed up, the chances of growing purple-level vegetation would greatly increase. Aside from his treehouse, he hasn't seen other purple-level plants yet. Even purple-level materials, he's only seen a few scales bitten off by a giant crocodile from a giant anaconda, and a purple-level crystal at the center of a tornado. If he could happen to grow a purple-level fruit tree that continuously produces purple-level fruit, he would make a fortune. Lastly, the fabrication room also needs augmentation. This will increase the success rate, reduce material consumption, and the numerous workbenches in the fabrication room will benefit most productions. As for other functional areas, he doesn't plan to augment them for now. There's no need to augment the bedroom, sleep and rest can be completely replaced by blue-level oranges and apricots from the planting area. The kitchen and dining room already have blue-level stoves, iron pots, and dining tables, and according to the blue-level fruit effect duration estimation, the degree has already exceeded 50%, so no further augmentation is needed for now. The smelting room is even less necessary. With a little wealthy girl around, why should he enhance the smelting room himself? Xu Xin arrived at the art room on the 3rd floor and touched the art room plaque. He intends to allocate 100% directly to the art room, doubling his carving speed. Where it originally took half an hour to carve a green-level small statue, it now only takes 15 minutes after doubling the speed. Allocate 100% augmentation. Allocation cannot be cancelled once made, please consider carefully. Xu Xin chose yes. Current decorative value, 211.68, 176.4 plus 35.28, total allocable augmentation, 110%. The numbers on the wooden plaque of the art room, representing the enhancement percentage, have changed from 0% to 100%. Sitting at the carving and painting tool table, Xu Xin took out a green-grade white crystal, picked up his carving knife, thought for a moment, and began carving on it. The knife moved with fluidity, incredibly smooth and agile, and soon, a small statue emerged in Xu Xin's hands. He planned to give this statue to Li Wenxi as a return gift for the many resources she sent him previously, allowing him to build the alchemy synthesis table, so he put some effort into it. He carved Li Wenxi wearing the novice two-piece suit, lying on a sofa. Although the crystal was small, the little figure perfectly showcased her lazy demeanor and extraordinary beauty. Detected placement of human female white crystal statue, green, in treehouse decoration level plus 10, current treehouse decoration level, 223.68, 186.4 plus 37.28. Alright, it worked. Xu Xin immediately glanced at the time. Sure enough, this carving took only 15 minutes. It's a qualitative leap. Suppressing the joy of success inside, Xu Xin sent a video to Li Wenxi. It took some time for the call to connect. In the video, Li Wenxi's face was flushed, wearing the washed-out novice two-piece that clung to her body with sweat, outlining her curves, making Xu Xin's eyelids twitch. What's up? I'm trying out my new smelting room. Li Wenxi, although somewhat damp, had no visible sweat on her face or forehead, probably wiped before answering his video call. How is it working? Xu Xin was somewhat curious about the relationship between enhancement percentage and material consumption reduction. Very good. There are 3 furnaces in total, and their efficiency has improved greatly, very powerful. Li Wenxi's flushed cheeks carried an excited smile, and also, there's a chance for 3 times the material output. I added a 50% enhancement to the smelting room, not only speeding up by 50% but also granting a 5% chance for triple output. Meaning, every 20 times, there'll be 1 occurrence of triple material. Triple output rate. Indeed, more output with the same raw materials effectively means reduced material consumption. And if it's blue-grade materials this time, it'll be very lucrative. Is the probability controllable? I mean, is it random, or does it occur every 20th time? Xu Xin asked. If controllable, using blue-grade materials on the 20th time would guarantee 3 times the output. Of course, it's random. You think there's a minimum guarantee? I was constantly watching by the furnace for 3 times output, and the first time directly produced twice in a row. Li Wenxi rubbed her still reddened cheeks. No wonder her face was so flushed and sweaty, she was watching by the furnace the whole time. Random is nice too, favorable to those with good luck, and such a probability could be influenced by the lucky charms he consumed. I wonder if Qin Yunlong's brothers managed to acquire more lucky charms. I'll ask later to see if I can obtain one for Li Wenxi. Li Wenxi's more smelting means more alchemical materials for him. Iron blocks, black gold blocks. For now, all of Xu Xin's alchemical materials rely entirely on the wealthy little lady. That's great. By the way, take a look at this. Xu Xin raised the crystal statue in his hand. What is it? Is that me? Li Wenxi leaned over the screen, staring wide-eyed at the statue in his hand. Xu Xin initiated the trade with her. Li Wenxi immediately accepted it, and the crystal statue instantly appeared in her hand. Thankfully, statues could be traded via the trading platform. The worry was it might be like soil, not eligible for trade. After the trade, the treehouse's decoration level promptly reverted to its original points. Wow, it really looks like me, just. This statue can add 10 points to decoration level. Li Wenxi's ears also echoed the sound of increased decoration level, stunning her instantly. You have the ability to increase decoration level. I didn't tell you earlier, but my decoration level is actually over 200. Xu Xin said with a smile. Having given her the statue, he's no longer keeping it a secret, laying all cards on the table. 200. Li Wenxi was consecutively shocked, her gaze shifting back and forth between the statue in her hand and Xu Xin on the screen. This is just too amazing. Was that ability a reward from before? It's an ability from the center of the tornado. You haven't entered the tornado center, so you didn't obtain it. Ah. That's so powerful. Does this mean you can add decoration level indefinitely? Wow. Xu Xin, hee. Li Wenxi suddenly flashed a bright smile at him. Xu Xin laughed too, mimicking her tone. I've been quite short on blue-grade iron blocks and black gold blocks lately. His universal alchemical materials required these too. Li Wenxi clapped both hands. Got them, I'll send them to you right now. She immediately sent 5 of each to him. Don't worry, you'll be rewarded. Xu Xin was very satisfied. Indeed, with this wealthy little lady, a single time meant 10 blue-grade metal blocks. He felt that relying on her alone might just be enough to produce the coordinates. Then I'm relieved. Oh right, this statue, while quite nice looking, Li Wenxi suddenly stepped back a few paces, revealing her full body, standing with legs spread and hands on hips. My legs are a bit longer than hers. Doesn't she realize her clothes are sticking to her body? But indeed, it was Xu Xin's oversight. Li Wenxi's head-to-body-to-leg ratio was indeed better than what he carved. Next time, I'll carve one that looks exactly like you. Hee, sounds good. Ending the video call, Xu Xin first went to the planting room and allocated 50% of the amplification points to the wooden sign. Current decoration level, 211.68, 176.4 plus 35.28, total allocatable increase, 60%. The planting room didn't seem to have changed much. Xu Xin checked the remaining growth time of the plants, and indeed, it had reduced by about 1/3. No problem, it definitely accelerates the plant growth. Let's start on his blue-level planting room plan right away. Xu Xin immediately accessed the points marketplace, wanting to buy some blue-level fertilizer. After such a long accumulation, his points had surpassed 8,000, allowing him to spend extravagantly. New items have been listed. Abstract stone sculpture, blue sculpted by an unknown high-level artist. Placing this statue in a tree house can increase decoration level. Abstract art, those who understand do, those who don't still won't understand even if explained. Required points, 500, 350. Remaining quantity, 1. This item was highlighted in the most prominent part of the points marketplace with a close-up shot. Sure enough, items related to decoration level had been listed. However, only one could be purchased per customer. 500 points without a discount is not something everyone can afford. Without much thought, Xu Xin directly bought the abstract stone sculpture. He had plenty of points, and 350 points didn't mean much to him, plus, the more decoration levels, the better. Boom! With a giant sound, a person-high sculpture appeared before Xu Xin's eyes. An incredibly abstract sculpture, which Xu Xin couldn't quite describe, somewhat like a torch, yet also like the swirl inside a toilet, just very abstract overall. Anyway, he found it unattractive. Detected placing of abstract stone sculpture, blue, in the treehouse decoration level plus 30, current treehouse decoration level, 247.68, 206.4 plus 41.28. Only added 30 points. Xu Xin was a bit disappointed. A blue-level sculpture, at the original price of 500 points, only had 3 times the decoration level than a green-level sculpture. No, his sculpture should add more decoration points. Perhaps the sculpture is too abstract, hence the low addition. 500 points for 30 decoration points, such decoration level is indeed expensive. Even if other survivors killed many ants last night and gained plenty of points, they might still not afford this statue. After all, they differ from Xu Xin, with most ants being slain by the blood-thorn vines below. Browsing through the points marketplace again, there were some green-level items increasing decoration level, each costing 50 points, with a purchase limit of 1 each kind. Xu Xin casually bought one, only adding 2 decoration points, better than nothing, so he bought them all. All these items in the marketplace added him 50 decoration points. Current treehouse decoration level, 271.68, 226.4 plus 45.28, total allocatable increase, 120%. Okay, amplification points are plentiful again. It seems this time only these were listed. Who knows when the next update of the points marketplace will be time to make some purchases. Xu Xin spent 3,500 points directly, buying 10 sets of blue-grade soil, and another 3,500 points for purchasing 10 big flower pots. Although large flower pots are expensive, they are a must-buy. To plant blue-grade plants in the tree house, large flower pots, blue, are needed, and they also considerably accelerate plant growth. Without large flower pots, planting would only be possible under the treehouse, but in that case, flower pots and function area amplification wouldn't be enjoyed. Bearing fruit once in 10 days is too slow. Xu Xin went down to find some green-grade soil and brought it up, upgrading it with natural organic fertilizer, blue, to fertile soil, blue, and then he planted seeds of blue-grade fruits he frequently used. After planting 10 portions, Xu Xin discovered that the first apple tree he planted had already sprouted a significant seedling. He immediately inspected it. The apple tree originally required 10 days to bear fruit, but with pot and function area enhancement, it would mature in only 4 days. So fast. Meanwhile, the blue-grade strawberries originally needed just 5 days to mature, now requiring only 2 days. Quite impressive, his blue-grade planting room is already taking shape. Having dealt with the planting room, Xu Xin went to the second floor. He first arrived at the alchemy room, allocating 60% amplification points to the alchemy room's wooden sign, then went to the crafting room, allocating 60% amplification points to it. Thus, all 271% of amplification points were allocated. Then he went to the alchemy room. He currently had iron blocks and black metal blocks given by Li Wenxi, essentially ready to try crafting universal alchemy materials. First, he refined an iron block and a black metal block into iron sand and black metal dust, then used them with mutated vine juice to craft. Please use a container to hold it. Xu Xin took out a conical reagent bottle and stored the crafted universal alchemy material inside. Obtained universal alchemy material *1. Xu Xin looked at the half-reagent bottle of black viscous liquid with a faint metallic sheen in his hand, twitching his mouth. Use such a thing to craft a reagent and drink it? Why does it seem like Emperor Shi's longevity pill? It won't cause heavy metal poisoning, right? Xu Xin placed the universal alchemy material on the synthesis platform, took out 10 apples, blue, and clicked craft. About to craft strength potion, success rate 56%. 50% plus 6%, proceed. This strength potion has only a 50% success rate. He allocated 60% amplification points, which merely increased the success rate by 6%, which is ridiculous. Gritting his teeth, Xu Xin clicked continue. He also had the koi fish's amplification. The actual success rate should exceed 70%. Crafting success. The notification relieved him. These were 10 blue-grade apples and 2 blue-grade metal blocks. Failure would be excruciating. On the alchemy synthesis platform appeared a bottle of transparent, slightly red, juice-like liquid, entirely devoid of the black hue typical of universal alchemy materials. Strength potion, blue. A potion that slightly and permanently enhances strength, tastes very good. Xu Xin took a deep breath and downed the potion in one go. The taste was tangy, somewhat sticky, like concentrated fruit juice. After drinking the entire bottle, Xu Xin felt the changes in his body. Similar to when he ate bear paws, a warm current flowed from his stomach to his heart, then spread throughout his body with the heartbeat, a very comfortable sensation. Strength enhanced again. Xu Xin clenched his fists, shadowboxing a few times to feel the enhanced strength. The amplified strength wasn't as much as directly consuming apples. Consuming apples directly gave a stronger sense, though that strength lasted only half an hour and wasn't his own. Moreover, the enhancement after drinking this potion allowed him to eat apples for additional strength, certainly raising his strength limit compared to before. It's quite good, indeed, permanently enhancing attributes is more practical. He intended to try crafting other potions when his watch vibrated. It was Ji Chaoyang calling him. Xu Xin immediately connected the voice call. Xu Xin, have you already allocated your enhancement points? Ji Chaoyang asked directly. Yes, I've already allocated them, Xu Xin replied. Actually, I wanted to remind you that being an artist is important. In the entire wilderness of Area 188, only you and I have the ability to increase the decoration level beyond the items available in the point store. Don't worry, I invested the most in my art room. Xu Xin suddenly remembered the deep water pearl he got from Qin Yunlong, and asked, do you have a deep water pearl? I do, Qin Yunlong also approached me about it. Li Chaoyang was silent for a moment, then said, Xu Xin, do you remember I was out of contact the whole day yesterday? The main topic came up. Yes, I'm actually very curious about where you were that you were unreachable for an entire day. This is very peculiar, and I don't know how to explain it to you. Ji Chaoyang started recounting his experience. At that time, I didn't have any fire arrows or explosive arrows, no good way to destroy that heart. So I planned to return to the treehouse. While talking to you and walking out, I suddenly heard, besides the heartbeat, another strange rustling sound, very faint. But with my enhanced hearing, I could hear it very clearly. I followed the sound and discovered it was coming from below the ground. I dug at that spot and found a tunnel leading deeper underground. Deeper underground? Xu Xin's heart tightened. Had he really reached that underground world again? What happened next, I can't tell you. It involves the world's secrets, just like last time, that voice warned me not to share with anyone who doesn't know the secret, otherwise the punishment would be extremely severe. Ji Chaoyang spoke with a tone of helplessness, I don't know if I can share this secret with you, so I'd rather not take the risk. Xu Xin's eye twitched, then why bring it up to me? Sparking his curiosity, but not being able to tell. It's annoying to only say half of it. Though I can't talk about it, where I went, I think you can imagine it, only with some differences existing. Based on everything I saw and heard there, the conclusions I've drawn can be shared with you. Ji Chaoyang exhaled, his tone somewhat heavy, Xu Xin, our previous guesses were all correct. What do you mean? Xu Xin squinted his eyes, previous guesses. After this treehouse upgrade, the protection radius of the treehouse expanded, you should have guessed it too, survivors can now meet each other. Indeed. Xu Xin nodded. The treehouse started to show functional inclinations. His alchemy ability even unlocked something akin to a portal's coordinates. Everything indicated that team cooperation in survival mode was about to begin. A more brutal competition is about to start. The second stage is no longer about individual survival but the survival of the entire region. Ji Chaoyang's tone was very grave, and he gave a vivid example. If you think of this survival game as a World Cup, then each region is a team, and only one team can lift the trophy in the end. Are you saying, the survival selection of the second stage is regional, competition between regions? Xu Xin's gaze intensified. This was somewhat different from their guess, but not too far off. They're really going to start team competition. That's right, each region is equivalent to a competing team, and only one region will laugh to the end. In other words, we can't choose our teammates ourselves, we can only collaborate with people from the same region. From the information I've gathered, that's how it is. Then, what about people from other regions who are eliminated? What will happen to them? Maybe like that mysterious voice said, they'll forever leave this beautiful world. As for how they'll leave, it's unclear. Can you be sure about your suspicions? 80% confidence. The two fell silent for a long time. The competition and elimination between survivors have ended. According to Ji Chaoyang, the next step is the competition between regions. But how do regions compete? Team cooperation for survival, a concept he and Ji Chaoyang had speculated about before. But he didn't expect it to be mandatory to operate as a region. They had previously worked hard to help and rescue so many people, with the idea of selecting suitable teammates from them. But they hadn't expected that all the people they saved might be their teammates. People in the same region were tied to the same boat by the rules of the game. Since this matter doesn't fall into the secret category, why did you only tell me and not others? Xu Xin was a bit puzzled. Because, based on my deductions, the competition between regions might be in the shadows. In the shadows? Most survivors actually don't know about the competitive elimination relationship between regions. Before they know the truth, survivors from different regions might even engage in friendly exchanges, help each other, and cooperate with each other. Xu Xin understood what Ji Chaoyang meant. I get it. You're suggesting we shouldn't release this information, don't disturb the superficial peace, and use this peaceful period to secretly develop our team's strength? That's right, we can exploit the information gap. If the competition between regions is unknown, survivors within the same region wouldn't collaborate closely, and internal conflicts might arise due to issues like the ongoing famine, which exemplifies a significant problem. At this stage, we should just focus on developing our region as much as possible. This is indeed a good idea. If it were true, they would be like those who knew about the impending apocalypse days before it arrived, diligently preparing and thus having a significant advantage over those caught unprepared. What about the others in the explorer group? Shouldn't we inform them? Xu Xin asked. Honestly, he never wholly considered the people in the explorer group his own. Even among family, conflicts can arise over interests, let alone matters of life and death. They were just a temporary, strategy team, it's normal for them to fall apart when any issues arise. Although the information exchanges over this period have fostered some camaraderie among them, such kinship isn't something that can bind people together. However, if everyone in the region shares the same fate, possessing a common interest, then this organization can be trusted. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Everyone is the top in the same region, wanting to survive, so their interests align completely. Collaborating in such a manner would indeed be more reassuring. I plan to gather more information, confirm this matter before informing them, though it seems quite certain at this point. Ji Chaoyang explained. Alright, then let's quickly gather as much information as possible. After ending the call, Xu Xin fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, Ji Chaoyang obtained such information yesterday. If it were true, the development of the region indeed deserves more consideration. They know too little about the region. It seems that today can't be spent only in the treehouse, some exploration outside is necessary. The markers for those 3 underground caves have disappeared from the map. It's unknown whether those caves still exist. If they do, he has enhanced hearing today, so he can attempt to locate the entrance Ji Chaoyang mentioned. There might be one here. He also needs to visit the new expanded safe area he's never been to before, check if the protection zone is connected, and see if he can reach other survivors' treehouses. Opening the regional channel, people are still fervently discussing today's new abilities and how to allocate points. Though food scarcity is indeed a problem now, due to their help, there was no loss last night, and many ants were killed. Everyone's points are sufficient, at least enough to buy green-grade fertilizer. Green-grade fertilizer matures green-grade plants in just a few hours, so the lack of food hasn't caused any uproar. The most people do is complain about being hungry, as they'll only eat at night. After some browsing, he didn't find anyone mentioning encounters with other survivors. But that's normal. Based on his observations yesterday, the gap between 2 treehouses is at least more than 10 kilometers, akin to the size of a city's core area. Even if the protection zones are linked, without mounts, it's difficult for people from the south and north of the city to meet by mere walking, let alone encounter each other. Looking at the alchemy station, Xu Xin decided to first understand alchemy. He currently has 4 materials in hand, and he made a portion of universal alchemy material, then opened the enhancement tab. He clicked to enhance the scale armor set, but a prompt appeared. About to enhance Anaconda scale helmet, purple, success rate 56%, 50% plus 6%, failure will damage the armor. Continue. Xu Xin. He immediately clicked no. Equipment gets damaged if the enhancement fails. That's ridiculous. It seems he needs to add more amplification points to alchemy. Calculating at a rate of 1% success increase per 10% amplification points, he would need to add points from 500 decoration to the alchemy room to ensure 100% enhancement success. If supported by a koi, perhaps an 80% success rate could guarantee no issues. For now, it's better not to enhance. The purple grade suit is too precious. If it gets damaged, he can't obtain it again. Better way to increase the success rate first. Retrieving the materials in hand, Xu Xin went up to the third floor of the treehouse. Silver King and Mimi turned their heads to look at him upon his arrival. He hasn't fed them yet today. When will the beasts in the jungle return to the wild? Xu Xin nostalgically recalled when they were free-range. Throwing the pre-thawed meat to the two beasts, Xu Xin said to Silver King, "Rest well to regain your strength, we'll go farther to explore in the afternoon." Howl. Silver King let out a sound. Mimi also looked up at Xu Xin, meowing. Compared to Silver King, Mimi might be more eager to go far. After all, Silver King was once the wolf king of a wild wolf pack, having been everywhere. Mimi, on the other hand, had been trapped in a dark dungeon with no sunlight for decades, running wildly in the jungle when it first came out, exhausted itself to the point of collapse. Upon hearing Xu Xin's plan to travel far, its eating speed increased, and the entire leopard regained its energetic state from its previous lazy demeanor. Originally, Xu Xin didn't plan to bring Mimi along due to its poor endurance, making long journeys inconvenient. But now it seems better to take it along, to show it places it has never seen before. Xu Xin walked to the window and looked out at the treehouse. Although his vision was no longer as powerful, Xu Xin's extraordinary hearing allowed him to hear the rustling around the treehouse clearly. He heard the sounds of the little pangolin beneath the treehouse, and all sorts of insect and bird calls. Beyond that, there was no sound from any other animals. Without yesterday's super eyesight, he could no longer see distant things clearly, but he remembered that he had seen another survivor's treehouse earlier, which was to the east. He decided to head eastward to find that survivor's treehouse. Since the distance was so close, that treehouse should belong to the people from Jungle Area 188. But before doing that, he needed to handle some matters around the treehouse first. Looking towards the lake beside the treehouse, the water was rippling under the wind's touch, and there were no red dots displayed on the map where the lake was. After consuming blue-grade resources, Xu Xin's ability to withstand water pressure had increased, allowing him now to explore the deeper parts of the lake. Also, 100 meters away from the treehouse, the patch of yellow in his line of sight, which was alchemy materials, needed to be dug out to see what it was. He planned to go down and ask Concubine to help dig out the materials. Oink! Kiki noticed Xu Xin heading out and climbed off the sofa, nimbly scaling up to Xu Xin's shoulder. Xu Xin petted Kiki's little head and took him out, arriving at the entrance of Concubine's burrow under the treehouse. A circle of red berry bushes had grown around the entrance, full of fruit. Xu Xin had used green-grade fertilizers to ripen them last night to cover the entrance. It looked much nicer this way. Kiki was immediately attracted by the red berries, jumping down to pick and eat them. Xu Xin slid into the burrow. Inside, Concubine was lying down, with two little ones that had just eaten their fill sprawled on the ground, tummy up, slightly wriggling. Goodness, these little ones have grown a bit bigger again, haven't they? Xu Xin stepped forward and picked one up. Concubine merely glanced at him and did not stop him. He weighed it in his arms, provoking the milk-filled little one to squeak twice. As expected, it was much heavier now. The growth speed of these beast bloodline creatures was impressive, he couldn't wait for them to grow up. Concubine, come out with me, I need you to help me dig a place. Xu Xin put down the little one and spoke to Concubine, who was lying on the ground. Concubine emitted a chirping sound like a bird, stood up, and indicated readiness. Xu Xin crawled out of the burrow, with Concubine following closely, the two little ones also followed their mother out. Oink! Kiki looked at the two little ones in astonishment, with some unswallowed berries still in his mouth. It seemed those little ones would soon surpass him in size. The little ones were promptly pushed back into the burrow by Concubine once they emerged, and they obediently did not come back out. Accompanied by Concubine and Kiki, Xu Xin reached the vicinity of the yellow light. The yellow light was indeed emanating from underground and, upon closer inspection, was not shallow, at least 5 to 6 meters deep. It's right here. Dig down, there should be something underneath. Xu Xin also pulled out his shovel. Concubine immediately began to dig at the spot Xu Xin pointed to, scattering dirt backward rapidly. This stopped Xu Xin's attempted shovel swing. Goodness, the speed at which it dug was astonishingly fast. Xu Xin's attempt to assist with the shovel was completely redundant. Watching as Concubine completely submerged into the hole, Xu Xin put away his shovel, knowing he'd only hinder. While Concubine dug the hole, Xu Xin wandered around the area. Located nearly 200 meters from the treehouse, this area was outside the protective range of the plant heart. Except for this place twinkling with yellow light, there were no other yellow lights around. Apparently, this was the only area around the treehouse with alchemy materials. He wandered near the entrance of the pit where the mutant plant heart had been earlier, but the pit and map marker seemingly vanished. Why? Was it filled in by someone? Standing on the original pit location, Xu Xin dug a few times with his shovel. Thick soil lay beneath. Strange. Unfortunately, it seemed he couldn't visit the place Ji Chaoyang knew secrets about. After circling twice more, Xu Xin returned to the spot where Concubine was digging, where a hole with around a 1-meter diameter had appeared on the ground and sounds of digging emerged, although it sounded like chipping stones rather than digging soil. Kiki sprang from Xu Xin's shoulder, jumped straight into the hole. Soon, the digging sound ceased, and Xu Xin looked into the hole. Before his eyes were not only the yellow glow representing alchemy materials but also green glow representing material grade. Green-grade materials dug out. At this moment, Kiki climbed out of the pit with a black chunk in his mouth, then spat it out on the ground with a plop, flicking his little tongue. The area around his mouth was stained black, and some blackness clung to his fur. Xu Xin picked up the fist-sized black fragment Kiki spat out. Obtained coal *1. Coal, green, a very efficient furnace fuel that enhances smelting efficiency. An indispensable material for steelmaking. The prompting sound curved the corner of Xu Xin's lips. Indeed, it was coal, wonderful. With coal, he could now forge steel blocks. Xu Xin slid straight into the pit from the entrance. The consort has stopped digging. Below it has excavated quite a sizable space, and Xu Xin finds that what lies beneath his feet is all black coal. So much. This is just too much. The cave is filled with coal fragments that the consort has shattered while digging. Xu Xin quickly gathers them up. Obtained coal *367. Goodness, how long has it been digging to extract this much? Xu Xin takes out his iron pickaxe and swings it down. Crack, the ground breaks apart, scattering several pieces of coal. This is steady, the coal output is plentiful. With this coal mine, he can produce steel fire. One steel fire requires 25 pieces of coal and 1 kilogram of mutant vine sap. He initially thought the material consumption was high and might not be mass-producible. But he didn't expect the coal output to be ridiculously abundant. Moreover, he doesn't need to do anything himself. The consort only has to dig casually for half a minute to yield several hundred to 1,000 pieces of coal. As for mutant vine sap, he has plenty left. And although he gave away some bloodthorn vine last time, there's still quite a bit remaining. Gathering all the sap together won't be a problem for a few hundred kilograms. Consort, dig a little more. Xu Xin commands the consort. The consort continues to hack away with its sharp claws, mining the coal within the cave. Soon, the amount of coal in Xu Xin's hands reaches 1,000 pieces. That's enough. Oh, and make the cave entrance wider, otherwise I'll have to climb in and out each time. Although a 1-meter diameter entrance is enough for the consort to go up and down, it's still too small for him, who walks upright. This is a mine he will visit often in the future, so it must be handled well. After enlarging the entrance, Xu Xin emerges from the cave. His scale armor has turned coal-black. Kiki, who has been nestling at the cave entrance watching, sees the coal-black Xu Xin emerge and freezes for 2 seconds. Then she covers her mouth with her little claw, seeming to giggle. "You little rascal. Xu Xin grumpily picks Kiki up and places her on his shoulder. You don't even look at yourself, not a single spot on your fur isn't black. Yip. Hearing Xu Xin's words, Kiki immediately shakes herself, scattering black dust. Her fur instantly returns to its shiny and beautiful state. Xu Xin is really envious of Kiki's ability to stay clean without bathing. Carrying over 1,000 pieces of coal, Xu Xin quickly returns to the treehouse. Instead of rushing to produce steel fire, he first heads to the lake to wash. The consort rolls around in the mud by the lakeside, washing the ash off itself with the unique method of a pangolin. Standing in the shallow waters by the lake, Xu Xin looks at the deep, calm lake center and considers whether to dive and take a look now. His pressure resistance has improved, so he should be able to collect those green minerals from a depth of 40 meters. Yip. Suddenly, Kiki cries out by the lake, sounding a bit anxious. Is there danger in the lake center? Xu Xin's pupils constrict, and he retreats from the lake, asking Kiki standing by the lake, is there danger in the lake? Yip. Kiki nods affirmatively. Upon receiving Kiki's definite response, he glances at the map and sees no red dots. It seems highly likely that it's the giant anaconda in the lake center. Could it be returning after the second phase? It shouldn't be. Even if team cooperation is possible in the second phase, dealing with a gigantic anaconda capable of submerging in water seems a bit exaggerated. This creature cannot be handled without large-scale hot weapons. In any case, the lake center is not suitable for diving now. After one last look at the seemingly calm yet perilous lake center, Xu Xin turns and leaves. Returning to the treehouse, Kiki rushes off to communicate, yip yip yip, with Silver King Mimi, while Xu Xin arrives at the alchemy room, clicks on the production list on the alchemy synthesis platform, and finds steel fire. Steel fire, add together with processed iron blocks into the furnace to smelt steel blocks of the same grade. Requires mutant vine sap *1 kg, coal, green, *25. He immediately starts refining. Although it's called steel fire, it's not fire, but a black viscous liquid, somewhat similar to universal alchemy materials. He bottled it up with a reagent bottle, and a bottle of steel fire is completed. Next, he just has to pour it and the iron blocks together into the furnace to produce steel blocks. Xu Xin arrives at the furnace, placing an iron block, blue, inside, then pouring in the steel fire, finally putting several pieces of coal at the bottom of the furnace. The coal's description indicates it can enhance the furnace's efficiency. Smelting in progress, steel blocks. Remaining smelting time, 50 minutes. What? 50 minutes? This steel smelting time is too long. And this is with coal enhancing the furnace efficiency. Normally it wouldn't take an hour per block, would it? No, smelting is not his forte, this task should be given to Li Wenxi. Her furnaces are numerous, and her smelting room is enhanced, the speed is unknown but surely many times quicker than his. Xu Xin then made several batches of steel fire in the alchemy room and immediately initiated a trade with Li Wenxi. Within 2 seconds, the trade was accepted, and simultaneously, Li Wenxi made a video call. Xu Xin answers and finds her outside the treehouse, riding a bull, dressed in form-fitting leather armor, looking heroic and lively. He suddenly remembers, Li Wenxi's blue-grade iron armor was given to Wang Lei during the last event. Aniu, let's head back, we're not going there, return to the treehouse. Ah, Xu Xin, how did you find materials suitable for steel smelting? Li Wenxi, urging the bull beneath her to turn back, sees Xu Xin accepting the video call, and immediately asks excitedly. I gained an ability, alchemy. Xu Xin decides not to hide it from her, and moreover, he doesn't intend to hide it from the others in the explorers group. Alchemy significantly amplifies survivability capabilities, and now they're all in the same boat, sharing common interests. It's time to crowdfund materials and mutually benefit. Alchemy. Li Wenxi's eyes widen a bit more, sounds really powerful, you asked me for so many materials just for alchemy? Exactly, this steel fire is made through alchemy. I tried it myself, and the steel block production is very time-consuming, so I want to ask for your help in production. We'll split the steel blocks 50-50, how about it? He provides the steel fire, Li Wenxi supplies the iron blocks and handles production, and they split 50-50, it's fair. Leave it to me. Li Wenxi pats her ordinary chest confidently, my smelting room is definitely fast. I put all my points from the points mall into the smelting room's decor, now smelting speed has increased more than double, you'll be satisfied. Mass production is no dream. I don't need any 50-50 split, since you lack materials, I'll just help you smelt. But for whatever you have, I want some too. Li Wenxi knows that even if she produces steel blocks, she lacks the ability to make things out of steel blocks. Besides, only Xu Xin and Ji Chaoyang can use metal to make weaponry and armor, she can only make survival tools at most. Xu Xin has no issue with this, as he intends to make alchemy products open to trade externally. Sure, no problem, you hurry back and try smelting, I'll carve a statue for you to help enhance the smelting speed. That's great. Make sure the statue matches my body proportions this time, hehe. Xu Xin forged some more steel and handed it over to Li Wenxi. At the same time, he also gave Li Wenxi some coal. According to his earlier observations, a piece of coal, green, can keep the furnace burning for 1 hour, which is shorter than the burning time of a piece of green wood. However, coal is easy to obtain. He doesn't know how long that pile of coal mine will take to be mined, and every time he swings the pickaxe, he can get a dozen or 20 pieces, which is much easier to obtain compared to a green tree that only yields 5 pieces of wood. The most important thing is that coal can improve furnace efficiency. This is coal. Li Wenxi was pleasantly surprised. It can actually enhance furnace efficiency. Did you find a coal mine? Yes, it's near my treehouse, buried about 5 or 6 meters underground. So it was buried underground. I kept searching for coal mines without success, and you found it underground. Li Wenxi blinked. Could it be your alchemy skills that helped you find it? Probably similar to your ability to find ores. Xu Xin smiled. Okay then, I'll go help you forge steel blocks. Xu Xin hung up the call and went to the art room, sitting at the sculpture painting workbench. At his current speed, he can produce a small sculpture in 15 minutes, yielding 40 points of decoration in an hour. After eating an orange to maintain his spiritual power at its peak, Xu Xin picked up the carving knife and immediately entered the zone. Soon, the first sculpture intended as a gift for Li Wenxi was done. He sculpted a little girl standing with hands on her hips, perfectly replicating the proportions of her head, body, and legs, as well as her figure. The notification sounded, indicating he increased the decoration by 10 points. Xu Xin set the small sculpture aside, took out a green crystal, and continued sculpting. Immersed in carving, Xu Xin lost track of time, quickly creating one small sculpture after another. The sculptures depicted animals such as the blood-patterned rabbit, blood-patterned cat, and blood-striped marlin, the 3 medium-level mutated beasts he had killed. Once the fourth sculpture, the one of the blood-striped marlin emerging from the water, was completed, Xu Xin breathed a sigh of relief, set down the carving knife, and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the time, for sculptures, precisely 1 hour. It was great 1 hour for 40 points of decoration. However, this time the notification changed. Detected placement of a mutated marlin red crystal sculpture, green, in a treehouse, decoration plus 10, current treehouse decoration, 319.68, 266.4 plus 53.28. Treehouse green crystal sculptures have reached the upper limit, further addition will not increase decoration. Indeed, the number of same-level crystal sculptures has a limit, although it is higher than untreated basic materials. Art has its limits too. Xu Xin calculated. Before today, he had sculpted a statue each for Kiki, Mimi, Afu, Silver King, and his 2 small companions, totaling 6 green small sculptures, plus those he intended to give Li Wenxi and of the 3 medium-level mutated beasts. In total, 10. The limit for green crystal sculptures is 10, with each adding 10 points of decoration, totaling 100 points, complemented by the event reward of a 20% decoration increase. Thus these green crystal sculptures contributed 120 decoration points. Quite a lot, considering untreated green crystals only add 6 decoration points, and his unprocessed purple crystal only adds 5 decoration points. Though Xu Xin was somewhat disappointed, he had hoped to increase decoration points indefinitely. Now it seems other materials and methods are needed for more decoration points. For now, there's no need to worry. He can use redwood paper for painting to increase decoration points, and redwood is also a carving material. Taking out another green crystal, Xu Xin began sculpting again. One of the sculptures is intended as a gift for Li Wenxi, so he naturally felt the need to make it up. After completing the sculpture a small wild boar, it was no surprise that there was no notification of increased decoration. Xu Xin placed this sculpture on the bookshelf, ready to contact Li Wenxi to inquire about steel forging, when suddenly a notification sounded in his ear. Carving proficiency achieved, artist level increased to entry level. Artist level increased. Xu Xin immediately accessed the artist option and found the line of text regarding level had changed. Artist level, advanced. The artist level has reached the next phase, advanced. The notification stated he advanced due to carving proficiency. Xu Xin calculated that, including the 2 statues for Li Wenxi, he had made 12 small sculptures in total, finally advancing to entry level. His base level was entry, but with the enhancement from the deep sea pearl, blue, his artist level increased to advanced. Being at the advanced artist level, does it mean he can handle blue crystals now? Xu Xin immediately took out a blue crystal. Compared to green crystals, blue ones were much larger. Green crystals are only the size of an egg, but blue crystals are as big as a fist. The traces from his last carving attempt still remained on the blue-grade crystal. At that time, he could only manage a few cuts before he didn't know how to proceed. Xu Xin picked up the carving knife, and that immersive feeling reappeared, filling him with joy. Indeed, he could now handle blue-grade crystals and create blue-grade carvings. This completely dispelled his disappointment upon learning there was a limit to crystal carving, and he immediately became absorbed in the task. He didn't know how much time had passed when the vibration of his watch brought him back to awareness. It was a video call from Li Wenxi. Although he felt he was carving with fluid ease, as if guided by divine intervention, the completion of the blue-grade carving was remarkably low, not even reaching 10%. Glancing at the time, Xu Xin frowned. It had actually been an hour since he started carving this blue-grade crystal. A whole hour and not even 10% complete. These blue-grade carvings truly were time-consuming. It seemed that to complete one blue-grade carving, he would need an entire day without doing anything else. Too time-consuming. For now, it would be better to improve the decoration level through other means, since he could create multiple green-grade artworks in just 1 hour. Green-grade painting and green-grade redwood carving could both enhance the decoration level. After upgrading to the advanced stage, his artistic creation speed should be faster. He should max out these for now, reach the quantity limit, add some augmentation points to the art room, and then consider the matter of higher-level blue-grade crystal statues. The watch was still ringing, and Xu Xin answered the video call. "What are you doing? You've been ignoring me for so long." Li Wenxi asked, holding a piece of silver-shimmering metallic block, a bit puzzled. "I'm carving for you." Xu Xin lifted the small beauty statue in his hand and teased, "You almost made me ruin my work, nearly carved your leg off." "Ah. Oh no. Isn't it broken?" Li Wenxi's voice immediately softened, her face showed a "my bad" expression, cautiously asking. "Just kidding, nothing's wrong, it's perfect." Xu Xin tossed the statue in his hand. Li Wenxi widened her eyes, hurriedly saying, "Hey, don't throw it. What if it breaks?" "That's me." Xu Xin caught the statue and stood it upright on the table. He had already noticed the piece of steel in Li Wenxi's hand, glowing blue. It was clearly a blue-grade steel block. "How's the steel refining going? Is the speed fast?" Xu Xin initiated a trade with Li Wenxi while asking. Li Wenxi accepted the trade without delay, holding the statue lovingly as she examined it. "It's fast, I've refined a lot already." "Hey, wait a minute, let me put the statue down first." She got up and walked to another room, carefully placing the statue on a shelf. The shelf also held the previous statue Xu Xin had given her, depicting her lying horizontally on a sofa. Having done these, she returned to the sofa and picked up the silver-white steel block from the wooden coffee table. This is it, the steel block. I've refined both green grade and blue grade ones, and the refining time is also related to the grade. It takes much less time to refine a green grade steel block than a blue grade one. Green grade takes only a few dozen seconds per block, while blue grade takes 15 minutes to refine one block. Indeed, professionals should handle professional tasks. Xu Xin could take 50 minutes to refine one blue grade steel block, while Li Wenxi could do it in 15 minutes. Moreover, she had many furnaces, and with the augmentation of the smelting room, even with many furnaces, the room temperature wouldn't become too high to cause a fire, and she could enter the smelting room to control the furnaces without needing cooling, greatly multiplying the refining speed. Also, one bottle of steel fire can continuously refine 5 green-grade steel blocks, but only 1 blue-grade steel block. By the way, do you use a lot of materials for your steel fire? One portion of steel fire only needed 1 kilogram of mutated vine sap and 25 pieces of coal, not much at all. Coal was currently abundant. Even though the concubine mined over 1,000 pieces of coal, the coal mine seemed unchanged. Even if the mutated vine sap was exhausted, with his current strength, he could easily move back and forth at the edge of the reserve, attracting the vines to drill out and kill them, then collect the sap. It's not very demanding on materials. You give me the steel blocks first, I'll see what I can make. Okay. Li Wenxi also sent him all the steel blocks. So wealthy. Xu Xin was a bit numb looking at the materials in his hand. Xu Xin had given her 20 portions of steel fire, and she returned him 28 portions of steel blocks. Among them, only 10 blocks were green grade, and the remaining 18 blocks were all blue grade steel. The moment he got the steel blocks, his formula for steel quietly unlocked. Steel block, blue iron carbon alloy containing small amounts of manganese, phosphorus, silicon, sulfur, and other elements, the fundamental building material for construction and the most suitable material at the same level for crafting weapons and armor. He first took out the steel block he had personally refined from the furnace. Including the steel block Li Wenxi gave him, he had a total of 10 green steel blocks and 19 blue steel blocks. Next, he went to the weapon and armor crafting station and opened the crafting list for inspection. Indeed, the steel armor set and steel tools were completely unlocked. From the description, the steel suit not only offers more robust defense than the iron suit, is lighter, but also boasts a more powerful set effect. It's essentially an enhanced version of the iron armor set. As for the description of the steel weapon, it really caught Xu Xin's attention. Steel spear, green, a spear crafted from steel blocks, sharper than iron spears, and the hardest and sharpest weapon at this level. Durability 1000. Requires wood, green, *5, steel block, green, *2. The hardest and sharpest weapon at the same level. Isn't this somewhat similar to the spear made from the mutated beast's materials? His rabbit ear spear is just shy of the purple grade, yet the strongest in the blue grade category, isn't it? Goodness, so each blue grade steel block is equivalent to an intermediate mutated beast material. Xu Xin looked at the 19 blue steel blocks in his hand and immediately felt the scent of wealth wafting in. This is downright exaggerated, the ability of alchemy is incredibly powerful. Coupled with the metal products auto-unlock contract he obtained from the golden treasure chest, he can now mass-produce the current stage's top weapons and armor, second only to purple grade. Although he doesn't really need it, since his weapons are crafted from mutated beast materials, and his armor is directly purple grade. But for others in the explorers, or even everyone in the entire region, this ability can significantly boost everyone's strength. Really impressive. However, he seemed to notice a rather unfamiliar term in the steel block description just now. Construction. Could it be that he can use steel blocks to build constructions other than treehouses? He promptly checked the treehouse modification option. The option also showed the crafting of a steel treehouse crossbow, with the steel crossbow being the strongest at the same level as well. Additionally, he noticed a new crafting blueprint. Steel frame structure, green the foundational framework for all buildings, essential material when constructing buildings outside the treehouse. Requires steel block, green, *1. Buildings can be set up outside the treehouse. Xu Xin had previously attempted to make wooden walls outside the treehouse, but unfortunately, the crafted walls couldn't be placed, hence making a wooden house outside the treehouse was impossible, prompting him to abandon the effort. It turns out constructing buildings outside the treehouse requires using steel to create a framework. With this, he can set up rooms on the ground around the treehouse. But for now, it seems unnecessary, considering his treehouse is large, sufficiently serving him internally. So he won't use this feature anytime soon. Xu Xin contacted Li Wenxi to inform her about the functionality of the steel blocks. The strongest metal material for weapon and armor crafting at the same level. That's impressive. Li Wenxi was notably shocked. Though she had handled steel blocks before, lacking Xu Xin's discernment ability meant she couldn't instantly perceive their utility from the description. I'll give you some steel flames, you smelt some green-grade steel blocks, and I'll make you something. Because she had given Wang Lei a blue-grade iron armor in the last event, Xu Xin wanted to directly make her a blue-grade steel armor set. Each blue-grade steel armor only requires one blue steel block, while the rest of the materials could be green-grade, hence green-grade steel blocks were used more, and the 10 green-grade steel blocks in hand were insufficient. Oh, alright. The smelting speed of green-grade steel blocks was extremely fast, and within minutes, Li Wenxi had sent over dozens of smelted green-grade steel blocks. He immediately crafted a set of blue-grade steel armor and, instead of giving it to Li Wenxi first, he tried it on himself. Compared to iron armor, the weight was reduced a lot, making body movements more agile, while the defense did not weaken, but rather enhanced. Both the steel armor set and iron armor set have the same set effect of power increase, albeit the steel armor set boosts power twice as much as the iron armor set. Truly one of the strongest blue-grade sets. Xu Xin felt that if judging purely on defense, this steel armor set might rival his purple-grade scale armor set. Typically in games, defensive heavy armor offers stronger protection than functional light armor, even with a one-level difference, it stands to reason. Not to mention, this steel armor's grade only differs from purple grade by half a grade. Xu Xin sent the steel armor set to Li Wenxi, still feeling something was lacking. He stroked his chin and made a blue-grade steel spear and a blue-grade steel crossbow, forwarding them to Li Wenxi. He felt Li Wenxi resembled a character in his game, upgrading to new equipment. Since she was already wearing a full set of blue-grade steel armor, Xu Xin couldn't resist updating her weapons as well. Watching Li Wenxi don the steel armor and wielding the steel crossbow and spear, Xu Xin nodded contentedly. This outfit is definitely the strongest set, aside from him, at the moment. Who else can have their entire gear made from materials of intermediate mutant beasts? Maybe only Ji Chaoyang can, but even Ji might not be able to, because the materials of intermediate mutant beasts are also needed for equipping the treehouse. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when the steel armor is worn on Li Wenxi, it seems to become a bit smaller and fits her body better. Although it's heavy armor, the steel armor looks nothing like the cumbersome feel of iron armor. Instead, it makes her look like a female knight, holding a gun in one hand, full of bravery and an imposing presence. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the atmosphere was ruined. Wow, this steel armor is much lighter than the blue-grade iron armor. And it doesn't have that clanging noise of iron armor. And it's shinier and looks much better than iron armor. It's really nice. And these weapons, you're amazing, Xu Xin. Li Wenxi waved her spear just like the first time he got it, the spear constantly emitting a pleasing sound. Ah right, iron armor has a noise. It's been so long since he wore iron armor that he forgot that as long as the iron armor is in motion, it will make a very crisp sound, as if taunting the surrounding beasts. It's indeed nice, the practicality of the steel armor set is much stronger than the iron armor set. As long as you're satisfied, I'll give you some steel fire. You can refine the blocks in your free time, they are much stronger than iron blocks. Oh, right, return the reagent bottles to me. I'm too lazy to make them again. Oh, okay. Xu Xin didn't have any coal left in his hands, 1,000 pieces might seem like a lot, but it could only make 40 bottles of steel fire, which he had just handed all over to Li Wenxi. He took his beloved to the mine once again, and in just a few minutes, he had dug up 3,000 pieces of coal, only making the coal mine bigger and deeper, with even more coal exposed. However, Xu Xin felt a slight sense of crisis. If this mine continues to expand, won't it collapse? Beloved, if you have nothing else to do, come and dig here more often, remove the layer of soil above, and turn this place into an open pit mine, or it might easily collapse. The beloved chirped softly, indicating understanding, and did not return but continued to dig, according to Xu Xin's words, began to dig and toss aside the upper few meters of soil. A pangolin is like a construction team. When the two little guys grow up, he'll have 3 construction teams. Xu Xin didn't disturb it, carrying 3,000 pieces of coal back to the treehouse, made 80 portions of steel fire with 2,000 pieces of coal, and gave Li Wenxi 500 pieces as fuel, keeping 500 pieces as a backup for himself. After making so much steel fire, his mutant vine sap was also nearly exhausted. He then pulled up Silver King and Mimi and took them to the first floor of the treehouse, where half the space was empty except for the cold storage. He released all the remaining mutant vines from his backpack, filling up this half space, and then made a few wooden barrels. You two, help me collect the sap from these mutant vines, Xu Xin said to Silver King and Mimi, who were wide-eyed looking at the vines. Silver King obediently picked up a vine, while Mimi seemed to roll her eyes at Xu Xin, lazily and slowly walking towards Silver King. This guy just wants to slack off. Once you're done collecting, I'll take you guys out, this time we'll go further, he said. Hearing this, Mimi's body shook, and it immediately swung its paw, making a vertical slit on the vine, and thick white sap flowed out, dripping into the wooden barrel. Xu Xin patted the heads of the 2 beasts in satisfaction and returned to the 3rd floor. It was almost noon, and the people in Explorers should have decided which functional area to focus on, right? Kiki lay on the sofa, the little guy being sleepy, would curl up to sleep when there was nothing to do. Seeing Xu Xin sit down, it climbed onto his leg and lay down to continue sleeping. While smoothing the little guy's fur, Xu Xin opened Explorers. Explorers was relatively quiet, everyone seemed to be experimenting with the new capabilities of the treehouse. Xu Xin asked, have you all allocated your enhancement points already? There was an immediate reaction in the chat. Li Wenxi was the first to respond, I've focused on the smelting room. If anyone has ores, or anything like glass that needs smelting, you can come to me. Wang Lei, seems like there isn't much to add to, like the smelting room or workshop, all my equipment was bought from Brother Xin and Boss G, I can't make them anyway, so I just added to the kitchen. If you guys have any high-quality ingredients, you can find me for cooking, my culinary skills, utensils, and kitchen effects are all top-notch. Zhao Xiaochuan, really? Can you cook? By the way, I added to the planting room. Once I plant enough vegetables and fruits, we won't have to rely on the jungle for food. Qin Yunlong, Wang Lei is so robust, I can't imagine him cooking. Wang Lei, are you kidding? I've been living alone since I started working, if I didn't cook for myself, would I just starve? Qin Yinhu, order takeout. Wang Lei, life needs to be a bit more refined. Wen Guixin, never thought the word refined would come out of your mouth. Well, we should leave the cooking tasks to you then. You can cook for everyone every day, didn't Xu Xin say the mutant beast meat has strengthening effects? You cooking it might make the effects more evident. Wang Lei, please, I see you're just lazy to cook, I'm not going to be your nanny. If you have high-grade ingredients, you can find me, rest assured I won't rip you off, but Wen Guixin, what did you focus on? Wen Guixin, I focused on a functional area related to my own abilities, it doesn't relate to you guys for now. If we meet in the future, I can help you. By the way, our treehouse protection zones should be connected now, right? Can we meet up now? Xu Xin, I'm planning to go out and explore this afternoon, I'll inform you about the situation then. Ji Chaoyang, you haven't gone out either, huh? Go explore this afternoon, I won't be able to go. I need to sort out yesterday's information on my end. Xu Xin, okay. Qi Xuefei, I always feel like you two are hiding something from us. Ji Chaoyang, we are indeed discussing some matters, will inform you once the situation becomes clear. Li Wenxi, wow, is this the little secret of the big bosses? I'm envious, I want to know too. Their explorers had allocated functional areas that, except for Zhao Xiaochuan's planting area, didn't really conflict with his own efforts. However, his small planting area is far from sufficient, so Zhao Xiaochuan focusing on planting is completely fine. His current plan is that once team cooperation starts, those survivors who focused on the same functional areas could be grouped together for collective development, each person taking on their role, while the members of these explorers would be the leaders. Of course, this is just a plan, as the situation in the second phase is still unclear. Holding Kiki, Xu Xin went to the dining room and set up the grill. Once this meal is finished, he would go check out the east side to see if it was really possible to reach other people's treehouses. Xu Xin called Fu in as well, and the man and two beasts quickly finished the meal. On the first floor, Silver King and Mimi had mostly dealt with that pile of vines, scattering many shriveled vines around, while the ground held 4 barrels of mutant vine juice. Seeing them handle the last vine, Xu Xin collected the mutant vine juice, totaling over 400 kilograms, enough for a while. You two did well. Do you want to rest for a bit, or shall we set off now? Ow. Silver King barked, indicating it was full of energy and didn't need a rest. Mimi also paced to its side, clearly eager to head out. With the 4 beasts, he approached the treehouse. Love had already returned, it seemed she had roughly dealt with the cave there. Next time he visits the cave, he'll have to put some waterproof measures in place, or it would be problematic if it gets flooded by rain. The cave where Love lives as well. Typically, pangolins don't have fixed dwellings, changing places every 2 or 3 days, so Love likely didn't have much awareness of waterproofing. But actually, soil handling water is usually fine, unless there's a super heavy downpour, moisture is usually absorbed by the earth. Since Love still needs to care for 2 little ones, Xu Xin didn't take her, plus her slow speed would hinder them. He initially planned to have Love dig another hole near the treehouse for planting the red mist flower underground, creating their sauna room. But after getting a steel frame structure, he dismissed the idea of underground construction. It's better to build a small room directly on the ground, there's no worry about rainwater entering. These plans would wait until his return. Right now, he was eager to find other people's treehouses. Climbing onto the back of the wolf, Kiki followed by climbing onto Silver King's nape. Mimi paced back and forth beside them, while Fu lay atop her. All were ready to head out. Xu Xin stroked Keek's tail, pointing eastward, saying, "Let's go that way. Don't run too fast, I want to observe things carefully." A woo dash, Silver King let out a habitual long howl and started running. They quickly ran out of the resource zone, entering a place Xu Xin hadn't explored before. Using his identification ability, he knew there wasn't a resource zone here, so he hadn't explored this area before. Usually, his activities were between the treehouse and the northwest hilly resource zone, only visiting the east when he acquired a copper chest during the jungle exploration activity. But this place matched his expectation, very barren, likely due to the second phase. There wasn't even a single fruit tree, just large areas of white-grade poplars accented occasionally by green glows, akin to the point of origin's aridity. Despite going this far, neither his identification ability found any usable resources on the ground, nor his alchemy ability detected any alchemical materials. This place was far too barren. Xu Xin's current treehouse protection range spanned 9 kilometers, and now he'd reached roughly the edge of the pre-upgrade protection zone, around 6 kilometers. 100 meters ahead appeared a small hill of about 10 to 20 meters. Xu Xin had Silver King run past it while he dismounted the wolf. Honestly, he had an inexplicable fear of these small hills now, always suspecting they were monster disguises rising in the jungle. "Kiki, is there danger on this hill?" "Ing." Kiki tilted its little head, indicating it hadn't sensed any danger. Indeed, if there were danger, it would first alert him itself. Xu Xin climbed to the top of the hill in a few steps, with Mimi effortlessly leaping up alongside him. He gazed eastward, seeing only dense jungle as far as the eye could see. His identification ability had a range of 1 kilometer, and he didn't spot any resource glows within this range, indicating there was nothing worthwhile to explore nearby. Is that? In the east-southeast direction, about 6 or 7 kilometers away, clearly within his current eyesight's distinguishing distance, Xu Xin saw a special tree taller than others around it, its dense foliage unmistakably that of a banyan. Found it, another survivor's treehouse. By the height, it should be a 2-story treehouse. Its crown was much smaller than his own, suggesting it was a small, single-layer treehouse with an added layer from underground activities. Yes, an ordinary survivor's treehouse. Can you see that tree similar to our treehouse? Xu Xin asked Mimi. Mimi's pupils narrowed into a vertical line, nodding and lightly mewing in response. This surprised Xu Xin. Ordinary feline animals, though their visual range surpasses humans and vision sensitivity multiples that of humans, are usually nearsighted, seeing close objects clearly while distant ones are blurry. He hadn't expected Mimi to see things 7 or 8 kilometers away. This mutation, could it enhance vision too? He increasingly couldn't comprehend the direction of this mutation. It seemed that as long as one's mind didn't lose will, this mutation entirely progressed favorably. It could perhaps truly be considered evolution. Xu Xin and Mimi came down the hill, mounted the wolf, and pointed in the direction of the treehouse, saying, "Silver King, head in that direction." Silver King responded with a howl and started running again. At this phase, there were no wild beasts or mutant creatures present around, allowing man and 4 beasts to advance unhindered. 1 or 2 minutes later, Silver King had almost reached 9 kilometers or so, about to cross the boundary line. Silver King, slow down. Xu Xin remained very cautious. According to the distance, he should have already stepped into the protection zone of the treehouse they just saw. The current location should be the overlapping part of his treehouse protection zone and that of the other treehouse. After taking a few more steps forward, a sudden voice rang out. Reminder, do not exceed 9 kilometers from your treehouse, or else something you don't want to see will happen. Stop. Xu Xin called Silver King and Mimi to a halt. Kiki turned his head, not understanding why Xu Xin stopped. Again, this alert sound. What does it mean? Could other people's treehouses not protect him? However, judging by Kiki's attitude, there didn't seem to be any danger, but Xu Xin still thought it best to be cautious. He pointed to the forest ahead and said to Mimi, "Mimi, quickly take a round through the front forest, but be careful." Mimi was not afraid of those things emerging from the ground. Mimi instantly sprang forward, with one leap she was outside the protection zone, then glanced back at Xu Xin before leisurely strolling around. Xu Xin. He felt a sense of disdain directed at him. "Let's go." Xu Xin said resignedly to Silver King. He suddenly realized that out of the entire group, he seemed to be the only one unable to detect the presence of underground mutated creatures. Silver King, Mimi, and Afu are all mutated beasts that should be able to sense whether there are any mutated creatures around, and Kiki, being quite special, could too. Only he could only see if there were enemy units above ground on the map. But it's all right, they are his contract beasts, and their abilities are his abilities too. It seems he won't need to be so cautious in the future, as they will naturally alert him. Silver King stepped out of the protection zone. Exiting the protection zone, the survivor will no longer be under the treehouse's protection. It is recommended to return immediately. This warning is really intimidating. If someone unaware of the facts hears it, they would truly dare not proceed forward. The group of 1 person and 4 beasts continued towards that treehouse. "It's really desolate around here," Xu Xin remarked with some lament. He indeed had good luck, finding a place with mountains, water, and a resource zone. Although there were more fierce beasts when the beasts awakened, and a giant anaconda in the lake, at least nothing was lacking around. Establishing a treehouse in a place like this in the early days would be very challenging. Proceeding forward, a patch of green appeared before Xu Xin. It wasn't the green of a resource zone, but a small patch of green, the color emitted by the treehouse, and a small patch of green-grade trees planted near the treehouse by a survivor. These green-grade trees must have been planted after the soil was fertilized. Other than that, the surroundings remained desolate. Xu Xin reached the base of the treehouse quickly. Looking at this treehouse, he frowned. What's going on? Why is the tree trunk so badly damaged? Although the treetop seemed flourishing, the leaves had already started to yellow, and the trunk appeared as though slashed numerous times. Having no treehouse armor installed, it was covered in scratches several centimeters deep, and even some piercing holes. Clearly, this was a treehouse that endured vine assaults during yesterday's activities. This treehouse should be nearing its demise. His hearing was very acute now, capable of catching the slightest sounds around, but the whole treehouse was exceedingly quiet, as if no one was present within. Being so close to his treehouse, the owner should belong to the same region as him. Could it be the treehouse of those who died during the day ignoring warnings, and therefore got attacked at night like this? Xu Xin came to the base of the treehouse and touched the trunk. A dying low treehouse, green, a broken treehouse that lost its owner. A treehouse without an owner will wither and die within 24 hours. Remaining survival time of this treehouse, 5 hours 21 minutes. As expected, there's no one in the treehouse, its owner already perished. Moreover, the timing is off. Based on the timing calculation, the owner of this treehouse perished during last night's vine and ant swarm attack. Something's not right. In their region, some people died during the day ignoring warnings, but after Xu Xin and others distributed the heart fragments last night, the region channel's population count never decreased. Xu Xin double-checked the region channel's population count, 3,016 people, everything was correct, it was indeed this many people last night. What's going on? Is the owner of this treehouse not from their region? The owner of this treehouse is not from their region? That can't be right. This is the closest treehouse to his, so how could it not be in the same region? Could it be that he's on the edge of two regions? No, that's not right either. During the rainy season event, he had seen the strong light emitted by the lightning rod on the roof of Li Wenxi's treehouse, which was also in this direction and further away. How could this treehouse, which is between him and Li Wenxi, not be from their region? Ing. Just as Xu Xin was puzzled, Kiki, on his shoulder, suddenly jumped up and quickly climbed into the tree canopy along the perforated trunk. Afu also flew up and followed Kiki inside. Xu Xin discovered that from the part of the canopy that Kiki had opened, it seemed very dilapidated inside. Was it gnawed by ants? The trunk of the low treehouse was only 3 meters tall, and with the various visible marks that could be stepped on, Xu Xin climbed up in 2 or 3 moves. Pulling apart the canopy, Xu Xin was shocked to find that the house within it, from its walls to its floor, had been eaten up and was full of holes, leaving behind only a broken framework supporting the already yellowed canopy outside. This is a treehouse that has been destroyed in every sense of the word. Xu Xin crawled through a large hole in the crumbling floor into the interior of the treehouse. Inside the treehouse were some scattered things, like synthetic tables and beds, which were preserved because the ants were only interested in the treehouse itself. But he did not find the corpse of the treehouse's owner. Instead, there were a few green-level backpacks left by the owner, containing some basic supplies of little use to him. Afu flew around the central space of the treehouse a few times, landing on the ground. Kiki also ran 2 laps and finally sat in the center of the treehouse, scratching the floor with its little paws. Xu Xin threw his backpack aside, avoided the traps-like holes on the ground, and squatted down beside Kiki. What's wrong? He looked at the spot Kiki was scratching on, which was one of the few undamaged parts of the treehouse floor. Ing. Ing. Kiki waved its little paws explaining to Xu Xin. You're saying there's something good underneath here? Xu Xin's eyes lit up. Ing. Kiki nodded its small head vigorously. This spot was not ordinary, it was the center of the treehouse, directly above the tree trunk. Could there be something good inside the trunk of the treehouse? Speaking of which, this treehouse is just green level, it should be able to be chopped down, right? No way, if I chop it down and the surrounding protected area suddenly disappears, that would be suicide. Xu Xin pulled out his iron axe and decided to chop open the floor to see what's underneath. Kiki, get back. Xu Xin swung his axe. Ing. Kiki quickly scampered to the side, nearly falling through one of the holes in the floor, and clumsily climbed back up. Crack! With just one swing, the floor cracked. Another swing sent wood chips flying, breaking the floor into several pieces. Xu Xin picked up the broken pieces of the floor and tossed them aside, revealing the true form of what lay beneath. To his amazement, he discovered that the trunk beneath the floor was hollow. The trunk of the low treehouse was about a meter thick, and at its center was a hole with a diameter of more than half a meter, extending straight to the ground. Looking inside, at the very bottom, there was an orb emitting a soft white light, half buried in the soil. The soft white light was real and not the grayed glow he could discern. Strangely, like the treehouse seed, Xu Xin could not determine the grade of this orb. This tree hole with a half-meter diameter was large enough for him to jump into. After all, the human shoulder width is only about 30 to 40 centimeters. However, Kiki had already jumped inside ahead of him, landing at the bottom of the tree hole, curiously patting the orb buried in the soil. "Kiki, bring that orb up here," Xu Xin called from above. "Ing." Kiki responded, using its little paw to dig out the chicken egg-sized white luminous orb from the ground, holding it in its mouth, then using the tree hole walls to bounce left and right to climb back up. "Good boy." Xu Xin patted Keek's little head and took the orb from its mouth. Core of the low treehouse, the core that provides growth energy for the treehouse. Once removed, the treehouse will immediately perish. Draining the energy from the core of the low treehouse can upgrade a batch of blue-level basic materials to purple level. Xu Xin. This core can upgrade blue level to purple level. Basic materials refer to resources like wood, stone, and/or obtained through mining, not the materials and tools obtained from hunting or crafting. But this is already great. With basic resources, he could make purple level tools. Wait a minute. After the core is removed, the treehouse dies immediately. Holy crap, could he actually be outside the protective area? Xu Xin quickly touched the treehouse's trunk with his hand and received a prompt. The deceased small treehouse, gray, a treehouse whose core has been removed, thoroughly dead. Though its roots remain on this land even in death, unable to thwart the underground creature's attack, these creatures still dare not emerge where the roots are dense, thus serving a certain protective function. This. Xu Xin's expression looked a bit peculiar. The introduction means, even though the small treehouse is dead, the protective zone still exists. It's just an ostentatious zone, simply because the underground creatures dare not come out. But in reality, they can come out. Appearing on this land would no longer drain them to husks. It's just that no underground creature dares to be the first to emerge. There's this kind of tactic too. Xu Xin was a bit speechless. He glanced again into the tree hole, scanned the inside of the treehouse to ensure nothing else was there, then held Kiki and carried Afu as they jumped down from the treehouse. Silver King was lying below the treehouse. Seeing Xu Xin descend, it stood up and let out a roar. Mimi was nowhere to be seen. Glancing at the map, Xu Xin found it nearby, wandering around his location and sightseeing. Though the jungle scenery had hardly changed, it was still a good place for Mimi, who had been underground for decades. Xu Xin didn't call it back and let it roam freely. Perhaps it might help him scout the surroundings a bit. Looking back upwards, the already yellowing treehouse canopy had turned into dead leaves by now. With the wind blowing, leaves fell, and within seconds, the entire treehouse became a bare scaffold. At the same time, the trees above the ruined treehouse emitted faint, densely clustered cracking sounds, which his enhanced hearing caught clearly. Eventually, like dried twigs, the entire treehouse split open with a crack, shattering into pieces on the ground. The initially nearly 10-meter-high double-decker treehouse was now reduced to a stubby, roughly 3-meter trunk, looking ragged. Of course, it wasn't only the trunk. Beneath this land, its roots stretched across 3 kilometers, though dead, were still protecting this land. The reason it's 3 kilometers is that its owner didn't survive last night's attack, thus the treehouse likely hadn't upgraded successfully, so the protective area should be about 3 kilometers wide. In this case, the treehouse's protective zone barely overlaps with his own protective area, merely touching at the edges. Fortunately, his protective zone spans 9 kilometers, larger than other survivors, or else he couldn't have made it. Understanding his current situation now, Xu Xin felt reassured and began inspecting the emitting white glow treehouse core in his hand. The introduction stated, exhausting all its energy could elevate a piece of blue level material to purple level, meaning one core equates to one purple level resource. Or, the energy within the treehouse core could be replenished. If replenishment is possible, it would be formidable indeed, as it might generate purple level materials continuously. Thinking of this, Xu Xin tightened his grip on the core, taking a deep breath. Purple level materials can be used to craft purple level tools, weapons, and armor. Purple level to blue level is a functional watershed. His scale armor set is a whole purple set, so he's well aware of the purple level's power. Green level sets have no abilities, blue level sets have one ability: increased physical capabilities. For instance, blue level iron or steel armor grants strength boosts, while blue level leather armor reduces presence and enhances stealth. His purple level scale armor set not only boosts strength but offers him free underwater movement like a fish, even intimidating aquatic life, essentially providing a superpower. In terms of weaponry, blue level weapons far surpass green level ones in might, and perhaps purple level weapons might begin possessing unique effects too. Purple level tools need no further explanation, like purple level boning knives can carve out purple level materials, and purple level engraving knives can engrave purple level crystals. As for production tools, it's irrelevant. Blue level axes can chop purple level wood, and blue level picks can mine purple level ores. This is normal since production tools should be able to harvest higher level materials, or the materials would be unobtainable. However, even Li Wenxi, despite her home's mineral wealth, hasn't seemingly mined purple level ores yet. Maybe she hasn't mentioned it, but Xu Xin feels it's unlikely since metal blocks are of little use to her, hiding them would be pointless. Clutching the palm-sized, glowing core tightly, Xu Xin suddenly felt a sense of impending storm. This item's allure is immense. Everyone strives to grow stronger. At present, most people wear and carry green-level items. Even among the explorers, some might only have a blue-level leather set. When Li Wenxi offered a blue-level iron set, Wang Lei, Zhao Xiaochuan, and Qin Yunlong argued over who should have it for a long time. If they discover such potent resources can be extracted from others' treehouses, the ensuing consequences would be obvious. Conflicts between people are likely starting. This second phase indeed teems with crises. He's unsure if he should share this news with the others and explorers. Stowing the core in his backpack, Xu Xin decided to head back and test the core's function. Turning around, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He quickly turned back to look at the treehouse's roots. If he uses a shovel on the treehouse, would it yield a treehouse seed? Xu Xin immediately took out his shovel, blew, and began digging at the base of the treehouse. With each dig of the shovel, he could clearly feel a sensation of excavation and collection. This sensation was different from ordinary digging. There's hope. Xu Xin was delighted and continued to swing the shovel to dig. Silver King saw this and walked over to help, but Xu Xin stopped him. Although he wasn't sure if he could get seeds from digging up the treehouse, if there were any, only a shovel could ensure the seeds were dug out 100%. He shoveled persistently, although he felt the sense of collection each time. The process was long. The poplar fruit trees he used to dig up would only take one, at most 2 or 3, digs to fall. This treehouse, which was just a green-level, low treehouse, and even dead, turned out to be this difficult to dig up. Could it be that it can't be dug out at all? Xu Xin didn't stop his actions and continued digging. After nearly half an hour of digging, the roots of the treehouse were exposed. Just when he thought he couldn't find the seeds and was about to give up, he finally heard the faint crack of tree roots breaking. Small cracks appeared at the roots and gradually became obvious. Then, the upper half of the pockmarked and broken trunk swayed slightly, on the verge of collapsing. Xu Xin reached out gently and pushed, and the broken trunk, along with the snapped roots, was uprooted and crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the dirt pit where the trunk used to be, a light yellow walnut-sized seed lay quietly, blending well with the surrounding soil and appearing quite unremarkable. Xu Xin was very familiar with this size and color of the seed. When he first arrived in this world, he had clutched such a seed and walked for 2 days before planting it. There's really a treehouse seed. Xu Xin was overjoyed and immediately picked up the seed from the pit. Parasitic treehouse seed, a seed obtained by digging up a normal treehouse, can be planted to grow a parasitic treehouse. The parasitic treehouse has no core and requires a host to provide nutrients and treehouse abilities, and can only be planted within the protection zone of a normal treehouse, with its roots connecting to the host's roots. This seed-grown treehouse form is unrelated to soil fertility and depends solely on the original form of the treehouse before being dug up. This isn't the same as the previous treehouse seeds. Xu Xin widened his eyes at the description. Parasitic treehouse seed. What the treehouse core referred to was the luminous white treasure pearl he had just obtained, which could provide growth energy for the treehouse. But the treehouse that could grow from the seed in his hand had no core and could only be planted within the treehouse's protection zone, parasitically latched to the roots of other treehouses, surviving by absorbing the nutrients from them. He had been wondering if he could plant treehouses and then cut them down in bulk to manufacture treehouse cores. It seems he was overthinking. This seed is not like the previous treehouse seeds that, when planted in soil of varying fertility, would grow into treehouses of different levels. Xu Xin recalled the broken two-story small treehouse that had just been shattered. That is to say, if he planted this seed within his protection zone, regardless of the soil grade, it would eventually grow into the form of that two-story small treehouse. Isn't this equivalent to directly transplanting the treehouse? Xu Xin squinted his eyes, sensing the significance behind this function. If all treehouses could have their seeds excavated, extracting other people's treehouse seeds and planting them within his protection zone would be equivalent to forming an organization centered around him, wouldn't it? However, he wasn't yet clear about the relationship between the parasitic treehouse and the host treehouse. The host might fully control the parasitic treehouse, or perhaps the host would have to provide something for the parasitic treehouse. He decided to go back and plant this treehouse seed near his treehouse to analyze the situation. The tree trunk on the ground must not be wasted either. He took out the iron axe and struck at the treehouse trunk. Unfortunately, there was nothing special about the trunk. Because this was a low treehouse, green, the material harvested was just ordinary green-level wood. Talking of which, if he chopped down his own treehouse, he should receive purple-level wood, right? His treehouse surely contained a treehouse core too. This obtained core was called a core of a low treehouse, then his should be called a core of a large treehouse, with surely different functionalities. He had no method to chop down his own treehouse yet, but if he encountered other people's treehouses in the future, high-grade resources could indeed incite wicked thoughts within people. But in this world, perhaps that wasn't even considered a wicked thought. If you're not part of an alliance, it's merely the survival of the fittest. Mimi. Xu Xin called out, and a few seconds later, Mimi, who had been wandering around, emerged from the jungle, stepping lightly and silently beside him. Let's head back. There was nothing left here, so he decided to go back and carefully research the two special resources obtained this time, the treehouse core and the parasitic treehouse seed. Mounting Silver King, 1 person and 4 beasts started their return journey. You have returned to the treehouse protection zone. While Silver King was running, a notification sounded again in Xu Xin's ear. On that previous stretch outside the protection zone, sure enough, they weren't attacked. It seems, just as described, even though the treehouse has died and its seed extracted, its roots continue to intimidate the underground creatures. However, unless there are special circumstances, it's better not to come to this area. This protection zone is actually like a scarecrow in a wheat field, only able to serve as a deterrent. Once the underground creatures detect something amiss, they will still swarm in. During the first chest event, those underground creatures must have been forced to emerge from underground. If a similar situation occurs in the future, and the creatures find that coming to the surface doesn't lead to death, this area will no longer be safe. Silver King's speed is very fast. In less than 10 minutes, Xu Xin was already back near his treehouse. He returned the animals to the treehouse and prepared to venture downwards to find a suitable spot for planting the treehouse. Ing. Seeing Xu Xin about to leave again, Kiki jumped onto his shoulder. Xu Xin patted its small head and took it along as he went out. Where should I plant this seed? A map surfaced in Xu Xin's mind. The current information is still too scarce. He does not know how this parasitic treehouse functions or how it differs from a regular treehouse. But since they're all treehouses, it's best to plant it nearby. Ultimately, he decided to plant the treehouse at the edge of his plant heart's protection range. This way, the parasitic treehouse can benefit from the protection of the plant heart and serve as a watchtower. Arriving at a spot roughly 100 meters from the treehouse, Xu Xin planted the seed. Since the parasitic treehouse acquires nutrients from the host treehouse's roots and is unrelated to the soil, he did not use blue-grade soil but planted it in a regular patch instead. At the very instant it was planted, a shoot broke through the ground and began growing at an incredible rate. This speed was far beyond what Xu Xin saw when he planted his treehouse. Kiki, who was closely observing from the ground, was almost poked by the rapidly growing treehouse seedling and jumped back to Xu Xin's shoulder, baring its teeth at the seedling. So fast! Xu Xin was astounded. In just a few seconds, this seed had already grown into a small tree. His treehouse took 2 hours to grow, but this one might only take a few minutes. Xu Xin touched the sapling that had grown as thick as his arm. Low parasitic small treehouse seedling, green will grow into a treehouse in 4 minutes and 43 seconds. 5 minutes. So quick. Xu Xin took a few steps back, rubbing Keek's fluffy big tail while observing the treehouse's growth. 5 minutes later, a 2-story low small treehouse appeared fully formed before him. The lowest part of the canopy was just 3 meters in height, and the tallest merely 10 meters, even not reaching the height of his own treehouse's trunk. He reached out to touch the fully grown treehouse. Low parasitic small treehouse, green a treehouse without a core, currently parasitic on a tall small treehouse, purple. Because it is parasitic on the host's roots, it lacks a strong root system and does not have its own protection zone. The parasitic treehouse cannot be transplanted again, but as long as the host remains alive, even if chopped down, it can regenerate in a short time. Once the host dies, the parasitic treehouse will die along with it. As long as the host does not die, this treehouse can regenerate indefinitely. The strategic significance is enormous. Xu Xin's mind began to spin rapidly. If many treehouses are transplanted into his protection range using this method, an incredibly potent team can form. In the event of disaster or war, as long as his treehouse remains intact, all parasitic treehouses within his protection zone will regenerate to their original form in no time. Automated post-disaster reconstruction. Xu Xin gazed at the newly grown treehouse. Underneath this treehouse, he could feel a sensation akin to merging with the treehouse. With a mere thought, the treehouse's roots wrapped around his waist, bringing him and Kiki inside the treehouse. The first layer of the treehouse was empty, a mere 20 square meter space, still too small in Xu Xin's view. The entire layer only had a single screen embedded in the wooden outer wall, and the screen was black, unactivated. He stepped forward and touched the screen, which immediately lit up. Parasitic Treehouse Host Startup. Current Treehouse Holder, Xu Xin. To change holder, operate at the host treehouse. All current functions are locked, unlocking required at the host treehouse. The 3 notification sounds made Xu Xin's eyes gradually brighten. Thus it seems, as the holder of the host treehouse, he possesses supreme control over these parasitic treehouses. The treehouse holder can be changed. If he transfers the treehouse ownership to another person, that person can freely enter and exit the treehouse using root manipulation and utilize the treehouse's capabilities for crafting. He needs to unlock the treehouse's capabilities by operating the host treehouse, referring to the screen within his own treehouse. Nonetheless, he need not return to the treehouse since he owns a purple-grade treehouse watch, which encompasses all treehouse functions. He swiped the watch. It projected a virtual interface, showing a new main option. Parasitic Treehouse. Opening this option, a map is revealed. This map, of course, isn't like his mapping ability, which has a large range and can mark positions and enemy units on the map. This map is circular, with green representing the jungle, yellow representing bare land. It's a very simple map, with a very small display range, only slightly larger than his plant heart domain. In the center of the map, there is a symbol of a flourishing treehouse, which should be his treehouse. Near the edge of the map, there's a smaller treehouse symbol, which should be the parasitic treehouse he is currently in. The size of this map is likely determined by the distance to the farthest parasitic treehouse from the host treehouse. Right now, he only has this one parasitic treehouse, so the map is only this big. Xu Xin first clicked on the central treehouse symbol, and a line of small text popped up. Host treehouse. Treehouse name, tall little treehouse, purple. The name of the treehouse was blinking. Xu Xin tried clicking it, and sure enough, an option to change the treehouse name appeared. He tried changing it to a team name he used when playing survival games, 14 states. Confirm change. The name cannot be changed again within 7 days if modified. Xu Xin clicked confirm. Host treehouse. Treehouse name, 14 states, purple. So, the name of the treehouse was changed just like that. He then clicked on the smaller treehouse symbol near the map's edge. Parasitic treehouse. Treehouse name, low parasitic small treehouse, green. The name could also be changed here. To validate his hypothesis, he renamed it, Parasitic Treehouse 01. After changing the name, he touched the wall of the treehouse. Parasitic Treehouse 01, green, a treehouse without a treehouse core, currently parasitizing on 14 states, purple. Due to the parasitism. Indeed, the name of the treehouse was directly changed even in the description. After confirming his hypothesis regarding the name, Xu Xin began to look through the various permissions that appeared after opening the panel below. He discovered that all the projects his treehouse possessed could be unlocked within this parasitic treehouse. Basic material crafting, regional channel rankings, decoration rating, and other projects everyone had, not to mention distinctive ones like treehouse modification, artist alchemy, could all be unlocked. He quickly unlocked all the permissions and began to operate the treehouse screen in front of him. Although this treehouse was much smaller than his own, the screen was just as large, taking up a significant part of this wall. He had plenty of green level resources, so he tried crafting some basic stations, such as a crafting station, weapon and armor manufacturing station, and encountered no problems. After tinkering for a while, he concluded, if he unlocked all the permissions for this treehouse, apart from its smaller size, it would essentially be equivalent to his main treehouse with all the same functionalities. However, if others were to use it, abilities like artist or alchemy wouldn't be available to them. After all, even if they had the materials and created workstations, without his carving and painting abilities, they couldn't create statues. Similarly, without alchemy abilities, they wouldn't see blueprints when operating the alchemy synthesis table or crafting table, so despite having the workstation, they couldn't perform alchemy. It's just unclear what would happen if the parasitic treehouse had abilities he didn't. For example, Li Wenxi might have a project related to her abilities, and if she transplanted her treehouse here, would her unique project be restricted by the host treehouse, or could it bring new capabilities to the host treehouse? However, it doesn't make much sense to consider this, as capable individuals, like those in the Explorers group, are unlikely to transplant their treehouses into someone else's protection range to live parasitically off others. After all, this form of parasitism is too restrictive. All the functions of the treehouse are under the control of the host treehouse owner, who can disable and enable at will. Even the most basic crafting can be prohibited, that's essentially handing your life to someone else. Currently, this additional parasitic treehouse doesn't serve much purpose for him, perhaps it could be given to the Changyin family when they return to live in it. It's been so many days, I wonder how the Changyin family is doing. I should find some time to check on them in the hilly resource zone. Xu Xin also looked around the second floor of this treehouse but found nothing noteworthy. So he took out the treehouse core from his backpack. Core of the low small treehouse, the core that provides growth energy to the treehouse, removing it will cause immediate death of the treehouse. Consuming the energy within the core of the low small treehouse can upgrade one piece of blue level basic material to purple level. A tool that can upgrade a piece of blue level resource to purple level. The description mentions consuming energy but doesn't specify whether energy can be replenished. Xu Xin decided to give it a try. However, he was hesitating about which resource to upgrade to purple level. Manufacturing tools weren't necessary for now, as blue level manufacturing tools could harvest purple level resources, which was sufficient. He mainly considered between a boning knife, a carving knife, and weapons. With a purple-level boning knife, he could extract purple-level materials from beast bodies. A purple-level carving knife would allow him to sculpt purple-level statues. As for weapons, a purple-level weapon would undoubtedly be superior to a blue-level one. Forget it, these can be considered at night. He now plans to continue searching for other treehouses nearby, to see if there are any others on the brink of death due to last night's disaster. If there are, he will be able to obtain the treehouse core and have more options to choose from. However, treehouses that have lost their survivors will only exist for 24 hours. After 6 o'clock last night, the blood-spurting vines began their attack, causing a large number of survivors to die. There are still 3 hours until 6 o'clock tonight. Once it's past 6, the 24 hours will pass, and those remaining treehouses may completely die. He needs to find those treehouses before this time and extract the core, since he doesn't know if the core will still be there after the treehouse dies. It's better to inform the other members of the explorers about this since they will be true partners in the future. Picking up Kiki, who was scratching the floor while sitting on it, Xu Xin returned to his treehouse. He first shared his discoveries in the explorers group chat. Wang Lei, you can actually encounter someone else's treehouse. And treehouses can be transplanted? Doesn't that mean I can latch onto someone's success? Zhao Xiaochuan, what success? Didn't you hear Brother Xian? The transplanted treehouse is completely under the host's control. Do you want to entrust your life to someone else? When Guixin, you can actually extract a core from a treehouse and upgrade blue-tier resources to purple-tier resources. Doesn't this encourage conflict among survivors? By killing or conquering a survivor, you can plunder their treehouse and acquire a subsidiary treehouse along with a set of purple-tier resources. I'm tempted. Li Wenxi, oh my god, does this mean we not only have to guard against beasts and mutant creatures in the future but also other survivors? Qi Xuefei, it's not much different from before, right? We already had to be wary of other survivors. Wenxi, you're too undefended. Li Wenxi, isn't it different? The defense zones were smaller before, so they couldn't find my treehouse. Now some zones are connected, and they can directly come over. How terrifying, I need to add more crossbows. Qin Yunlong, don't be afraid. We are already the top existence in the area, and few people can harm us unless the top existences from other areas come here. Qin Yinhu, we are not clear on how the areas are divided yet. Then, Ji Chaoyang called him via voice. Xu Xin, are you sure the owner of the treehouse died in last night's disaster? Ji Chaoyang's voice carried a hint of doubt. It seems Ji Chaoyang shared the same suspicion. Last night, with their help, no one died in Jungle Area 188. Ji Chaoyang might suspect he killed someone from the same area. Don't suspect me. If I had done it, I wouldn't need to hide it. You misunderstood. I didn't suspect you. No. I did suspect for a moment, but I immediately checked the number of people in the area channel. The numbers remain the same as last night, indicating our area's population hasn't changed since before the vine started attacking. Ji Chaoyang explained calmly. Talking to smart people is really much easier. Actually, I am also puzzled by this. Could it be that the owner of this treehouse is not from our Jungle Area 188? Xu Xin voiced his guess. Is it possible you're at the edge of the area? No possibility. Xu Xin explained his reasoning to Ji Chaoyang. Further in the same direction lies Li Wenxi's treehouse. The other side was silent for a moment, then said with some helplessness, so, those two lights during the rainy season were you too? You even asked me if I saw them. Ha! Her resources, my abilities, when we have sufficient resources, we will naturally share them with everyone. Ji Chaoyang didn't continue discussing this but instead said, here's the thing, Xu Xin, I sorted out yesterday's information and found a point of doubt, but combining it with your findings, I feel I've discovered the truth. What truth? Xu Xin pursed his lips, becoming more curious about what this guy went through yesterday. This area might not be occupied solely by us from Jungle Area 188. Ji Chaoyang's words made Xu Xian's eyelids twitch. He had thought of this several times but always felt something was off. You mean the people from all areas are actually mixed together? Xu Xin asked. No, not all areas. Ji Chaoyang said, but rather, the ranges of the areas overlap. Overlap? Xu Xin furrowed his brows at the abstract concept. In simple terms, if each world is a table and the area's territories are a deck of cards, our areas are like a pile of messily stacked cards. All survivors from Area 188 are distributed relatively close, representing one area. If we consider the distribution with Area 188 survivors as our territory, then parts may overlap with Jungle Area 187's territory, and parts with Jungle Area 189's territory. This explanation isn't simple. Xu Xin envisioned it and understood his meaning. You mean we are actually interspersed with people from neighboring areas? That's exactly what I mean, so I plan to go out and verify this hypothesis. You should also not idle, go out and take a look again. After all, if there are other dying treehouses, they are also resources. Ji Chaoyang said. I think that too. I'm just about to head out again. Ji Chaoyang's hypothesis indeed made some sense. After ending the call, Xu Xin went to the window and observed the surroundings. He pinpointed another direction where he had seen another treehouse yesterday. It's not clear now, but the general direction should be correct. This direction it is. Bringing the four beasts along, he embarked on the quest for treehouses once more. This time, he wanted to see if he could encounter living survivors. If there are survivors from other areas nearby. Let's see what happens. According to Xu Xin's estimate, the distance between his treehouse and the previous one is about 11 or 12 kilometers. Although the initial planting locations for each survivor's treehouse might have slight deviations, they are mostly near the starting point, so the distance between adjacent treehouses should generally be between 10 to 15 kilometers. Therefore, if the protection zone range of the two treehouses is both 6 kilometers in radius, the protection zones might connect. His protection zone range is 9 kilometers, which poses no problem. Even if the protection zone of the nearby treehouses is only 3 kilometers in radius, it should still be no issue. Still, caution is necessary. The protection zones are all circular, so even if the protection zones touch, there will still be areas not covered by either zone, belonging to dangerous areas. These areas are places ordinary survivors should not tread. However, if he is careful, it shouldn't be a problem. He even considers repeatedly venturing into such places to gather vine sap. Proceeding in the direction previously determined, he soon reaches the edge of the treehouse protection zone. Not rushing to step out of the protection zone, he finds a relatively high spot, climbs up, and looks in the direction imprinted in his memory. Sure enough, there is another fig tree there, identical to the previous one. It's a low 2-story small treehouse, belonging to an ordinary survivor who has explored the underground city. Encountering this type of treehouse is quite normal. Single-story treehouses are even lower than the nearby poplars. Even with his super sight yesterday, he wouldn't have seen them as they were hidden in the jungle. The ones he can see are certainly at least 2 stories tall. Calculating the distance and ensuring stepping out of his protection zone indeed leads him into that treehouse's protection zone, Xu Xin confidently mounts the wolf and heads toward that treehouse. This journey's resources are still extremely scarce, with no new alchemical materials discovered. It's understandable, what advanced resources could be planted near low, small treehouses? Silver King speeds forward, weaving through the dense jungle, while Mimi follows at the same pace behind, and Afu lies on Mimi's back. Its flying speed cannot match Silver King Mimi's running speed, so it is merely carried along. Kiki has long become fully accustomed to Silver King's speed and no longer clings to Silver King's neck fur, immobilized by fear once they start running. Instead, she snuggles into Xu Xin's embrace, her little head twisting as she takes in the fleeting scenery on either side. Very quickly, Xu Xin arrives beneath this treehouse. Another broken treehouse. This treehouse is identical to the previous one, its trunk entirely dilapidated, its leaves slightly yellowing, obviously in a state nearing death. Xu Xin reaches out to touch the broken treehouse. Near death low, small treehouse, green a broken treehouse that lost its owner. Without its owner, the treehouse will wither and die in 24 hours. Remaining survival time, 2 hours and 43 minutes. From the time remaining, the treehouse's owner was another survivor who died under last night's blood-patterned vine and ant swarm attack. It seems Ji Chaoyang's guess was right. Our area likely overlaps with neighboring areas. These deceased survivors must be from other regions. Perhaps it's due to this region's failure to kill the mutant plant's heart, or the person who killed the heart is unwilling to share resources. In any case, these survivors failed to stop the attack of the blood-patterned vine and naturally didn't have the ability to fend off the treehouse-eating ants. In the end, their tree and lives met an untimely demise. Xu Xin carries Kiki into the dilapidated treehouse and chisels open the floor at the center of the first level. Sure enough, there's a treehouse core buried halfway in the soil, the other half emitting a soft white glow. Kiki, help me take that core up. Kiki skillfully jumps into the vacuum tree cavity in the trunk, digs out the core, clamps it in her mouth, and jumps repeatedly left and right before emerging. Patting Kiki's little head, Xu Xin takes the soft white treasure pearl, just like last time, which can upgrade blue material to purple level material from the low small treehouse core. This way, he effectively possesses 2 portions of basic purple material, which will offer more options upon returning. Next is the extraction of treehouse seeds. The whole treehouse has begun to wither and collapse, and after a rapid sweep of the first and second floors, confirming no valuable items remain, Xu Xin quickly descends from the treehouse. Within tens of seconds, the low treehouse, deprived of its core, is reduced to merely half its trunk. Xu Xin begins digging under the treehouse with a shovel. He is armed with a blue-grade shovel, yet still requires over half an hour to excavate the seed. Because this treehouse has lost its owner, he can proceed in this manner. If any survivors were present within, forcibly extracting the treehouse seed would be impossible. No one would allow a person to dig for half an hour under their treehouse. Therefore, plundering another's treehouse is not an easy task. It generally requires the owner's consent or bringing about the owner's demise. A treehouse is indeed a fortress easy to defend and hard to assault for survivors. Finally, Xu Xin digs out the treehouse and retrieves the second parasitic treehouse seed from the pit. Although he doesn't know how to utilize these surplus parasitic treehouses for now, having more is certainly better than less. Riding Silver King, Xu Xin returns to his protection zone's edge and begins searching along the perimeter. Whenever he finds especially high hills or peaks, he climbs to observe if there are other treehouses in the vicinity. At last, to the south of his treehouse, he spots another treehouse, not far away. Silver King, over there. Xu Xin points the way, and Silver King dashes in that direction. Mimi is showing signs of fatigue by now, endurance has never been its strong suit. After we get there, let's take a break. Soon, Xu Xin got close to the treehouse. Stop. Xu Xin commanded Silver King to halt about 100 meters from the treehouse. Mimi flopped onto the ground to rest, the long run was exhausting for it. Oh. Kiki suddenly pointed at the treehouse less than 100 meters ahead and called out. Xu Xin understood what Kiki meant. With his extraordinary hearing at the moment, he could hear human voices coming from the treehouse. It was the first time he encountered real humans in this world, survivors from the same realm. That was why he stopped Silver King, intending not to alarm the other party, but to first listen to what they were talking about, to see if this survivor was from their region or from other areas. I've finally decided to put all the decorative enhancements on the planting house. Damn it, starving for a whole day and night, I never want to be hungry again. From today onwards, I want to be self-sufficient in food. Huh. Kitchen. What's the use of adding a kitchen? Oh, that works, huh. The meals made are more filling. Impressive. My fruits are about to ripen soon, finally, I can have a proper meal. You guys haven't gone out either, right? There's nothing below except trees. Why go down? Too weak from hunger to go outdoors. It sounded like a monologue, but Xu Xin knew he was using voice input to talk in a regional channel or group. Xu Xin glanced at their regional channel, it was lively, but he didn't find what the person had said. Ah. Is it possible to meet other survivors now? Oh right, let me tell you guys, there's probably a big shot near my treehouse. During the previous storm season, there was always a glaring light point shining from the north. Is this person talking about me? How would I know what the light point is, but the tornado over there disappeared suddenly before the sky even got dark. It must have been cleared by the big shot over there. Really? Why would I lie? At first, I thought he must be on the leaderboard and wanted to ally, but during the storm season leaderboard, there wasn't anyone from our area. No one from their region. It seemed that this survivor wasn't from the Jungle 188 region. You should know, during that leaderboard, first and second were him and Ji Chaoyang. Their region was buzzing with excitement for quite a while. Xu Xin squinted, pulled out the crossbow, already loaded with a blast arrow. Since he's not from the same region, he's an enemy who might become a life and death adversary in the future. Should I just eliminate him and seize his treehouse? After pondering for a moment, Xu Xin decided to abandon this idea. Because he didn't know whether killing another survivor would trigger a leaderboard or ranking list, having his name displayed would be a loss. After all, not many realize that there exists life and death conflicts between regions. Their region still wants peaceful development for now. Xu Xin observed the treehouse, confirmed that there was no hidden crossbow around, nor armor on the treehouse trunk. Just an ordinary survivor. It's unclear how he survived last night's activity. Rather, perhaps engage in friendly communication. After all, they're neighbors. Xu Xin instructed Silver King Mimi and Afu to stay in the jungle. These three creatures with blood patterns are visibly mutant beasts, each bigger than the next, even the smallest Afu with a wingspan over 2 meters. Bringing them along would cause excessive caution from the other side. He only took Kiki and approached the treehouse, shouting, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" A low exclamation instantly came from the treehouse, "Damn! Damn! People outside my treehouse! Holy, must be a big shot, who else would dare to come out at this time?" The last sentence was not input via regional channel voice but a mutter. Luckily, this guy had the guts and didn't hide inside the treehouse but cautiously approached the window. His movements were careful, but Xu Xin, with his extraordinary hearing, could clearly track his actions. Then, half a head peeked out from the window corner on the first floor, locking eyes with Xu Xin. The other person was startled and shrunk back. "Hello, I mean no harm. I just felt the protection zone might have expanded, so perhaps we could find other survivors, which is why I came to take a look." Xu Xin tried to appear friendly. He genuinely wanted to learn about the situation in other regions outside their 188 region. Oh. Oh oh. Kiki also made an unusually cute sound to help Xu Xin attract the person above. Perhaps it was because his appearance was quite pleasant, his tone friendly, and there was an adorable little creature perched on his shoulder, constantly chirping, that the person in the treehouse poked his head out once more. The owner of the treehouse was a man of average appearance, seemingly in his early 20s, around the age of a college student. "Hey, where did you come from?" the man asked cautiously. "I came all the way from the north, walked the entire day, and now it's almost dark. I found your treehouse just in time." "From the north?" The man was taken aback for a moment and then murmured under his breath, "Oh man, could it be the big shot from the north?" He continued, "So, what brings you here?" "I just thought that with the expansion of the protection zone, there's a chance to find other survivors, so I came out to see. It's been too long communicating with others only via voice channels, feels like I'm becoming a shut-in." Xu Xin expressed with excitement, after searching for so long, finally found a real person. "That's wonderful. By the way." Xu Xin took out a piece of mutated beast meat from his backpack that he had brought with him, his expression sincere. "Nowadays many people are hungry, you probably don't have much food either, so here's some meat as a welcome gift." He wasn't afraid that this person might get greedy and try to harm him. If that happens, he'd have no qualms about taking this guy down and seizing the treehouse. After all, they weren't in the same district, and chances are, they'd end up clashing eventually. Whoa! Meat! The mutated beast meat Xu Xin took out made the man exclaim in surprise. He swallowed hard and wiped his mouth, not with ill intent but rather excitement. "This is really for me?" Despite having been through life and death trials, dealing only with beasts and mutated monsters, and constantly chatting with others on the regional channel, he had not cultivated much wariness towards people. On the contrary, he felt a sense of kinship. It's been such a long time since he saw a real person. Xu Xin could also sense that when he heard his call from below, the man's exclamation contained more excitement than fear. Of course, although I don't have much either, this meat will spoil easily, and I can't finish it all by myself. Xu Xin waved the meat in his hand. Kiki waved its little paw at the man above, its adorable appearance charming to all, making the man want to reach out and touch it. Is that a little panda? He asked tentatively. That's right, found it in the jungle, it's so cute, and being alone is too lonely, so I kept it. Xu Xin petted Kiki's little head, and Kiki snuggled against him voluntarily. Wow, impressive. It's a protected animal. The man said enviously. The pair of man and beast indeed appeared harmless. So, would you want to come up and sit for a while? He couldn't help but say, though he regretted it immediately. Was he being too impulsive? Xu Xin showed a hesitant expression. Maybe it's better not to, we just met. Seeing Xu Xin's seemingly cautious demeanor, as if fearing him, the man felt more confident that the person in front of him wasn't one of those strong bad types, and quickly said, Hey, we're all lone survivors in this world, what's there to fear? We've got to stick together. With that, he vanished from the window, followed by a rustling beneath the tree canopy, and he emerged from the treehouse to the ground below. This man had an ordinary appearance, neither ugly nor handsome, slightly shorter than Xu Xin, over 170 meters tall, with a build neither fat nor thin, dressed in green-level leather armor. Simply put, there was nothing striking about his appearance. He was the kind of person who could blend into the crowd unnoticed. To put it simply, he was an ordinary person, a very typical ordinary person. Xu Xin handed over the mutated beast meat to him. Oh, how embarrassing. The man said this, quickly accepting the meat, clearly very tempted by that piece of meat in Xu Xin's hand. Having received the meat, he visibly became much friendlier, even extending his hand. Let's get to know each other a bit. I'm Liu Fang, you might have heard my name, I'm quite active on the regional channel. It seemed Liu Fang thought that given the close proximity, they must be from the same zone. Sorry, I don't really recognize. My name is Xu Feng. Xu Xin glanced at his hand and extended his own. He didn't divulge his real name, after all. His name was at the top of both the rainy season rankings and the first place in the recent defense battle, unknown only to a few even in other regions. I've shared a bunch of strategies. During the last rainy season, I was the first one to suggest everyone move their things upstairs quickly. Ring any bells? The person seemed quite confident about his own notoriety. Did you? I don't seem to recall. Xu Xin pretended to be oblivious. Really? You're not from Jungle 187 Zone? Zone 187. That's a neighboring zone. This made Xu Xin breathe a sigh of relief. With a neighboring zone, the distribution should not be too complex, likely sorted in sequence and intermixed. He was worried it was something like Zone 3 or Zone 56, that'd be troublesome with mixed-up area distribution. However, District 187 doesn't seem to have any incredibly strong survivors. At least, previously on the leaderboard during the rainy season, there were indeed no people from District 187. In order to quickly understand this external District 187, Xu Xin decided to be straightforward. District 187? I'm from District 188. Huh? Liu Fang was a bit dumbfounded, stunned for a second, then clapped his hands. Could it be that we too are at the edge of the district? Very possible. Xu Xin showed an interested expression. Brother, what's the situation in District 187? Let's understand each other. I'm really glad I came out this time and found people from another district. Who wouldn't say so? Huh, quick, let's exchange some intel. I want to be the first to understand an external district. Wait. District 188. Damn, weren't you guys at the top of all district leaderboards during the last rainy season? Liu Fang didn't bring up the matter of entry again. After all, it was indeed inappropriate to let a stranger into his home, so the two of them started conversing under the treehouse. From the other's words, Xu Xin learned a lot about District 187 and also disclosed some information about District 188 to him. "Oh my god, you have such strong leaders in your district, how fortunate." Lu Yufeng listened to the happenings from their district, full of envy. "Our district lost over 1,000 people last night." Over 1,000. Now the entire district has only over 800 people left. From his words, Xu Xin learned a lot about their district's situation. District 187 doesn't have top experts like Xu Xin or Ji Chaoyang, nor do they have an organization similar to the Explorers that gathers experts into a strategy group. Basically, everyone fights for themselves. Because the top experts don't really share their strategies, every event results in more deaths in their district compared to Xu Xin's district. Last night was their district's most tragic night. If it weren't for the smoke from burning heart fragments to dispel the mutated vines around their treehouse, they wouldn't have made it through the night. Indeed, their district leader distributed plant heart fragments, but there was only one leader. Ultimately, only over 800 people obtained enough fragments to last through the night, and they fought through the night to see daylight. Those who didn't get fragments mostly died in the first hour of the disaster. You won't believe the things they left on the district channel before they died. It was just terribly vicious. Lu Yufeng said with some lingering fear, "I even feel now like maybe their spirits will come to attack us in the future." Xu Xin wanted to tell him to believe in science, but thinking about how science couldn't explain how he got here, he held his tongue. The number of people in the jungle district channel of District 187 plummeted by 1,000 within that hour, leaving only over 800. Xu Xin had killed a plant heart before, and he knew that this leader in District 187 truly did his best to save the lives of people in the same district. In their group of explorers, a total of 4 people obtained heart fragments, each receiving about 9 to 10 tons. To repel vines for a whole night, from 6 p.m. until the activity ended at 6 a.m., each survivor needed 12 kilograms of heart fragments. This means that each person's heart fragments could only save over 800 people. This leader truly did his best. Luckily, he didn't distribute the heart fragments evenly across the district, otherwise, everyone might have died in the second half of the night. The defense battle last night was indeed too brutal. District 187 is actually considered lucky. Some districts might have been completely wiped out in last night's defense battle. Or some district leaders might refuse to share, leaving only a few people in the entire district. Such scenarios are very likely. To be honest, if it weren't for him and Ji Chaoyang predicting the need for team combat for survival in the future, they might not have gone to great lengths to bring back plant vines to the treehouse and break them down to distribute to other survivors. It was indeed too much trouble. So when Lu Yufeng learned that everyone in Xu Xin's side was saved, he was stunned. He really didn't expect that District 188 could go through such a disaster with 0 casualties. "Can I switch to your District 188? I really want to be led by the leaders too," Lu Yufeng said with a face full of envy. "You were saved by your district leader, is it really okay to betray them?" Xu Xin joked. However, he was also calculating in his mind whether it was possible to turn people from different districts into members of his district through parasitic treehouses. He knew that his currently growing parasitic treehouse initially belonged to another district. He's just unsure if the treehouse's owners, meaning the survivors, could be brought back along. "What's with betrayal or not, whether I stay or go doesn't affect the leader's abilities," Lu Yufeng said indifferently. Xu Xin had obtained the information he wanted and was ready to leave. He had a pleasant conversation with Lu Yufeng and decided not to make a move against him. Besides, in the future, he might verify with him whether it's possible to turn people from other districts into members of their own district. Looking at the sky, Xu Xin said, "It's getting late, if I stay longer, it'll be dark soon. The jungle is too dangerous at night, I have to go back, brother. I remembered your treehouse's location, let's meet again next time we have the chance." "Oh, okay, your treehouse is to the north, right? When I have time, I'll come to find you. Oh, by the way." Lu Yufeng looked at the sleepy Kiki on Xu Xin's shoulder with gleaming eyes and said, "Brother Su Feng, can I touch your little panda? This little guy is just too cute. I've been watching it the whole time. His words woke up the sleepy Kiki, who, after understanding his implication, gave a yip and jumped to Xu Xian's back, baring its teeth at Liu Fang. The meaning was clear: no touching. Xu Xian helplessly spread his hands. No way, it won't let you touch it. I had to put in a lot of effort to tame it back then, and it's almost impossible to touch it upon first meeting. He made up a lie, as he had lured Kiki away with nothing more than a red berry back then. However, Kiki's refusal to let others touch it did verify one of his previous hypotheses. He seemed to have a strong appeal to animals, naturally making them have a favorable impression of him, which was especially evident with those ornamental fish before. Thinking back now, both Silver King Mimi and Concubine were tamed by him simply through persuasion. Only Afu, who hadn't developed self-awareness at the time, was tamed through intimidation. All right then. Liu Fang reluctantly looked at Kiki, then said, "Goodbye, Brother Su Feng, I hope we can meet again in the future. Perhaps there will be a world channel soon. By then, we could communicate through our treehouses." Makes sense. After waving goodbye, Xu Xian entered the jungle and reached the hiding place of the three mutated beasts. Mimi's stamina had fully recovered. Xu Xian mounted the wolf's back and began to head home. This time, the information obtained unexpectedly was plenty, and all the previous assumptions should now be confirmed. The competition between districts is really coming. Perhaps the first step would be to clear the surrounding territories. The sky was about to get dark, and Xu Xian quickly returned to the vicinity of his treehouse. He planted the newly brought back parasite treehouse seeds at the outermost edge of his backyard, opposite the previous location of parasite treehouse 01, planting it on the other side. He hadn't given it much thought, he just felt that having symmetry was more comfortable. Taking advantage of the fact that this parasite treehouse hadn't fully grown yet, Xu Xian sent a voice message to Ji Chaoyang. He wanted to analyze today's information with Ji Chaoyang and then consider whether to share their deductions with other explorers. The call connected quickly. "I encountered people from other zones." Xu Xian started bluntly. "Oh." Ji Chaoyang's voice on the other side became serious. "Which zone are they from?" "Pretty much as you guessed, Jungle Zone 187. Neighboring zone, huh? That's good." Both Ji Chaoyang's concerns were similar. He was worried that surrounded areas did not only consist of Zone 187, 189, etc., but also numerous other zones. Handling one or two regions was feasible, but widespread conflict across multiple zones would greatly increase the difficulty. Xu Xian conveyed all information he got from Liu Fang to Ji Chaoyang. "It seems our deductions are likely correct." Ji Chaoyang pondered for a moment before speaking. "What did you find over there?" "I also went around the protection zone's perimeter and found two treehouses. Unfortunately, both had lost their owners and were on the brink of dying. I didn't encounter any living survivors." "Have you noticed a problem?" Xu Xian frowned. "None of us have found anyone from our zone. It seems there are only survivors from other zones around us. Could it be that we are completely isolated from others in the same zone?" He had found a total of 3 treehouses, and upon reflection, their positions were even somewhat in line. The first treehouse was to the east, the second to the north, and the third, which belonged to Liu Fang, to the south. Despite minor discrepancies, they were largely consistent. Each direction corresponded to a treehouse, yet all 3 treehouses were not from their zone. Were it not for previously visible lightning rod glow atop Li Wenxi's treehouse in his due east direction, approximately 30 kilometers away, he might have doubted his own position. This is probably what I mentioned before, cross-distribution. Ji Chaoyang mused for a moment before speaking. "All of us are separated." Xu Xian naturally understood what cross-distribution meant, similar to black and white interspersed floor tiles. Every survivor's treehouse protection zone from Jungle Zone 188 is equivalent to a white square, while survivors from other zones are black squares. White squares connect only to black squares, and black squares are surrounded entirely by white squares. In other words, only in diagonal directions, like northwest or southeast, can one find cozone producers. However, protection zones aren't squares but circles, and circles aren't able to cover entirely like squares. Between diagonal circles, there are dangerous zones not covered by protection areas. Therefore, until the protection zone continues to expand, same zone areas are incapable of directly connecting. Now, seeking out others from the same zone requires traversing protection zones of other survivors. I think it's time to tell them, we need to swiftly establish a close-knit group. Otherwise, if some harbor malicious intents, it might adversely affect others. Xu Xin said. Them he referred to naturally were the other explorers. Let's do it tomorrow. Since protection zones can interconnect now, functions akin to world channels should also be unlocked. We'd better verify again today. Alright. Xu Xin ended the call. At this time, the treehouse had fully grown. Silver King and Mimi were circling the treehouse, as it was their first time witnessing a tree grow so rapidly, full of curiosity. Xu Xin renamed this treehouse to Parasite Treehouse 02, activated its some functions, and returned to his treehouse with his 4 beasts. He took out the 2 low treehouse cores, intending to use the cores for resource upgrades. What should I upgrade? For now, he set aside the carving knife, since even if he crafted a purple-grade carving knife, with his artist level, he wouldn't be able to sculpt a purple-grade statue. It was rather pointless, except maybe a slight increase in carving speed, but his current speed was sufficient, and he didn't need to consume a purple-grade resource just to enhance it. A weapon was indeed a good choice, he could upgrade 2 materials and fully craft a weapon. Xu Xin had just acquired the highest quality steel material among peers. If he upgraded steel block, blue, to steel block, purple, and used the steel block to make a weapon, he'd gain the strongest weapon in the purple grade. This way, he'd be entirely equipped in purple grade gear. Yet, in terms of practicality, he should upgrade the boning knife, as the purple grade boning knife could extract purple grade materials, and possibly increase the chance of extracting blue grade materials too. After much consideration, Xu Xin ultimately chose to upgrade the weapon. Currently, neither beasts nor mutant creatures were present around him, it was uncertain when they would appear. Before venturing west, Xu Xin planned to equip himself fully and then explore the west side, hoping to find another treehouse core. Finally, he opted for a steel spear among all weapons, instead of the crossbow. The purple-grade steel spear required just wood and steel 2 purple-grade materials, whereas the purple-grade crossbow needed wood, animal sinew, and steel 3 materials, which he couldn't create yet. Plus, with high-power explosive arrows, the shooting speed and throw strength of the crossbow itself wouldn't be of great importance, adequate use was all that mattered. Steel spear, green, a sharp spear made of steel, sharper than iron spears, the hardest and sharpest weapon among peers. Durability 1000. Requires wood, green, *5, steel block, green, *2. A purple-grade steel spear requires 4 blue-grade woods, 1 purple-grade wood, 1 blue-grade steel block, and 1 purple-grade steel block. Taking out 1 blue-grade steel block and 1 low treehouse core, Xu Xin tried to place the 2 resources together. Would you like to use the core of the low-lying treehouse to upgrade the steel block, blue, to steel block, purple? The prompt sounded, and Xu Xin didn't hesitate, immediately choosing yes. The core of the treehouse, which was originally emitting a glistening white light, suddenly shone brightly. Then, under his discerning ability, the blue glow on the steel block slowly began to shift towards purple. Finally, the core of the treehouse dimmed, transforming from a glowing white, luminous pearl to an ordinary pale yellow spherical stone. Meanwhile, the steel block fully turned purple level. The energy-depleted core of the low-lying treehouse, the treehouse core, having exhausted all energy, has become an ordinary stone, but there might be a way to recharge it. Recharge fully again. As expected, even a core that has lost its energy can be recharged. This made Xu Xin overjoyed. If he found this method, he could actually produce purple-level resources on his own. But, how to recharge it? Treehouse core. Xu Xin muttered to himself. Could it be related to the parasitic treehouse? He had checked all the functions of the parasitic treehouse, and none of them had an option for recharging the treehouse core. He suddenly remembered, while he was operating in his parasitic treehouse 01, Kiki kept scratching the floor with her little paws. When he left last, she was still scratching the floor, and he hugged her away, though she was somewhat reluctant at that time. Xu Xin initially thought she was sharpening her claws, but now it seems, perhaps. It doesn't matter about the purple level weapon now, he can make it any time. He picked up Kiki from the sofa and headed to Parasitic Treehouse 01. Ing. Kiki, who was dozing on the sofa, was lifted to Xu Xin's shoulder, with little question marks all over her head. Help me check if there's something special in the Parasitic Treehouse. Ing. Upon hearing this, Kiki was immediately alert, waved her little paws, and seemed to be saying that she had already discovered it, but last time she was directly picked up by Xu Xin. As expected, it was similar to his guess. Arriving at the first floor of Parasitic Treehouse 01, Kiki jumped down from Xu Xin's shoulder, ran to the center of the treehouse, and scratched the floor with her little paw, Ing. This location, Xu Xin was very familiar with. Isn't this the position of the treehouse trunk and where the treehouse core originally was? Parasitic treehouses don't have cores, so it should be empty inside. Could it be that you need to pry open the floor at the center of the treehouse and insert the treehouse core into the original location of the treehouse core? Xu Xin touched the floor with his hand, but didn't trigger any hint to control the floor to lift. Then chop with an axe. After all, it's just removing a piece of treehouse floor. If removed, it's removed. Even afterward he doesn't need to fix it himself, the treehouse's self-repair ability can restore it. Let's get to it. Taking out the iron axe, Xu Xin slashed at the floor. Ka! As before, the green-level parasitic treehouse stood no chance against the blue-level iron axe. With just one hit, the floor at the center position cracked. After several hits, the floor shattered. Xu Xin cleared the debris from the floor, exposing the situation beneath. Just as expected. Under the floor was different from a normal treehouse. A normal treehouse has a hollow trunk, with the treehouse core buried at the bottom in the soil. Whereas the trunk of a parasitic treehouse was solid, only having a hemispherical concave shape, perfect for placing the treehouse core within. Discovered parasitic treehouse charging slot, unlocked core charging function. This core charging function had to be discovered by oneself. Xu Xin placed the core of the low-lying treehouse that had run out of energy on it. With a light click, the treehouse core fit perfectly into the hemispherical slot. A faint white sheen again emitted from the previously dimmed treehouse core. Xu Xin touched it, and the core that was cold after losing energy now felt warm, like a hand warmer. Remaining charge time, 4 days 23 hours 59 minutes. It really can recharge. Ing. Kiki also touched it, finally even lying on it, showing a comfortable expression, tongue sticking out. Xu Xin fell into thought. Originally, the core of the treehouse was meant to provide energy to the treehouse. However, the energy of a parasitic treehouse is obtained from the host treehouse, so it doesn't need the core of the treehouse to specifically supply energy. Instead, it can supplement the energy from the host treehouse into the treehouse core. This should be the principle of charging the core. However, seeing it this way, the host treehouse, that is, his treehouse, needs to provide more energy, bearing a greater burden, and it isn't known how many parasitic treehouses it can tolerate at most. Although a 5-day charge time is somewhat long, purple-level resources are worth such a wait. If more parasitic treehouses are acquired in the future, wouldn't it mean purple-level resources can be batch-produced? Speaking of which, what would happen if you put a fully charged core on it? Picking up Kiki who was lying on the core, Xu Xin raised an eyebrow at the state of the charging slot. Unexpectedly, the self-healing speed of this parasitic treehouse is so fast. The once broken floor had fully regrown, now exposing only half of the slightly glowing core that was charging. Xu Xin removed the charging core, revealing a circular slot specifically meant for the core on the previously even floor. It seems like the floor won't continue to repair itself anymore, and this charging slot is now fixed here. Click. He placed the fully charged core into the slot, and the core that originally emitted a faint light suddenly shone much brighter, followed by a notification sound. The core of the low treehouse has completed charging. He waited for a moment, but nothing happened. It seems that the brighter glow only served as a reminder that the core was fully charged, urging him to take it out and use it. He also considered that the parasitic treehouse was only parasitic near the host treehouse due to a lack of a core. If it had a treehouse core, could it become a normal treehouse? If successful, he might be able to fully transfer the treehouse in the future. Nearby his treehouse lurked a lake giant python in a bottomless lake, and not far to the northwest was an unknown monster and a sacrificial altar. Although this location was resource-rich, it was indeed too dangerous, and he should be prepared for the worst. However, it now seems unlikely. For the treehouse core, this parasitic treehouse is just a charging device. He picked up the fully charged treehouse core, replacing it with the energy-depleted one. Kiki comfortably lay on it again, while Xu Xin came to stand before the treehouse monitor and activated it. In the main menu, Xu Xin discovered a new item. Core charging, a newly unlocked feature. Upon opening it, there was only a newly accumulated progress bar and a line of small text. Treehouse core charging speed, 100%. This 100% refers to the charging speed, not the charging progress. However, since there's a speed, can it be increased? Decor level. Xu Xin immediately checked the decor level crafting list on the parasitic treehouse screen, and sure enough, among all the wooden plaques, he found a charging room plaque, unique to the parasitic treehouse, which can increase the charging speed of the treehouse core. Awesome, he almost forgot, the parasitic treehouse is also an independent treehouse, which can also increase the decor level and add points to each functional area. He needed to consider whether to increase the decor level of the parasitic treehouse. After all, the production speed of purple resources was indeed crucial. He checked the allocatable quota of the treehouse again. Current treehouse decor level, 0, total allocatable improvement rate, 0%. It seems that the decor level between the main treehouse and the parasitic treehouse is not shared. He still had some improvement rate over there, but it couldn't be added here. Probably this side can't be added to that side either. To this end, Xu Xin brought over a small statue from his treehouse, and indeed, it couldn't add back to his main treehouse. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the parasitic treehouse here could enjoy a 20% decor level increase from him. Not bad. However, he didn't plan to create a charging room to speed up the charging of the treehouse core yet. It was something to plan for later since his main treehouse's decor level wasn't sufficient yet. After bringing the small statue back to the main treehouse, Xu Xin arrived at the crafting room, in front of the weapons and armor crafting table. With the ability to obtain purple-grade resources steadily and possibly even accelerate the acquisition speed, it made him feel that purple resources were no longer that precious. He directly upgraded a piece of wood, blue, to wood, purple, prepared all the materials, and clicked to craft the steel lance. The success rate of crafting this weapon is 66%, 60 plus 6, do you want to continue crafting? Almost forgot, tools above the purple grade begin to have a crafting success rate. He had added a 60% boost point to the crafting room, which translated to only 1/10 in success rate, thus a 6% increase. From this, the base success rate for crafting a purple-grade steel lance was 60%. In contrast, the success rate for alchemy materials of the blue grade was only 50%. The success rate for alchemy is really very low. Xu Xin moved the backrest chair, blue, he had always kept in the crafting room to the weapons and armor crafting table. The backrest chair, blue, could increase the crafting success rate, and he had made it a long time ago, and it finally came in handy. But unfortunately, the backrest chair, blue, could not increase the success rate of alchemy. It seems that the decor level increase needed for the alchemy room is much more than he imagined. The wood chair, blue, increased the crafting success rate of the steel lance, purple, by another 10%, bringing it to 76%. Coupled with the effect of having a koi fish effect, the success rate should reach around 90%. However, he was still uneasy and opened the decor level option. Current treehouse decor level, 319.68, 266.4 plus 53.28, total allocatable improvement rate, 48%. Xu Xin allocated an additional 40% of the points to the crafting room, bringing the increment points of the crafting room to 100%, and the success rate reached 80%. That should be enough. Xu Xin gritted his teeth and clicked to craft. The materials disappeared, and under his tense gaze, finally, a ball of purple light appeared. Xu Xin let out a long sigh of relief, reaching out to grab the ball of light, and a weapon that looked extremely sharp and gleaming appeared in his hand. Huh? Xu Xin looked at the weapon in his hand, slightly puzzled. This weapon, although a long handle, was not a lance, but a halberd. With a spearhead as the main, one side is a transverse blade, and the other side is a hook-like spike, and the steel halberd shaft makes one shiver at the sight. He did craft a steel lance. Could it be that for tools above purple grade, the crafted weapons no longer look like the blueprint but start to randomly appear in other forms of long-handle weapons? However, this is really great. The spear, while having a wide attack range, mainly attacks through thrusting, making it quite difficult to handle against vine-like slender enemies. But a halberd can slash, making its attack style more flexible compared to the lance. He immediately looked at the introduction of this long spear. Steel long spear, purple. A long spear made from steel, purple, a combination of halberd and spear, a combat weapon with dual functions of hooking and piercing, and is the hardest and sharpest weapon of its level. Striking the enemy allows absorption of the opponent's vitality, restoring one's own injuries, spirit, and stamina, becoming more courageous with each battle. Xu Xin gasped, this spear, so powerful. This is simply a treasure to defeat the strong with the weak. Even when facing entities stronger than oneself, as long as there is room to maneuver, it can directly grind down the opponent. Moreover, not just against strong enemies, but also when facing weaker but numerous enemies, he can wield this weapon and charge into them, swinging expansively without worrying about injury, fatigue, or exhaustion, truly the perfect weapon for sweeping through hordes. No wonder it's a purple-grade weapon, it has such formidable abilities. Impressive, truly impressive. Admiring this purple-grade long weapon for quite a while, Xu Xin put it into his backpack, then climbed down from his main treehouse 14 states, and arrived at Parasite Treehouse 02, controlling the routes to enter inside. He chiseled open the floor, placing the second depleted low small treehouse core into the groove for recharging. In 5 days, he could gain 2 more pieces of purple-grade resources. Xu Xin walked to the window of Parasite Treehouse 02, looking at his own treehouse. In comparison, it really felt like his treehouse was large. The 2-story Parasite treehouse seemed like a baby in front of the main treehouse 14 states. However, the baby had its own functions, especially this recharging function. He planned to go back and carve, although the green-grade crystal carving of the main treehouse already reached the maximum number, the Parasite treehouse didn't. Xu Xin could still use green-grade crystals to enhance their decoration. Just as he was preparing to climb down from the Parasite treehouse back to his main treehouse, his body froze, his hand near the treehouse exit suddenly stopped. Someone. There are other survivors nearby. His extraordinary hearing captured the sound of someone speaking. The voice was very faint, indicating quite a distance, coming from the west of the treehouse. West is the direction he hadn't explored today. He didn't go, but survivors from that side came looking for him. Now, the survivors who could cross over 10 kilometers to find other tree houses were definitely few, and among the best. Xu Xin immediately became alert, pondering a question. Why are there voices? There are 2 possibilities. One is a group of survivors coming together, the other is a survivor who ranks top 10 in forest exploration activities from another district, possessing a watch held by explorers, able to contact others outside the tree house. Wait. Could it be an explorer member crossing several districts to come here? Xu Xin directly asked in the explorers group, are any of you outside now? Wang Lei, I didn't go out, there's no resource outside, and I still don't know where other tree houses are, where to look. Li Wenxi, I'm outside mining. Ji Chaoyang, I'm still outside, what's up? Have you found something? Wen Guixin, I just came back, got a tree house core. This thing is really nice. Then, everyone else spoke up. Xu Xin excluded their possibilities. Xu Xin, there are people here coming towards me, I can hear voices, asking if it's any of you. Xu Xin's words instantly stirred up the explorers. Zhao Xiaochuan, wow, Brother Xin is going to meet other survivors. With Brother Xin's reputation, just reporting his name and the opposite side might directly bow in admiration. Zhao Xiaochuan clearly thought, the survivors they could meet must be from Jungle District 188. Qi Shuefei, don't let your guard down, too many backstabbers, even if you have saved their life, they might still do something bad to you. Qin Yunlong, indeed, I think we should just drive them away. Ji Chaoyang, being ruthless is fine. Ji Chaoyang knew the people nearby weren't from his own district of survivors. Wen Guixin, why do I feel the tree houses around aren't from our district? I remember last night our district didn't have anyone killed. Seems like Wen Guixin also noticed this situation. However, Xu Xin didn't have time to explain to her now. Since none of them were from his group, Xu Xin's expression became serious. It must be survivors from other districts. Xu Xin didn't go out from Parasite Treehouse 02, it was planted on the west side of his tree house, closer to the sound. He leaned by the window, listening carefully. Gradually, he could hear clearly what was being said over there. I can already see that tree house, so tall. It's taller than my tree house, isn't it the kind that's planted at the start in blue-grade soil and grew out into a purple-grade tree house? It glowed during the rainy season activity. Surely it's this tree house, the survivor inside must be strong. If I manage to kill this survivor, take this tree house, and plant it back in my protected area, one would be worth 10 of yours. Hearing these words, Xu Xin's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Today's random ability of hearing amplification, really not bad, being able to hear voices over nearly 1,000 meters. They've been heard. Kill me. Just perfect to test the new weapon.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.